Good morning. I'd like to call the Municipal District of Taber, December 16th, 2025, regular meeting of council to order. You have an agenda in front of you. I've made note that it would be good to move 6.22 Star Theatre presentation directly under confirmation of minutes. And we received an email from the Old Man Leaseholder Association. I would propose that be attachment B under 6.2.5. And we did receive a request, if council is so willing, under call for people to speak, have a letter read in by Jason Saunders. Those are the only changes I have had noted. Does anyone or administration have any changes to the agenda?
I accept the agenda with the additions.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Those in favor? I will note that the agenda is very full today and there is some timing with delegations. The ones that I will interrupt delegations will be for number 7, bylaw 7.1 and 7.2 at 10 and 10:15, as those have staff who are coming in from other organizations, our Old Man Planning Commission, to assist us. Otherwise, we'll flow through the agenda. So at this time, is there any declarations of conflict? Seeing none. Protocol items, any announcements that you would like to make? I just have 2. Congratulations to the Retlaw Union United Church on celebrating their 30th anniversary of their renovations. And congratulations on their Christmas ceremony last night. It was very well done. And the second, a reminder of the MD of Taber Fire Department's Candy Cane Christmas Parade that will be starting at 6 p.m. They'll be collecting donations for food banks in Taber and in Vauxhall, and they'll be in the Hamlets and in Barnwell and Vauxhall. So thank you to them for that. There are no others. We'll go on to confirmation of the November 25th, 2025 regular meeting of council.
I give you a motion to receive those as circulated.
Thank you. Any questions? Those in favor? The minutes are carried. So at this time, I will ask Dr. Ryan Torrey and the STAR delegation to come forward to give their presentation. The meeting is live, so you have to use the mic, but if you push it and it turns red, then it will stay on. So while they're getting set up, we'll do a quick introduction of the room so that they know everyone. We'll start with Murray.
Murray Reynolds, Division 6, Inchin area councillor.
Lane Johnson, Division 1, west of Taber.
Good morning, John Tricato, Division 2, which is south of Taber.
Tamara Mianega, Division 4, which is Taber north to the Old Man River.
Martin Condor, Div 7, Vauxhall area. David Torrey, Division 3, Grassy Lake area.
Ernie Peters, Division 5, Days. And just the administration team over here. Thank you, Reid, Tamara Mianega, and board members, or council members, and administration. Thank you for having us here. My name is Ryan Torrey. I'm the president of STAR. This is Tasha and Brad Zander. So Tasha's our vice president, and Brad Zander's an accountant and our treasurer for STAR. Thank you so much for having us here with you today. We're extremely grateful for your time and recognize that you're extremely busy. We'd just like to bring forward our project. STAR has been working diligently to get a theater and arts and convention type center for our community. I don't know of another town bigger than us that doesn't have a theater or arts type facility south of Calgary that I can think of. Bow Island has one, Fort Macleod, McGrath, Raymond, Cardston. All these little communities have a gathering center and a place to feature the arts. And I worked with the town on a advisory committee for about 5 years. Prior to getting STAR started, we were trying to get a theater or center here in the community and struggled to do so. Other arts groups had tried for many years to get a facility going here in town. Gratefully, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints donated their building for free, with the knowledge that there was a fair bit of work to be done on the building. They anticipate maybe $1 million or so. We started on the project about 3 years ago. We've put in about $2 million. Extensive upgrades, everything, the HVAC, the plumbing, every wall's been painted, every floor's been replaced essentially. Extensive upgrades with interior design. It's been a phenomenal project. So we've put in about $2 million. It's coming along rapidly. And we've been assisted by many generous donors in the community. The MD of Taber donated $200,000, which we're extremely grateful. The town gave $250,000. The town to finish phase 2. So there have been some extremely expensive upgrades that were required. One was the firewall that was required. For any theater type space, you have to have a sprinkler system, which is a huge building and it's built building. So to put in these sprinkler systems, you have to destroy the building, basically, strip it down to the studs, put in these sprinkler systems, upgrade the fire stuff. So if you have a theater in a building, the entire building has to be sprinklered unless you can separate out that portion. So built a firewall, dug down to dirt, put about a 2-foot cut through the entire building, and built about a 50-foot concrete wall all the way through the top ceiling, through the top of the gymnasium and the theater space. So anyway, that's been completed, but these things all add costs. Then adding the sprinkler system, significant costs. So that we've been diligent. We've received the large stream CFEP grant through the provincial government. And the municipal funding that I've mentioned, we've tried to get some federal funding, but have not received any to this point. But we've completed phase 2, just the last few little things. It's been, we've opened, just the fire inspection was not quite complete. So a few little details that we're figuring are just getting checked off there. And then we're moving to phase 3. And phase 3 has a significant portion done as well. The HVAC is throughout that space, the plumbing is throughout that space, the stage is being rebuilt, the studio or the sound control booth, all that stuff is there, is being completed. We're refinishing the floor, the seating has been purchased, sound system, light system, all that stuff's been purchased. So we are, we have about $500,000 or so to complete that space, and we had recently met with the MD Council and done a tour of the facility to show the progress and where we're at on that. We have commitments from community members for about $1.7 million, but it's over 10 years. And so that means, we'd get about $170,000 or so per year, but it would still take about 3 years to get the $500,000 that we need to complete that last phase. The other reason we're eager to complete this is a lot of funding. There's grant funding for operating arts facilities, but you have to be open, and you can't get AGLC support and do things at the casino for fundraising, that type of thing, unless you're open. And so we're trying to get open as quickly as possible so we can generate funds and start, covering overhead and revenue and staff and all the things that we need to do. So our request is if you'd consider, similar to the town of Taber, considering a debenture. It's typically a municipally backed, you know better than I do, but similar to what we did with the town, a municipally backed provincial debenture for $500,000 to support completing phase 3 so we can open the building rapidly. We have signed contracts and agreements with donors who have agreed to support these payments over the next 10 years. And we are super excited to get this facility open to the public. It's a beautiful facility. The theater will seat 220 people, big screen for presentations, trade shows, that type of thing, and then moving into the gymnasium space for meals and events, and it'll be a phenomenal facility for the town and MD. I think you have a non-redacted version of the donors. The majority of the funds are coming from MD citizens that are passionate about this project and super excited to have it in the community. It's well supported across our community. I'll turn the time to Brad or Tasha if they have any comments.
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. And again, thanks for letting us come and kind of listen. So I just want to kind of reiterate one of the things that we kind of struggled with when we went to like traditional financing through the banks is that the banks want to see revenue to be able to show repayment of funds, and they want to see revenue in the current year, not kind of future. So that's kind of where we kind of got together and put together this strategy of trying to secure long-term donors so that we could show kind of yourselves or a bank that, hey, we do have revenue that's kind of locked in with signed agreements over the next 10 years, so that repayment of the debenture isn't a concern as we kind of collect on those funds that, as Ryan mentioned, many people in our community have been super generous and willing to be able to support this project. So that's it.
Any
Que-
questions?
Yeah, questions from council? 10-year repayment? Is that what you're looking for?
That would be great. That's what the town is doing, and that works well with our donors. They agreed over 10, but we could do it shorter if 10 is not if it'd be preferred to be 7 or 5. We'll work with whatever you're willing to do.
John?
I was gonna ask the same question. It's all right.
No questions. I just want to commend you for the initiative taken in moving forward with this facility. It's going to be a wonderful addition to the region. Tremendous benefit, and I appreciate the effort that's gone into it. I do have a couple of questions for administration, though, just in relation to this, if that's okay. I guess first of all, we've got plenty of room on our debt limit to take on this obligation if the decision is made to move forward with it.
Yeah, there's significant room.
Do we know what the amount of interest on that debenture payment would be? Not necessarily the principal, but just the interest.
Yeah, I don't, as of today's interest, like, we haven't run the scenario, I guess, since we've received the delegation request, but we can easily provide the information in the
Okay.
follow-up.
Okay.
Go ahead, John.
I'm gonna talk like I did to you, Dr. Torrey, when I visited the facility. I was so impressed with what you've got accomplished so far, and Tasha's done a wonderful job there. And I think it's people are questioning whether this is a good initiative or not. I think it'd be best for them to tour what's been done, because it's very well done, and I appreciate the tour. Thank you.
Thank you.
So council, you have the ability that we can move this discussion to further down the agenda, or make a motion for discussion at an upcoming meeting. There are a few things we definitely would need to determine if we're in favor and what the criteria would be. So I'm just looking for how you would like to handle that, and just bear in mind today's agenda really probably doesn't have enough time to go into this very deep. So a motion to discuss this at an upcoming meeting might be best.
I'll give you a motion that the administration bring forward a look at the a 7 and 10 year debenture to start theater for 500,000, and see what that might look like at a future either committee of the whole meeting or council meeting, whichever works best for administration.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to have administration prepare a document to look at a possible 5, 7, or 10 $500,000 debenture for Star Theatre. Do you have any questions or comments on that motion? Mark?
I just do numbers here. You need 500,000 in total, correct? Is the town participating, or are we doing the whole 500?
The town did a separate $500,000 debenture for phase 2. That's already been done.
Oh, okay.
Lee?
What is the sense of urgency? How soon do you need a decision on this? Is it days? Is it weeks or months?
It's whenever it's possible. We're carrying it personally as board members until then, until such time. So we are pressing forward with completion, with personal lines of credit, et cetera, to make sure we continue on with the project.
Okay, any further questions? Do you want to put that motion up for us, Elise? Thank you. And just somewhere in there, add Star Theater. $500,000, yeah. For Star Theater. Thank you. John, is that meet with the intention of your motion?
Yes, it does.
Okay, the motion reads that council direct administration to present options for a $500,000 debenture for Star Theater with terms of 5, 7, and 10 years at a future committee of the whole or council meeting. Any further questions? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you for taking the time, and our administration will be in contact to see what that debenture could look like,
Thank you.
possibly.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you. So moving on to public engagement, it is now the time call for people to speak. So we have one person in the audience, Mr. Brian Hildebrandt. Did you want to address council?
Yes, please.
All right, please come forward. The meeting is recorded and live, as you well are aware, and there is a microphone. So if you can press the microphone and just leave it on red while you speak. And you were here for the introductions, so I think you're covered. Should be noted that Councillor Brian Hildebrandt is handing out a document that council has not received ahead of time, so we'll just. Our normal practice for public engagement is a 5 to 10 minute unless council wants to continue further discussion.
Well, thank you, council, for hearing me today. I appreciate that. It's kind of topical to be following a request for funding as we're dealing with a municipal asset. Someone's asking for money, and the MD has a source of revenue, and somehow those two things have to match. And it is about the money. That's what you guys are here for. So I'm going to read this in, and please feel free to ask any questions. And I may add a couple of things along the way here as well. So, to council, how the lands owned by the MD of Taber are managed has enormous significance to the municipality, and how this decision is made could have impacts for years and possibly decades to come. Before anything else, I would like to clear some misconceptions that were brought forward in the last committee of the whole meeting. Firstly, the Old Man Leaseholders Association claimed to represent all leaseholders of both grazing and cultivated MDT lands. Let me be clear. They do not represent me. Furthermore, I have had no communication with them regarding the agricultural lease that I hold. There seems to be a lack of knowledge or uncertainty in council of the value of the agricultural lands the MDT owns. Although a detailed appraisal of the lands has not been done, the previous council had requested administration to find an estimate of the value of the land owned by the municipality. In the April 7th, 2025 Committee of the Whole agenda package, you will find the 2024 FCC Farmland Values Report, as well as a list of comparable sales between 2021 and 2023, which was compiled by the municipality's own property assessor. Just to note, like that 2021 to 2023, that is somewhat dated information, and anyone that's anywhere near agricultural property sales knows that current is different. These lands are worth hundreds of millions of dollars. This is an amazing asset that should benefit all residents of the municipal district of Taber, not just a few selected individuals. When you talk to residents, the two main concerns they have are service delivery and taxes. And service delivery is primarily roads, but it also includes other things. Water in the hamlets, the raw water would be another one. Recreation and proposals, just as the presentation that was just preceding mine. The municipality will need to collect approximately $20 million in taxes this year to balance the budget. A move to tendered leases on all agricultural leases would most likely result in an increase of $2 million based on leases tendered over the last 5 years, which would allow for a 10% reduction in overall taxation, or I guess any combination here, or an increase in the services in the municipality. The Scope Dan project could also provide significant tax reductions or funding for services. If there's a desire in council to increase the tax base in the municipality through economic growth, the conditions to attract business must exist first. That includes the resources needed for businesses to operate, the infrastructure to support those businesses, and a stable tax environment. An increasing tax rate is a disincentive for any business to start. They want to have stability. They don't want to be milked for all that they're worth. That's not an environment where business starts. Getting value for the assets that MDT has under its control and deploying those resources to create the environment for new business to develop is the first step in encouraging more economic growth in MDT. There is a recurring theme to look after the little guy, and that is noble, but it seems that direction could be very counterproductive. The best way to allow small or young operators to enter the market is to allow for a reasonable amount of turnover in leases. Transferability of leases without first going to a public bidding process makes it harder for young or smaller farms to enter or to expand. Also, giving special consideration to grazing associations which have very restrictive memberships requirements puts a barrier in for many young or small individuals. As of this spring, there are 2 associations that only have 11 members each. All of the associations together only have 90 members. The membership has been declining. It is entirely possible and even likely that there could be a grazing association at one point in time that is controlled by a single individual or entity. Has this been considered? How could the municipality justify special consideration to a single entity compared to others that lease similar lands? Council should be very careful in giving any class of leaseholder special treatment. I think this is quite notable. There's one group of leaseholders that isn't complaining, even though they hold leases that are the most restrictive, have the least benefits, and they are also paying the highest rental rates. That is the leaseholders that have tendered leases. Why would that be? Council discussions have quite often centered around the theme of fairness. Being fair does not necessarily mean that all individuals are treated equally, but that they are at least being treated in an equitable manner. This measure has been sorely missed, and this council has the opportunity to shift in the right direction. In any transaction, there are at least two parties. If the transaction is fair, all parties are happy, or perhaps they're all unhappy. So when council put a pause on all decisions and discussions regarding municipally owned land, the first act was to have discussions with a single special interest group regarding lands in closed session, which was completely unfair. Charging different individuals different rates for a similar product is unfair. Providing different terms and privileges for contracts for the same product is unfair. Subsidizing rental rates is unfair to the users of municipal services and the ratepayers of the municipality. So the last thing I want to say that is if council is going to make significant changes to the duly passed land management policies, there must be a new round of public engagements if there's going to be fairness for all residents and ratepayers in the municipality. So behind the letter here, I've also included the summary of comparable sales. So you have that and you can see that. So verification of the value of the lands that we have here. And also there's the Grazing Association information, the memberships for them, and the eligibility requirements for those grazing associations. So if there's anything that you would like to ask me, I am more than willing to entertain that.
Council, at this time, if you have any questions for Mr. Hildebrandt, you can ask them now. All right. Thank you for taking the time to come to council and speak to us and providing this letter and the information.
Thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. Okay, the next item, I know several of you had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Saunders. He is not able to be here today. We have done this before for someone who wasn't able to be here, so I don't feel we're too offside on this. He has a letter that is in front of us. I will read it in. It has been handed out to everyone. So it's from Mr. Jason Saunders, who is an MD of Taber resident. Hello, I'm just trying to understand some of the logic of the thinking of council and some of our residents. I have both rented land and rented out land privately within my farming career. It does dramatically affect one's business, but that does not mean that the minority needs of a few individuals should outweigh the ownership rights of the entire MD. I thought this issue was resolved, that there was going to be some adjustments on the way leases were handled. All I'm asking for is, as a resident of the MD that does not benefit from these private deals, is that if the intent of this council is to keep grasslands as grasslands, that they are completely open to all residents of the MD, being that these residents are subsidizing the land, subsidizing the use of these lands and are the owners of these lands, for both grazing and lease lands and individually held lands. Or that the rental rates go to the full commercial value within this area and not given long-term leases that never are open to outside bidders. Or if the intent is to sell the lands, it would be in the interest of the residents that we wait until the leases expire and open the land to bidding to get the best value. Jason Saunders. All right, before we carry on, at this time, is there anyone else besides delegations who would like to address council? Whether online or in the gallery, I see no one except for the delegation that's coming forward. All right, so we will continue on to delegation, which is the RCMP report. Now, Sergeant Gimmel is not able to be here today, so we will just review the report as attached. And if we have questions, then we can, through Arliss, go to Sergeant Gimmel, or he'll be at an upcoming meeting. Thank you. Do you have any questions on the RCMP report? If not, then I will ask for a motion to receive the report as presented.
I can move the RCMP report as presented.
Thank you, Ernie. Any questions? Those in favor? The RCMP report is received. Okay, we're moving on to the delegation from Aurora Prairie Power and Renew Well Energy Solutions. Welcome. So as you're getting set up, we'll do a quick introduction because we have a new council since you have last seen us. So we'll start with Murray and we'll make our way around the horseshoe, and then we'll go to Arliss for an introduction and then turn it over to you. Thank you for attending.
Morning, Murray Reynolds, Division 6, Inchen area.
Lane Johnson, Division 1, west of Tabor.
Good morning, Rocky and Keith. John Trujillo, Division 2, which is south of Tabor.
Tamara Mianega, Division 4, which is Tabor north to the Old Man River.
Martin Connor, Division 7, Vauxhall area.
Sorry, David Torrey, Division 3, which is the Grassy Lake area.
Ernie Peters, Division 5, which is Hayes.
And our administrative team over here.
All right, we'll turn it over to Keith and Rocky for their presentation. Just push that button. Just a reminder, the meeting is live streamed and recorded, so we have to push that button to keep the red light on. Once you press it, it'll stay on. There we go.
Sorry, my voice was a little dry too. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I would like to present on behalf of Beaver Renewables and Aurora Prairie Power. My name is Rocky Gao. Currently, is the president and CEO of both of companies. And I've done a presentation probably 2 years ago to introduce it about, on the personal side, a little bit about my background. I've been in this region since 2002, so roughly speaking, around 23 years. So I feel here really like a home. And then I'm involved in solar back in 2012 and 2011. So solar is always a passion to me. Then that's how I get connected with Keith Herschel. And then we thought, if there's opportunities, we can make solar is more popular here, but also we can bring some benefits to the region. Why not just do this? And in the past years, I also worked for different factories. So that's my strengths and my stronger part is the kind of world leading factories connections. Personally, I actually brought one branch in to the region. When I say region, it's kind of like North America, included Canada and the States. So for the last 5 years, I built that brand. Now it's #2 in its category. That's a little bit on my personal side. But to our local operation here, without this operation working with renewal, it will be a perfect match to deploy our products or our ideas, and also we can bring some community benefit to this region. So that's why we decided to go in these opportunities. At the beginning, we look at those sites. At that time, still Canadian Solar was involved in this type of operation. But down the road, they pulled out, and we thought maybe we can take over and continually promoting the idea. So that's why we're kind of working on the first job site. That was when we proposed it the first time. I think it was back in 2021 or 2022. So some were around there. So through the process, we actually run into quite a bit of a few hurdles. Then finally, I think we're really close to the end of it to make it happen. So I'd like to share two things. Number one is with our a few updates with our first job site, and secondly, we would like to see if there's feasibilities or possibilities we can acquire more opportunities similar along the line. So please, if correct me if I'm missing anything. So first of all, we got the signed lease option on 8th of May this year. And also the second thing is on the business side, because we strategically bring in another investor in, so we have to formalize Aurora Prairie Power as the main entity for the local operation. And then on the 19th, we transferred the lease option to Aurora from Beaver Renewables. And then when we started the working with Ferdies, and they found a little bit of issue with the transformer, which they have to escalate the issue to Outlink. So that's our current issue, but we think it's really manageable. It's just a kind of like systematic or procedure issue with Ferdies. So they have to get approval from Outlink first. So we are really positive for looking forward for the result. And then develop permit will be in plan as soon as we get the study back from Ferdies. And we're planning to start the construct or groundbreaking in early 2026. So possibly maybe around the March of the time. The second thing is the potential sites available with on the MD lands. So we've done some studies around that area, and we see there's a potential, a few sites available. Maybe we just want to propose and see if there's possibilities we can move on a further study on those sites. So Keith probably can share a little bit of information about the site conditions or some information in detail. Thank you.
Thanks, Rocky. I guess first, are there any questions on the part that Rocky has brought forward so far?
I have one, and that's in regard to how projects such as this fit into the province's baseline or base power requirements and battery backups, and the requirement for that going forward to promote grid stability. So how does a project like this fit into that, I guess, initiative or that ideology?
John, you're giving me the perfect intro for my next two slides. I will answer that question. So I guess the first, before I go to that part, just in terms of what Rocky has covered, essentially that first site should be ready to go. It's just the final details with Fortis, as Rocky mentioned. And so hoping to get that started in the spring. These other sites that are here are also orphan well sites on the MD land. The ones on the east side of the road are currently under lease agreement with Vauxhall Grazing, and also the ones on the south side of the road. But they're all orphan well locations. We've talked to the Orphan Well Association, and they would be willing to work out something if the MD was amenable. So we're just, basically bringing this forward for consideration, and if there was interest, then Rocky would like to open discussions about potentially lease options on these lands as well, provided that Fortis can provide the grid capacity. So if we just go to the next two slides. Thanks, Rocky. So John, this will answer your question. So first, again, I want to thank everyone here and the support that the MD has been in getting this project off the ground. It's been kind of slow because of the, a lot of questions, both political and operational, all these different things around how to bring, how to make the best, most economical and reliable grid for Albertans. And in fact, David Laurent Torrey was one of my inspirations in this, as Laurent traced the rising expense of electricity for especially the irrigation sector. And so that was one of our primary drivers with the work that we started with. Renewwell was really taking these inactive and abandoned sites which need to be addressed, and then also finding ways that we can integrate this generation type, intermittent generation into the grid in a way that it actually supports the grid and reduces cost increase into the future. So we've done two steps since the last time that I had a chance to speak with council. One is that, and I think last time I spoke, we were in the middle of this. We got some funding from the National Research Council, their IRAP program, and that was really focused on, as Laurent pointed out in his work, the biggest cost increase for Albertans has been the transmission build out. Basically these big transmission wires that either go from large wind farms to bring the power to communities, or they go from the oil sands area for cogen down to, the population centers. And that's been the biggest cost driver for your electricity bills. And so what we focused on with this National Research Council study was the idea that, and this is really important for this area, is that in peak irrigation season, many of the substations on a dry year are reaching near capacity. So this has been a point where the transmission companies, AltaLink and Fortis, apply to the AUC for upgrades, and then those upgrades end up being distributed on your electricity bills for everybody. But for 10 months of the year, those wires are only running at 20% capacity, and it's only for this short time that they're near 100%, so they have to upgrade. So what we looked at with Cal Koskowich from National Research Council, he's the IRAP rep in Lethbridge, he's also an electrical engineer. And so we worked together to basically put together a consortium. You can see the names of the different participants who were part of this. And we did a study which showed that if we put 1 megawatt solar plus a 1 megawatt battery storage in key locations in the grid, that can avoid additional build out, because effectively when those peak times come, instead of needing more wires to fit that one point, we basically can just discharge the battery to take the load off the line, and then that means they don't have to upgrade the wires. So we did that work. Most of the technical work was done by Fortis and by University of Alberta Research Grid Research Lab, and we showed that technically all this was viable. So we've been then invited by the government to participate in two additional initiatives. One is the mature asset strategy, which we just had meetings yesterday. That's chaired by David Yeager. And we met with Alberta Environment and with the Orphan Well Association yesterday to look at potential details for scaling. And then we're meeting with the AER again on Wednesday. But basically what we're wanting to make sure, and Daryl Bennett has been the key on that mature asset strategy side, because we want to make sure that landowner rights and the municipalities' land use responsibilities are front and center in all of this work, because that was sort of, I guess, in the initial report from the mature asset strategy, those things were not strongly enough emphasized. So the government is looking at that, and we're trying to keep that moving forward. And then the other thing is that the NRCan, National Resources of Canada, has federal funding for something called the Strategic Renewable Energy Program, Electrification Program. And part of that funding is something called critical regional priorities. And that's where each province could pick one or two projects that they felt were really important for the future of that region, that province or territory. And our project ended up being selected by the government of Alberta. And we're now in conversation with Natural Resources Canada about getting a project kicked off that would actually, we're working closely with Fortis and again with U of A Grid Research Lab, where effectively Fortis will identify locations where they would project network build out or grid enhancement, but things could be done more cheaply or more economically by doing the strategic 1 megawatt solar plus battery storage. And then we basically would be looking at orphan well or abandoned well locations in those feeder circuits, and then proposing to put projects in those locations. And to prove that this can both stabilize the grid, reduce electricity costs, and be a strategic way of bringing on new generation for the province. So those are the two main initiatives that we're involved with since the last time I spoke with council. I'm sure once we get underway with Fortis on this NRCan project, we'll be back to council again, because I'm sure some of these projects will be here. Part of also in the mature asset strategy, we're talking to Alberta Environment about Crown land. And as you know, in the Hayes area and Grassy and just east, there's a lot of orphan well infrastructure that will not be addressed over a long period of time, probably because of the needs for private landowners. So we're talking to the province about potentially being able to lease some of these sites for power generation and also to provide funding to help clean up the rest of the sites. So those are basically where we are. I guess last slide is just a summary to kind of cover what I already did, is that we've proven the potential with the two pilots with the help of the MD of Taber at Fincastle and Barnwell. We've proven that these things can work. We've done this non-wire solution study with NRCan, or Natural Research Canada, and that proved that feasibly we can help grid stability and we can also produce lower cost electricity. And then also we're basically, and this has always been the issue, it's really trying to get these regulations set up in a way that we can streamline this process. And so we may always ask for support with your, as you know, the MD so kindly put forward that resolution a couple of years ago. We're still pushing the government on that same resolution. If we can get that done, things will go faster. So happy to answer any questions. Thank you for your time.
Council?
I've got one question.
We'll go Ernie,
ahead.
then Lane,
Yeah.
then David.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay.
Are we reaching a saturation point in terms of how much solar that our present grid can handle?
That's a really good question, and I guess one way I would answer that is in the conventional sense of the way we're doing it, yes, because what you've probably seen is that in the past few months, and Iracan, SMRID was hit by this, that there's enough solar on the grid now that together with the cogen, which never shuts down, there's these times during the day when the sun's shining that the electricity price, wholesale price goes to zero.
Mm-hmm.
There's just so much, and with the big projects that are on the grid, these very large solar projects they put on, they have to start curtailing those productions because there's not enough transmission capacity, grid capacity for that. So there was too much solar built up at the same time, and especially with these big projects. And I think what really the mistake was that with solar or any kind of energy source, it's better to have it distributed over a broader area. Mm-hmm. And then the storage component is really important. And what we're looking at with this particular SREP project is that the solar's primary purpose will be to keep the batteries charged. Because, you know, as you probably look at the wholesale price, and Iracan was really hit by this, they have many days in the summer where power price, they're producing a lot of electricity at a price of zero. And then the sun starts going down and the price goes up to $500 a megawatt hour. And so for half an hour at the end of the day, they made more money than they did for the entire day. And that can be changed by actually having storage so you can keep that battery charged and discharge the battery when the power is needed.
Thank you.
I think it was an excellent question. Thanks.
So I just want to, what is it that you're needing from the MD of Taber? What can we do to help?
Thank you, Lane. Well, I guess there's kind of a short answer and a bit of a longer answer. The short answer is that, you know, if you would take a look at the other potential sites Rocky's proposed and just let us know if you would like to be willing to accept lease options on those. And then as Rocky gets the Fortis studies done, then we'll come back to council and request lease options on some additional sites. I think this would be good for the MD. I mean, the tax revenue is favorable and the lease is a lot higher than the grazing lease prices. And I'm really have to say, Rocky, I'm very impressed with the way you've handled things. They've done everything in you know, the reclamation plan, all these things. We've really, you know, he's done a great job with that. So that's one. And then the other one, Lane, is we'll probably come back and ask you again, maybe for a letter of support. And in fact, even on this SREP project, it never hurts to have additional letters of support as we're navigating that. We do have letters of support from a couple of other municipalities, and so you know, you guys have been so great. I hate to keep asking for more, but you know, anything like that is helpful.
The other question I had, can you go into a little more detail on the issue that or the struggle that you're having with Fortis? Is there anything else that can be done there, or is it a potential showstopper, or do you anticipate that it's just going to resolve itself fairly soon?
Lane, that is an extremely good question. And what it really comes down to is the way that the current market design is set. You know, and this is part of what we're asking for this, and why the province is backing us on this request to NRCan, that really for Fortis to do things in a way that is more efficient and more cost effective for all of the consumers, and even which is technically better, they can't return the same money to their shareholder. And then also this is even a bigger problem for AltaLink because basically their revenue stream decreases. And you're probably aware of the controversy around the McCain-Coaldale project with that self-supply and export, as you know, you guys would have been affected. That the problem is that the more that you take power away from or you basically change the way that the power dynamics flow, you change the way the entire market is designed, and you start getting winners and losers. And what I'm concerned about is that it's getting so cheap, and you know, I've heard rumors you guys have done some of this, that you can generate enough of your electricity that people who can afford to get off the grid, and then the cost is carried by everybody who can't afford to get off, sort of like the what used to be the regulated rate, or now this rate of last resort. So we're working with the province, and part of this NRCan study is Fortis has basically tried to work out a deal with the province that as we pilot this project, that we can monitor the market impacts. And so then the government can build a policy that treats everybody fairly. But right now we have great resistance from AltaLink, that they don't want to lose, you know, their money they make from transmitting electricity. And Fortis is caught between a rock and a hard place because they want to serve the consumer, but also they don't want to cut down their bottom line. So government is going to have to take a stand. And I believe they need to make a stand for a strong grid for best possible outcome for everybody in the province, not just certain sectors. And the irrigation community has been hit probably harder than anybody. So, you know, just your continuing support and asking questions and bringing that forward to the higher levels of government as a need, how important this is a big help.
My question, I guess, to you and to any of the staff is just how is the tax structure for this kind of solar? Like you mentioned that it's good for, I just don't know what the details are of that.
Yeah, that's actually, David, a particularly good one, because when we did the two projects with Irrican, it's taken probably, what, two years, Brian, to finally get the linear tax assessment on it. And when they did the linear tax assessment, it seems to be disproportionate to the utility scale projects. Like we were kind of forecasting about 10,000 a megawatt, Brian? Yeah, about 10,000 a megawatt has been average for the big projects per year. And for some reason, Irrican got hit for 20,000 for 1.2 megawatts. So we're trying to understand why they had a higher tax rather than a equal or lower tax. So we're still trying to sort that out, but I would say it will probably come out to about, for these projects, about roughly $10,000 to $12,000 a megawatt installed. Oh, and then, of course, yeah, with Rocky's case, there's the lease on top as well. So, yeah.
So I guess, so what you're saying is by providing local generation, it's disrupting the market.
For the big guys, yeah. For the guys that have made their business case off one-way power flow, it's disrupting that market. Absolutely right. But what it does have the potential, in fact, one of the things we did in the NRC study, right at the time we were concluding that, AESO came out with a long-term transmission outlook, and they're showing, you know, continue 50% additional growth in transmission costs over the next, and they actually, in the last part of that report, it says the government is forcing us to look at non-wire solutions as a more effective way of doing this. So AESO is aware of this problem, but the government has to have the teeth to say we're going to do something, because Berkshire Hathaway Energy owns AltaLink, and they have been a very major player in pushing down distributed generation.
Just two final questions. Has Decentralized Energy Canada been involved in advocating for the issues that you're working on or working through?
Yes, absolutely. And Nook is a good friend. And yes, so we've been working with DC on that for sure.
Okay. And then I just need to clarify, the sites that you're located on, they're former orphan wells. Who is the lessor? Who is the lessee on those sites?
Yeah, so in Rocky's specific case, we initially did target that orphan well site, but I guess there was some feeling that potentially that quarter could go to irrigation at some point, so we actually moved it off to the north corner. The other sites which we're asking for are sites that are already kind of in the corners on the other land areas where there is orphan locations. So basically, there is still a kind of a lease on those sites. It's I think, Brian, you're getting section 36 on this? Yeah. So, you know, the government is paying the lease rental on the orphan sites. Effectively, so there is kind of this fuzzy lease in a way, and the Orphan Well Association is administering. So basically what would happen, like in this case with Rocky, is that as those sites are moving to their reclamation certificate, that if the MD says we'll keep the road, access road, so that they don't have to take it out, and that together with the MD and with Rocky's team that you'll do the vegetation management, then the ORWA can get a faster rec cert, and then Rocky's new lease would go on top of that and the old lease would terminate.
Administration, do you have a recommendation of how you would like, there is a request, it says requesting consideration of this possible option on slide 3. Is this an area that administration would like to do that have council direct administration to do an RFD or minimum a discussion on these options? Not today, but in the near future?
Yeah, typically that's how we present, I guess, follow-up information with respect to delegations. If council wants to pursue it further, we'll bring back some suggested recommendations and or additional information if there is any.
Okay, thank you. So council, that would be a motion to receive the presentation, and if you're interested, and to request administration to bring an RFD on the consideration of possible sites, if that's something that we would like to entertain. If someone's willing to bring that forward.
I can make that motion.
We'll need some better words. So MD of Taber receives the Aurora Prairie Power and Renew Well Energy Solutions presentation. and request administration at a later date bring forward to council the potential Aurora sites on MD lands for discussion. Is that close, David?
Yeah. Seems to pop it up there.
Yeah, she'll do that. That doesn't mean it's a commitment, it means it's a discussion.
All right, I motion that the MD of Tabor receive the Aurora Prairie Power and Renewell Energy Solutions presentation for information, and that administration prepare additional information regarding the potential Aurora sites on MD land and present to council at a future meeting for discussion and consideration.
Thank you. Any questions on the read-in motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you. And I'm sure you'll work with our administration as they do that next step.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I wish everybody a Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Okay, so we are now moving down to number 7, bylaws. Bylaw number 2028, Van Dyke Area Structure Plan, 7.1, and then 7.2. So I'll turn it over to administration and the development team.
Thank you. We're coming forward to propose that a first reading be given to land use to the bylaw 2028 and 2029 for Van Dyke Area Structure Plan, as well as it would require a land use bylaw amendment for a rezone from rural agricultural lands to group country mixed use. So that this was brought before the MPC prior and then was referred to this body as is required. First reading would be required in order to start the public consultation requirements to move forward with the bylaws. I'll just go into the summary of the key points. The proposed bylaw 2028 is to establish and requirements regarding the subsequent development and subdivision of lands described as Block 1, Plan 9410733 in Southeast 231015 west of the 4th, consistent with group country mixed use land use designation. The proposed bylaw number 2028 will promote orderly growth and development to occur while minimizing land use conflicts proposed with bylaw number 2028 and proposed bylaw number 2029 are being presented concurrently, as bylaw 2028 addresses the necessary adoption of an area structure plan for Van Dyke's development And bylaw number 2029 addresses the necessary amendments of land use bylaw number 2011 to accommodate the development. Some of the background, subject site, block 1, plan 940, as I read earlier, has a total area of 34.25 acres and is currently zoned rural agricultural. The applicant plans to undertake subdivision that would divide the subject parcel into 3 lots that will be redesignated to group country mixed use, denoted as lots 1, 2, and 3 is in figure 1. It is attached with the Ben Dike area structure plan. As illustrated in figure 1, lot 1 and 2 would both be 10 acres and lot 3 would be 14.25 acres. The subject site is located approximately 2.5 kilometers northwest of the hamlet of Purple Springs. Proposed lots can be accessed from Range Road 151. Proposed development of the group country mixed use at this parcel is consistent with the existing activities and land use along Range Road 151 between the subject parcel and Highway 3, which lies 2 kilometers to the south. These land uses include several existing residential acreages, as well as an ag construction business shop, which lies on the adjacent parcel to the north. As previously mentioned, subject site is currently zoned as rural agricultural, and as such, bylaw number 2029, amendment to the land use bylaw, is proposed concurrently to redesignate the lots to group country mixed use. I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions on this? Now, those of us who sit on the Municipal Planning Commission have seen this once. So if for those, it's just a change in designation for the purpose of an area structure plan. Ling.
I do have some questions and comments. First of all, is Mr. Ben Dike here?
Yes.
Okay. Van Dyke or Ben Dick? Either way. Sorry, my apologies. Just, I'm familiar with the process that the applicant has had to go through to get to this point. There's a number of new members of council around the table, and I'm just wanting to raise some questions to make sure that there's a clear understanding as to what level of financial risk is involved just to get to this point before a decision is even made on whether or not a project is going to go ahead. You've encountered a significant expense to do the site assessment. Are you willing to disclose what the dollar amount is that's on the table already before an approval is even in place? $10,000? Okay. And that could be something that you're going to be out of pocket if this project does not go ahead. I'm not, in raising this, I'm not being critical of what the past process has been, and I don't want to be misunderstood, and certainly not pointing my comments at administration in any way at all. I know that it's necessary for us to have the information that's required to confirm that the site is suitable for this use. But I'm suggesting that there's a way that we could do this in the future that reduces the level of risk for developers so that the expense doesn't have to be incurred upfront before a decision is made. The information can be gathered after decision is made, and it reduces the level of risk that developers have in coming forward with projects like this. I think the message that we want to send to the development community is that we are interested in seeing development happen, and we need to do whatever we can to encourage that. There has to be safeguards in place to make sure that the development is suitable for its intended use, but just the order in which the testing is done can be changed in the future so that the risk for projects of this nature is reduced for applicants going forward. I'm just sharing that as information. I hope that there's going to be an opportunity to come back for further discussion on that concept in the future. It doesn't apply to this project in particular. I support it. I would like to see it go ahead.
Thanks for that comment, Lane. I think that comment is probably best addressed in a different avenue, but it should be noted. And MD of Tabor recognized that many applicants take financial risks to ensure that their project goes through. So I don't think the council decision is based on the amount of the applicant's risk at this time for certain. So right now, the bylaw is before us, and first reading would allow us then to set the public notification process so that a public hearing could be held on February 10th. So I absolutely am open to more questions on the development and the bylaw. But if we are prepared, then we can do first reading and then set the public hearing. And I think in past practice, we have set those two separately. We haven't done the same motion. So we'll do the first reading motion and then a second motion, if that passes, to set the public hearing.
I'll move first reading.
Thank you. So Lane moves that the MD of Tabor give first reading to bylaw number 2028, Van Dyke Area Structure Plan, effective upon third reading of the bylaw. Any questions or comments? Those in favor? Thank you. And now a motion for the public hearing.
I can give you a motion that the MD of Tabor proceed with the public notification process based on a half-mile radius for a public hearing to be held at 1 p.m. at the February 10th, 2026 council meeting.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Those in favor? That is carried. So we will move immediately into bylaw number 2029. Maybe administration, for the sake that we have two members who aren't on MPC, we can just speak to what this aspect means, the amendment, and why it has to take place.
Mm-hmm. For sure. So with any of these subdivisions where it does require a rezone, that does affect our existing land use bylaw, especially our mapping section as well. So this would actually be the first property that would be zoned to grouped country mixed use. Over the course of updating our land use bylaw, this was a new zone that was brought forward by popular demand from the public, just to kind of address more light industrial uses that would be compatible on smaller acreage sites, rather than our traditional zoning of grouped country, which was more meant for estate style living. So this kind of allows maybe some bigger shops, options for a small mechanic or something to operate. So that would be the change in use from what it currently is, which is rural agricultural. And that's just due to the parcels out of the quarter.
Thank you. Okay, so it would be the same practice that we just went through, a motion for first reading, and then following that, if it passes, a public hearing.
I can move that the Municipal District of Tabor give first reading to bylaw 2029, amendment to land use bylaw 2011.
Thank you. Any questions on the read-in motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried. And a motion for the public hearing. Lane?
I'll move that we proceed with the public hearing that's required for bylaw number 2029.
Lane moves to proceed with the public notification process based on a half-mile radius for a public hearing to be held at 1 p.m. at the February 10th, 2026 council meeting. Any questions? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, we have our next delegation at 10:30 who is present. So what I propose is we take a 5-minute break and then we'll move right into Kevin Wynn's presentation. So let's take 5 minutes and then we'll start on the next item. Okay, we'll resume the meeting. Next item on the agenda is a closed session item. Closed session is pursuant to section 197 sub 2 of the MGA and section 20 of the Access to Information Act, ATIA. Disclosure harmful to business interests of a third party, Windiana Farms, Kevin Wynn. Mr. Wind is present, and so at this time I ask for a motion to go into closed session.
Motion to go into closed.
All those in favor? Okay, a motion to come out of closed session,
I can give you a motion to come out of closed session.
10:32. Those in favor? That's carried. Okay, our next delegation is the Old Man Leaseholder Association. We'll just give them a minute to get back. Now, we will double check with them. They're scheduled for 11. So if they have others who are joining them, then I would propose we continue on. So we'll just wait for Henry to come back. So, I think we should, Henry, come on in. We have a question for you. Are you expecting others to join you at 11?
No, I made it 3 of us.
So you have an option. We can wait until 11 to start, or we can go right into your delegation. Yeah, the council, that works for you as long as you. Okay, then we're going to continue on with our agenda and we'll pause at 11. That's why we ask people to have a set time. So, okay, so we will come back to item 6.2.5 and we will move into the consent agenda to reports. Mine is up first. I think this is our first time we've had council reports at a meeting. Normal practice is to have them at the second meeting always of the month. Now we've had a lot going on, so we haven't done them. We have a new format and there's no requirement to do a written copy. Every councillor will have the opportunity to share if they so choose, and if not, they can just pass as well. So my report is there. It's quite detailed. The minutes that have been approved are attached. It has been a very busy startup to a new council, always lots of community events. The things that I would like to point out to those who may be listening is that when we were at the Rural Municipalities Association, we had the opportunity to meet with the Minister of Municipal Affairs, with the RCMP, and with Transportation and Economic Development Quarters. We were able to bring forward some of our issues and concerns. And then we also had the opportunity to meet with Newell County and Cypress County to discuss some regional items that we had. RMA was very useful to us. And then we've been involved in all kinds of other meetings, committee meetings. So I won't go through all of them. It's there, it's written, and the minutes are attached, but I will take any questions if council has any. Okay, seeing none, we'll just continue through the reporting and we'll move to Lane.
So the three committees that I'm on, Joint Economic Development, the Chamber of Commerce, and the museum, have attended meetings for each of those organizations. The Chamber of Commerce, the award recipients were selected, and the annual awards banquet is taking place on Friday, January 23rd. So I'd encourage everybody to get tickets for that event. It's at the Civic Center. The museum had a good meeting there. Of course, they're looking for funding and have desperate needs for more space in their facility. There's quite a keen group of individuals that are involved in that organization and very much have an interest in promoting the museum and the benefits that it would provide for the community. And then Joint Economic Development, we just discussed the things that are happening on that joint committee, the plans that are in place that have been part of conversations that council has had around the table already. So if there's any questions on any of those, I'd certainly take those.
questions? We'll move on to Councilor John Tomato.
Yeah, so again, quite a busy month. I was also, a new committee, I guess I've been put on, is the Regional Water and Wastewater Assessment Initiative, which is it's looking at water commissions and the governance and reporting and different aspects to them, including hub facilities. And so I participated in that while at RMA in the first meeting, and then I was also on a conference call on the 3rd, and then yesterday, and it was supposed to be today as well in Red Deer, but I came home for council. And so that's one that I've been put on the steering committee for, and it's going to provide a lot of, I guess, guidance as far as future funding, how the governance structure works between hub facilities and water commissions, because we're fortunate in that we are the hub facility in 2 of the water commissions that we participate in, whereas a lot of these people are purchasing water from hub facilities, and there's no disclosure as to how they come up with the prices. So it's quite complex, and so they're just trying to come up with some, I guess, some rules around how this all takes place. So it's been very good so far. And if there's any questions on any of the other committees that I sit on, I look forward to your questions.
On that committee, I do think there's value, maybe at some point today, maybe at the final, we can have a discussion and make a motion if council desires that you continue on it. We do have a policy that states that councillors could deem that it's important to attend and it's valuable, but we may want to have a discussion just so that we can either endorse or make suggestions on attendance, because it sounds like there is quite a commitment.
It's quite a commitment, and they're hoping to get this all done by March 31st. So probably in the new year, there's probably going to be another 2 or 3 day session that I might need to attend. And they're fully understanding in me having to come back for council. And that's, of course, always takes priority. And so that's the way I would base this. And they're more than accommodating with that.
And some of the membership who is there, County of Lethbridge.
So the steering committee involves, there's a couple of water commissions, ourselves. The chair of the steering committee is also Grant Hunter. And then there's multiple, I guess you'd call them technical committee or administrative committee members as well, which involves this, Lethbridge, the MD of Tabor, with Arliss, and the CAO of Lethbridge County, which is Cole Beck. And so there's probably about 25 people participating. There's only 5 on the steering committee, and the chair of all the committees is Associate Minister of Water, Grant Hunter. And so it's going to be interesting to see what comes out of it. Yesterday's discussions were very, very, very good, very in depth, and I was looking forward to today's, but I will get briefings on those. So just participate in what I can, and maybe we'll, I look forward to a motion later on in the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions at this time for John? We'll move to Councillor David Torrey.
It's been quite a learning experience, obviously. I feel like the fire hose analogy works well, but the one that I thought I should report on, at least briefly, is the Oldman River Regional Service Commission. Is that, get that all in there? It's just an interesting process. We use them for our planning help, and Bonnie is amazing and their staff is amazing. But they've been losing money basically every year, and we went through quite the budget thing. And so our fees are going to go up fairly substantially here, but that was kind of according to plan. It was proposed about 3 years ago to increase the fees, but then all of the municipalities said, why don't you burn through your reserve first, and then we'll. So for the last 2 years, we've just been using up their reserve, but now it's basically gone, and so the fees will have to come up. So it's just going to be interesting, and I mean, we've got the budget reports and all those things, but it is an interesting business model that they're doing services for us, basically fee for service, and depending And there were some years where there was just a lot of work for them to do and they made money, but now it's a little bit different. And so their fees have to go up. There was definitely a lot of the presentation was around how important their service is to all of us, and compared to us hiring an individual planner for like bringing it in-house as compared to doing it with them. And I think they made a pretty good case. It's pretty hard to get the depth of knowledge and of their whole team in one individual. We probably would be taking on quite a significant risk. Raymond is in the middle of hopefully they're finishing up, but there was quite a challenge as they did a new development or like a new business district in the town, and then the whole town blew up because they're trying to protect the downtown. They didn't want the new one, and if they hadn't had really good help from from Bonnie and their team to make sure that they were doing it all correctly, it could have all went to the courts and it could have been really, really messy. And it ended up that they had done it properly, and then it still was. I mean, it's a very emotional town. If any of you are aware of Raymond, but anyhow, they definitely highlighted that it's very important for us to have Bonnie and just a really good team. So it was a nice presentation, and we can get more details on it. But our fees will go up in the future.
Thank you. Any questions for David? Okay, we'll move next to Councillor Ernie Peters.
Yeah, I'll claim that I didn't realize this was coming. So I'm not prepared really, but I think the one I'm going to highlight is I ran up to Castor for the Veterans Memorial Highway Annual General Meeting, and I'll just say Margaret Plumtree is an interesting person, and we'll leave it at that. And also our rates are going to go up, and I should have written down how much, like, to be part of that. It's very minimal to begin with, but I don't remember exactly how much it went up.
Thank you. Any questions for Ernie? Next is Councillor Murray Reynolds.
Yeah, my Ag Service Board minutes are in there, and the only other meeting I had was Boxer Regional Water Commission last week, so kind of a quieter month for me.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Condor.
I had 3. I'm not into computers quite yet, so we'll get there. The Vauxhall Ag Society, they're just waiting on some final approval. So they're waiting on one inspection on their building. It's a nice building. So they're still getting funding in place for that. Just waiting on a few things to get in place. I might find that out tonight. Got a meeting tonight. Regional Water, it went good. Good learning experience. Seems like they got a good handle on everything for us that they presented to us. And Regional Chamber of Commerce and put on a snowflake fall that they told me about the other night. It went good. Had a lot of attendance, brought a lot of people to town. It's probably the busiest night in Vauxhall other than July 1st, which is their next big event they're planning for July 1st. So that went well. And one thing I forgot, the Ag Society, they're running a casino, and they back lots to the community on January 7th and 8th, and they need a few volunteers for night shifts. So I volunteered, me and my wife. So if she doesn't know, she knows now.
She'll find out now.
Any questions for Martin? Okay, Council, what I would propose is that that will conclude our reports, and then you have everyone now, Henry. So it's 10:45. We'll go over to we'll stop the consent agenda, and we'll return to the Old Man Leaseholder Association presentation. So you can come to the mic and bring the people that you want to speak, or switch in and out.
I think everybody's familiar. I don't think we need to do introductions. I'm Daryl Johnson. Thank you again for meeting with us this morning. We were able to email ahead some some information. Hopefully everybody was able to get that. And we're just here to go over some of that information and mostly just take any questions that council may have in regards to leases. We've tried to fairly represent everyone we could get in contact with in regards to leases. And there's such a wide variety of them, as you guys know. But we've just tried to take into consideration all the different situations and kind of summarize things together here in this last document that we were able to put together. So yeah, we can just go from the start, and please just ask any questions that you guys may have. We put together some information regarding surface leases, just management considerations, cost considerations, impacts that leaseholders experience due to surface leases in general. Yeah, no, so that's kind of the first page there, and risks, of course, in the situation as well. Any questions regarding surface leases, compensation, what leaseholders experience? Like, if there's anything that you guys want to know that we're dealing with, we're here and we're willing to tell you what we've experienced.
Just to kind of back this, we just recently had a swimming pool appear in our pasture, and this was a reclaimed, already certified old site, and it started leaking from down below, and our cattle started swimming in it, and it turned into a big mess. Thankfully, the oil company that was responsible for that, we called the emergency number, but they did have to come in and bring in big rigs and everything, and the roads had all been reclaimed, but they still had to get there. So then they have to go through all the grass. There's these things just happen. The things that they're talking about here have all happened on my ranch, and mine isn't near as big as any of these. So this is part of the. I'm not quite sure how much of this, falls on the MD as administration or on the leaseholder. So I don't quite understand how that all works, but this stuff all happens. And it does take a lot of our time trying to answer all the phone calls, because anytime anything happens, it's multiple phone calls, because it's all very official, environmentally sensitive stuff that always has to happen.
Yeah, and as the leaseholder, like, you're the occupant, so you're listed there, your phone number's there, they're calling you. You're the one on the ground, meeting with them, dealing with it. Whatever the situation is, if it's a spill like that, if it's, we've had multiple pipeline breaks and there's spills that happen, and you got to go out there and you got to deal with these guys, meet with them, take care of the grass and get things cleaned up. And then they end up fencing these areas out, right? And they leave it for a matter of years, no matter what the situation is. It's usually 3 years that they'll fence it out, and then they come and look at it again, and then you got these fences to deal with, and we're just trying to get the idea across that there is real costs to the leaseholders for this activity that's happening out on the leases.
Any more questions about this report?
So just to keep it, from my mind, simple then is, so like the $300 would be more to, instead of billing all the time when you deal for it, it's just, no matter what you got to deal with, it's done, and you guys deal with everything. We don't have to do paperwork back and forth and say our time was taken up or this. If $300 per well, it would alleviate everything. It would pretty much take care of, the MD wouldn't have to do nothing then, correct?
I would say in general, it's a reasonable number, I would think. Of course, there are situations that are gonna be more and situations that are gonna be less, but to have some type of number there to take care of the leaseholder and what they're providing to the MD is kind of what this demonstrates and what we have to deal with on day-to-day basis. So definitely we aren't here for asking for any special treatment or anything that way, but we're just saying that these are the costs and this is what happens in the real world out there, and we do provide a service to the MD in taking care of all this these situations as well.
Martin, is your question, if we pay the $300, is the MD absolved of responsibility for everything? Is that?
Not everything, but just like, I don't even know how, that's why I said it's kind of hard to phrase it for the simple stuff.
Yeah.
Like if you got to fix a fence or if you got to deal with land issues, whatever. And like if there's a disaster, of course, you're not responsible for that. But
Yeah, there'll still be a certain amount, obviously, that Brian, handles.
Yeah, like
because you're the landowners, but this is for a lot of
Yeah.
the stuff that's listed that we're handling.
Yeah.
Kind of regardless. Yeah.
it's just nice to have it on paper to see what
And
it
just
all
a
includes.
small point that cultivation leases right now have no compensation for this, yet they're still dealing with quite a few of these concerns. So they're also dealing with companies coming in and out, whether they're accessing, through their crops, etc. So there should be some consideration as well, if not equal consideration given to a cultivation lease for this. So, and just want to know, these aren't ordered in any order of importance, or they're just points for discussion. So it's not like surface leases was the first thing discussed, because it's, the most important thing. So the next section is rental rates, and I'll let you folks talk about that because.
Yeah, for sure. We'd talk about rental rates. Overall, when you talk to any leaseholder, you just want to kind of know ahead of time kind of what's coming down the pipe so you can plan your business. So if you have a rental rate that's based on a calculation in regards to what the lease provides and what revenue is provided out of that grass, then you can go ahead and plan your business. So we're just asking if you guys would take a look at the provincial rate, and when you calculate what you want to charge for the grass, to kind of take that as your guideline and work from that rate. When they developed that rate, I've said it a lot of times, but when they developed that rate, they took into the consideration the economics of raising cattle on grass. So how much you can produce, how many pounds of beef you can produce, what your costs are, and then giving a fair return for the province of Alberta, which is the landowner, and then the leasee being able to still continue their business and as well be able to move on to the next year and make some money on the grass as well. So that's the mechanism with the rental rate. Any questions in regards to rental rate or anything that we can help you understand with rental rate at all?
So that provincial rate how often is that adjusted?
Every year. So every year they recalculate it. Todd Lowen is the minister there, and it's in his department, and they calculate that every year. So about 5 years ago, they started with this new formula, and then they just look at the market conditions. It's based on if you're running yearlings out there, that's what they based it on. So if you put a yearling out there in April or May, whenever you go out, take it to the fall, and then they take the market calculation on what the price is of that calf in the spring versus that yearling when you bring them out, and that's what they work off to calculate that price. Yeah.
Yeah, and the point of this is just some stability going forward instead of 4 years from now and 8 and whatever that plan was, to review the rates. We don't know who's on council 4 years from now or where things go, and we're up against it again and again and again. And if we followed this, we would know in planning in the future what we can and can't do. It would just be a lot more stable for people coming into the industry to go on long term.
And I'll just maybe make a point. I also privately rent land, and we use this as the fundamental base of our agreement. And then we look at changing that based on, maybe a multiplier because it's private land. So it's a good starting point probably for looking at this. Like I said, to create stability and understanding.
So yeah, I'm assuming that each region, depending on how their grass is closer to the mountains out here, it's kind of tied to this provincial thing, but how it's actually calculated or what we will do as an MD, how do we work through that process of, how do we tie it to the provincial?
There are zones.
Yeah, so there's zone 1 and zone 2, like northern, southern Alberta, and it's also based on the quality of the grass. Like there's more grass up north, but it has way less quality. So they feel there's a lot more nutrients in this grass. So they've got that all pre-calculated. And so what it used in 1997, they're changing their AUMs now because it was based on a 1,000-pound cow with up to a 6-month-old suckling, and they're changing that now to 1,250 because the cattle weights have come up over the years. So that's something that they're also changing. But yeah, they have zones where how they calculate where they've gone to.
So I'm just wondering, what would it look like? Like, what do we think is a good proposed rate for starting point for this year? Like, do we need to have a negotiating meeting just like they would with the sugar beets or the potatoes to figure out this price? Or is it fairly simple that we can talk it through?
Well, if we could take the AGL rate, and if the 14 isn't enough, you guys were at 2650 is where the old council was at. If we can keep that like times whatever to get close to where you guys want to be, and then just stay with that rate. So as the AGLA rate changes, ours changes with it.
Right, so we would set that kind of base, let's say it was 26, just like it was proposed before, but then every year it would adjust.
It would change, yeah.
Yeah.
So I think what Henry's proposing is a multiplier basically on the provincial rate. So if the current provincial rate is 8 and you want it to be closer to 24, let's say, or whatever, then you have a 4 times the multiplier, 3 times multiplier, 4 times for 32. So you'd have a multiplier that gets you close to today's rate, and then next year that's going to go up to 14, and then your rate would automatically shift up with that multiplier. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I don't really understand the process, so I'm assuming that most of us don't. I'm just trying to help us understand, yeah.
Yeah, for me, I don't necessarily right now, when we have our discussion this afternoon, I have some thoughts, but what I'm hearing, and I just want to make sure that I've heard correctly, is that you would like predictability year to year on what those rate increases were, and that if you were to base it off the AGL rate, then at least year to year what you would be paying, and then in return, the MD would know what their income would be.
Yes, and we know them AGL rates ahead of time before we bill our members. So if we need to up our rates for the year, we're able to do that, or however that direction goes. But that gives us the stability to know ahead of time, all the time, where we're at.
And I'll ask one more question. So you said a multiplier to get closer to the 2650 that we had. So would 2 times the AGL rate be something that the grazers would look at, or is it the 2650 with the multiplier? I'm just trying to get an idea.
I think to simplify it, that like double, if you come to that to your 2650, it's close enough that to keep it simple, just double the AGLA rate, and then it's easy to calculate every time they change. It's simple for you and us.
Okay, thank you.
And I'd like to make another point too, that people have brought up, that when it comes to these grasses, that people say they can't get in and they'd like it opened up, and I believe that to be false. And I think Tamara has also said that there is a map here somewhere, but there's a map out there that in all of the MD, everybody has an area, and everybody has boundaries. And so if you're in the MD, you're in one of them areas. And so if you're in that area, you can put an application in to put cattle in. This is for everybody in the MD. And all them areas either fall under the Societies Act or the Cooperative Association Act. And they have guidelines and rules they have to follow too from provincial government. So if you put an application in and get refused, you can bring that to the provincial government, and there's an appeals process, and they will step in and see what the deciding factors are. But I would say that anybody that fits the criteria of that association, they have to let them in. And there is an appeals process for that. So this grass is for everybody in the MD. There's no exclusions. You just have to fit the criteria of the association that you're trying to apply to.
I think before we move on, a point about this rate as well, as it does follow cattle prices, and that reflects the economic reality, and that's why it's predictable as well. So that adds the predictability. No, I'm moving on to a second point, so please respond.
Just while you're talking about associations, it was mentioned before that one person could be part of that, could be all that be involved in the association. I'm assuming in an association, you have to have so many to have a board. Like, you can't just have one person make your whole board.
I do believe it's a minimum of 10.
Yeah, so there's got to be a minimum of 10 people that are in charge of it, not just, it was mentioned before that one person could be in charge of everything. But just to be clear, you have to have a minimum of 10.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And just so that we're clear, in our lease agreements for the MD of Tabor, the new ones, we refer to them as community pastures. So sometimes grazing associations and community pastures get used interchangeably, but I'm trying to stick with community pastures just so we all know we're talking about the same thing.
Well, and this is for the community. It's
Right.
for all of the MDs. So that's I think it's a good definition of it.
Okay, thank you. So go ahead, Kim.
Sorry, I just want to make sure we don't glaze over the point of cultivated land rents, because they're also represented within this. So there's just a recommendation here for a 5-year term on cultivation leases with rates to be established by council. And so that's something that should be discussed as well. Right now it's a tender process. So there's been an ask from leaseholders to have that reviewed. Okay. Sure, I'll stay on this one. So going on to sale of land. So when we look at sale of land, we do support the sale of grazing and cultivation land with 2 kind of categories. So sales, we believe, should be granted to individual leases, but not necessarily community pasture leases. So just because we know that the leases for the community grazing associations are a valuable community asset, and so ensuring that they're not sold continues to protect that as an asset for the community. For the individual leases, we propose 2 separate purchase options. So one would be a purchase without covenants, meaning that a leaseholder who wishes to purchase their grazing land without any kind of covenant, they can do that through getting two appraisals and taking the average and having the first right of refusal on purchase for that. We've also added in that the land shouldn't be resold for a 5-year period. That ensures avoiding speculation and that type of activity. And then second is a purchase with covenants. So this would be for leaseholders who wish to purchase their grazing lease and protect it as native grass. So they would place a covenant, a 50-year covenant on their land, and then they would be able to purchase at the appraised value based on that limited use. So that ensures that some of our community, our native grass in our community remains protected. So it kind of gives us 2 avenues, best of both worlds. In both cases, a right of first refusal. So if we need some time to read through that one a little bit more, we can kind of go through it in detail, but any thoughts or questions on those?
So how long would the period be that they cannot take it out of grass if that's the option that they choose?
We're proposing 50 years, but certainly that can be discussed by council. Just, I think you'd need to have it a significant amount of time that at least a generation couldn't flip it over and create economic profit out of it once the covenant ran out.
Just a comment, I wonder, it'd be interesting to have a conversation with the Nature Conservancy people, because as an MD, if we were going to sell under that grass mode, we could actually have Nature Conservancy pay out 25% of the value of that land and put, I don't know if that's a permanent, I would think that's more permanent than 50 years if they get involved. But then as far as preserving some of the prairie long-term, it would be an interesting, because it would bring revenue in from outside investors into our MD. Like people that are from Calgary and Edmonton that are interested in preserving native prairie, they pay into these people and then they buy out a portion. They don't own the land, but they pay to get a covenant of some type of restriction, but I assume it's more permanent than 50 years.
Well, in general, the longer your covenant is, the longer your protection is, the more money you get paid. So
Okay.
if you do 100 years, you're going to get more than 50 years, more than 25 years, and it is negotiated based on the length of time that grass is protected for. We do have one point in here as well. Should the purchase of MD of Taber lands be restricted to residents only? And we would support the sale of land to MD of Taber residents only with the following exceptions. Immediate family for succession planning and for non-residents currently holding leases in the MD of Taber. So that would be our recommendation for policy. Anything to add from my counterparts on this part? Any further questions on sale of land?
You want to say something, Marty? I can see it.
It's not really on the sale. The 10-year thing. So before the MD got it back, people made a huge financial investment, took loans that were hundreds of, I don't even know, millions of dollars maybe, I don't know. With understanding every 10 years you could renew it and you could transfer leases before it come to the MD. So I'm assuming these people that got it when it was government of Alberta in charge of it still have these loans outstanding. And now that it's switched, the 10-year thing, if we're gonna change something, I think it's only fair to the people that invest that much money, assuming this was gonna continue, we need at least a minimum of a 10-year window before we start saying we're gonna just put it for open bids or we're gonna do something. Like, people made huge financial investment by moving these leases around and took out big loans that they're liable for. And I don't even, when the MD got it, it changed somehow. So I haven't got to see the resolution yet when that got changed on how these contracts got changed from when they went to the MD and now that 10-year got taken out. So if administration just show me that resolution, because I don't know when it got changed, or it'd be good information to when council had the resolution to change these contracts. Be good information for me. Thanks.
Yeah, and there's people that actually are paying for the next 10 years still, because they were under the assumption this would carry on. And if this gets rolled over in 5 years and the land gets put up for sale, not only do they have to try and finish paying what they had the right to lease, but then also try and pay for the land, I think it'd be a significant burden. I think to get them out there 10 years from now, give them a lot better chance of making this work.
Just one question of clarification on the right to assign or sell within the family. Would the members of the family also be required to reside in the MD region? Is that the understanding, or is it possible that for succession planning purposes, someone who has a lease can assign it to somebody that's in their family but has no other tie to the community?
Yeah, so I did put that in as an exception. I think it would allow council some flexibility, and a lot of folks, they have their parents residing on farm, the next generation is off farm and maybe out of the MD of Taber. I think you would have to demonstrate they have some kind of financial investment in the farm and have plans for eventual succession, as in being part of the farm. That was the intention with that. Maybe it's a bit self-serving. I am a successor in that situation, and it prevents, if we had MD of Taber rules, it would prevent me currently from being able to purchase or lease. Yeah. So I think you would have to have, I'm not sure how you would go about being able to prove succession other than whether they could demonstrate they have a financial interest in the MD of Taber and the operation.
So I guess this kind of highlights that often the farm only has one home on it, and the kids are maybe waiting to come back to the farm, but they're still living in Lethbridge or wherever and helping on the farm. But then, okay, I understand.
That was the situation that was trying to be addressed with that one. It was just an idea put forward. Maybe that would be good to flow over just to the assignment of immediate family and definition of immediate family. So we did provide an example of a definition of immediate family, just if council wants to have what we thought maybe would work for that definition. So it's listed there, but spouse or common law partner, children, which is biological or legally adopted stepchildren, so a child of a leaseholder spouse or common law, grandchildren and great-grandchildren. Sometimes this skips a generation, so children of leaseholders, children or grandchildren, children-in-law, and parents. And sometimes we see land going backwards, back to parents, so that's why we have that way as well. Any questions from us on that?
Is that similar to the definition of immediate family that we deal with in the RMA or whatever, or in the MGA? I mean,
As far as pecuniary interest?
yeah, that kind of a definition, is it somewhat consistent?
Well, I think it would be better to address what our definition is in the current lease as far as family.
Okay.
Or we can do both pecuniary interest.
We can, I don't know, I didn't prepare a comparison based on this document, so maybe a future
I think
time.
they're talking about, are you talking about the incoming leases or the current leases?
the ones that would be March 1st.
Okay. While you're looking at that, I can tell you where this definition comes from. So it's the definition of immediate family member for a qualified rollover for a qualified farm property for a tax exempt rollover. So it's a government definition. I just stole it. Are we okay to move on to right to sell and assign leases? Okay. So this does segue back onto what we were talking about there. The one thing about the right to sell or assign leases, really it only remains valuable if there's a certain measures adopted by the MD of Taber. So the first one would be a 10-year term, extended lease terms, the first right of refusal on renewal, and then the right to purchase. Those three things really is what gives leaseholders value in their leases to be able to transfer on. So we see this as a system where the leaseholders build equity through assuming the risks, executing infrastructure improvements, providing land stewardship. So they're building nominal value in the land that way. But then when the leaseholder sells the leasehold rights, they kind of recover that bit of investment without the MD of Taber having to compensate for any of that. And it allows the MD of Taber to secure the principal and have the bulk of that if the land is sold. So we feel like that's we steward and then allows a little bit of a financial benefit to the leaseholder going back. So we do run through all the benefits of having a right to sell. So do you guys want me to keep going? Does anybody else want to take these ones over? Okay. So obviously there's some revenue generated through assignment fees. Granting the right to sell these leasehold rights allows somebody who's retiring or exiting to get back some of their initial investment, and then they can use that capital in the MD. A certain amount of MD leases obviously will be sold, and then that value can be unlocked for the MD of Taber. Also, there is if somebody perceives value in their lease, then they're more likely to execute improvements. So if I believe that I'm going to be able to unlock kind of the value of improvements I make to the land, or if I take care of that land well and that land's in great shape and I know that it's going to have greater value, then I'm more likely to make those improvements, keep the fences up, make sure the grass is in good repair, because that will make that more marketable in the future. So there is a benefit to allowing that sale. And then second, just from an administrative efficiency standpoint, if we do this way, then it puts the onus actually on the leaseholder to find the next leasee. So it's not the MD having to put out a tender, anything like that. We're actually doing the work of finding somebody who we believe would be the next right steward for the land. So that is something that could be considered as well. Is it does keep you still have full control. Obviously, you can put into place parameters on whether somebody qualifies or not to take on the lease, but we can take on the administrative piece of actually doing the sale of the lease to the next person and finding that qualified younger operator. So that's those pieces. Is there any questions about those thoughts? Excuse me.
Just a comment, like a lot of ranches have been built with some deeded land and some leased land. That's very common. And so then when people retire or when people sell, just decide they're not ranching, if the option to sell the lease goes with it, it keeps business units that are already have, some of them generational, that they're viable units that can be moved back and forth. Whereas without the lease being able to be bought and sold, sometimes what's left isn't viable. But that has been the lease model for, generations, that the leases are able to be bought and sold with those properties. So it's obviously, we're trying to discuss whether we want to do something completely different, but this is a system that, if discarded, it has been used for generations and has worked, and it does allow people in and out of the market. You can, I just bought a bunch of crown lease land in the county of 40 Mile, and it was a family that had a ranch, and I bought their ranch, and it came with deeded and lease, and it just made it very nice for them to be able to sell the whole package to me, and it was very good for that family to be able to do that, and it makes it so that I actually have an economic unit that works in there. So I don't know, it's the way the province does it. It works very, very well. And I think we'd want to be, you'd have to have really good reasons, because it does allow people in and out of the market. It isn't a closed system.
I have a couple questions for you, David, since you brought up your own personal experience. So was the price that you bought of the provincial a set price, or did you make an offer?
Yeah, it was all based on an offer. It was a market price.
And then my second question is that the current lease, the one that is operational right now, that all of our leaseholders signed off on, has an end date. So this isn't a 2-year ago council. This isn't a 4-year ago council. This is a 10-year ago council that people signed contracts that had a February 28th, 2026 end date for grass. So I keep struggling that we keep hearing that it is the way we've done it, but this is 10 years ago. How did no one read this 10 years ago? I wasn't even here. None of our staff were involved in it. So I'm struggling that keeps coming up. And I realize they have some options on the table, and that's why we wanted them here. But I'm trying to deal with the facts of what we have.
I think what was tough with that, Tamara, is that in only 3 years, or less than 3 years or 4 years before that, that article came out in the Taber Times with all of the commitments that the council was making. So when people came in and signed leases in 15, 16, in their recent memory, they had those commitments.
I know we have heard from some people that say they don't read or vet their contracts. I do. And I just can't imagine signing something that I knew had an end date. So that's my struggle with this.
I think it goes back mostly just to the way things have done and patterns of dealings, because leases have always been held that way. And you have your provincial leases. MD of Taber, of course, got these lands back, and everybody assumes that they'd be handled in the same way as the provincial leases, because why else would you invest money in buying your lease if you knew your lease was going to expire, right? So it's always been the pattern of dealings, the way leases are handled, the way leases are transferred between buyer and seller, and just how in general I've went in Alberta. So that's it. I don't know if that answers your question at all towards the end of the lease, but everybody was aware that, yeah, the lease was to 2026, but they weren't aware that everything that was done before would change into something that would basically take those leases from those people who had invested in them. Like there's people who, and it's come up here already, like there's people who are still paying for those leasehold rights that they purchased. They have loans for those that they're paying on. And that's been a common theme. People called and say, like, you know, if you're going to represent us, make sure they know that, yes, there are people who have bought these leasehold rights and they're still paying for them. And they assume that, yes, the rates would change, but you would still be able to control that lease and just move on and pay what the new rate was, not just to know that it's an end date and that was the end of it.
Yeah, when that one article we showed you there in the transfer from Ted Morton, when that was all done, that they talked about the for the transfer to happen to the MD, that the native grass had to stay native grass, and also on that same form that the MD accepted the terms on was the leaseholder rights.
So, Henry, I have a question on that. So we were not the only municipality who received land at that time. And the municipalities who received land, many of them sold the land to the leaseholder, who then turned around and sold it and did what they wanted. It was unencumbered. We have an example of Vulcan County, who continues to sell some of their grass leases that they received in the same mechanism as the MD of Taber. What makes the MD of Taber any different than any of the other municipalities who received that land, who turned around and sold it to the leasees, who then sold it and broke it?
Yeah, I got no idea. I can't speak for them, but I guess maybe they had nobody that actually read the paperwork on the transfer and is actually trying to keep that held, I guess. Maybe they just went with it.
I wonder, Tamara, if each municipality negotiated it individually, or if it was done all at once, or if that was the case. Was it all done in one transaction, one agreement? Or was each municipality had their own contract with the province and negotiated their own terms?
Well, I've been asking that for 8 years to see the contract. What I know is that land that was held by the province was turned over to the MD of Taber, and the MD of Taber has the lease land unencumbered. I cannot find anything, and I've been asking for 8 years, show me what it is, because I don't want to have this council make a mistake. I don't want us to be in the weeds where we don't belong. But I have yet to see an agreement that said when that land was turned over to the MD of Taber and it was deeded to the MD of Taber, that there were criteria. People may have had inclinations that it would be, but I don't know. And I've been asking for 8 years for that.
And we could find that one document that did reference that communication between. But what I would say, Tamara, is remember, we're not opposing the sale and like an unrestricted sale. So that position, like I understand what you're saying, but I'm not sure if it's necessarily relevant.
It may not be relevant, especially if we continue with the terms or we discuss some of the things you brought forward. It's just frustrating to me to hear that we've done something wrong when I have no document that demonstrates it. I am a policy follower and a rule follower. It's to my fault. And so I find it really challenging when I can't find that document that people reference. And if it was insinuated in a letter, that's much different than a binding document. So that's my frustration, is because we as the 7 represent council today and represent all those who have come before us. So, we can not be happy with what they've done, but it is our responsibility now to do the best for the MD.
We understand.
No.
I realize the last council said that you were working on this for 2 years. I wasn't part of it, so I have no idea. But just as an outsider, I wasn't on it. It seemed like it had to get done before the election. So then that got done. As a new councillor, I wish they would have had their recommendation in place and we would be having the discussion now. Okay, we agree with them, we move on, because we as a council are going to have to live with this now. So I wish they would have done that and said, we got it all in place for you. You all 7 just have to agree on it, and we wouldn't be having to do this. But it's already done. But now we're pressured that we got to get this done in 2 months. So I don't like get pressured into making decisions. I was on the council before where I got pressured into it, and I regret it now. So I don't like getting pressured into something. So that's where I'm standing right now. I don't know how because we got an end date in 2 months. So I don't know where we go from here, because I don't like getting pressured into something. I like everything, and I wasn't part of that. So that's how I wish it was done. It was all ready to go, and we come on, we agreed, we approved it, and away we go. But now we got an end date.
We appreciate the tricky position that you're in and appreciate the fact that council is willing to discuss this and look at it again. And, it means a lot to us to sit here and have a conversation with council.
So I just want to review then, you've raised 4 points. you want to share the surface leases. You want the rental rates tied to provincial government rental framework. You support the sale of land under certain conditions, and then requesting the right to sell and assign leases. Those are the four main points, correct?
And there's length of term, right? So if you, under, it'd be under rental rates, so 0.2 under rental rates.
Okay.
If you look there, for sure, length of term is crucial when you're making investments into the leases. We put some numbers there for you just from provincial averages, what infrastructure investment and management of the grass, whether you use it that year or you don't, whether you get rain or not. We just put those numbers there for you. So what that is costing. So if you want to look at a 10-year term, then you know that you can make those infrastructure investments.
Okay. I do have some questions as well. Just going back to the membership issue that has been raised. You've stated that the MD is carved up into areas, and if you live in those areas, you should be eligible to apply for membership and place cattle in the community pastures. How much turnover has there actually been in each of the community pasture organizations? Do you have that information? Because it may be that they're able to apply for membership, but I question how many new members there are in some of these organizations.
Well, people come and people go, and it's mostly because of age or retiring and moving. And even if they still have land there, if their primary residence is now Lethbridge or wherever, they cannot be in the lease anymore. Their primary residence has to be in that district. And yes, in the last 2 years, we've received 2 or 3 new members and more coming.
Do you know if that's the case with the other organizations?
It should be the case with all, because we're all governed under the same act. So we've all followed the same guidelines.
Because I know personally of the pasture, the community association that covers the area that I'm in, 11 members. There is a continual decline in the number of members over the years. As farmers retire, they get rid of their cattle, and there has been no new members admitted into that association. I had applied, and I was turned down because I had an off-farm job. And whether that's right or not, I question if these organizations are really open to new people coming in.
Some aren't, but they're also, you'd have to look to see what their bylaws are on the requirements to get in. But I think there's a lot of associations that do not follow the rules. And if you do go to a provincial government appeal, you would be in. And they state in there also through the Societies Act that if there's not enough grass for everybody to be in, a new member wants to come in, they actually each person has to reduce their head count to let that person in. So it's a matter of a follow-up and it happens lots.
So can I follow up on that? Sorry.
So on the end date of the lease, that was picked 10 years ago. So this idea that we had policy in place that was going to deal with this. And now, 2 months before it ends, now we're looking at changing it. So that's where the problem comes. It's not that we didn't pick the 28th. That's not this council's, we didn't do that. The end date was established when the leases were signed. And so we're just dealing with that end date.
I was just wondering if there's a way, because to deal with Lane's question about membership there, that we can somehow, as an MD, make this easier for people to get in and out of these leases, out of the community pastures, so that because there's some significant public pressure against these leases. And if they seem, I keep hearing the term old guys club. This is an old guys club that nobody can get into. And I have a lot of young families and in my area that have little teeny herds. They'll have like 3 or 4 cows, and they'll get up to 10 cows, and they would love to expand. Lots of them would. And so I think we could make our community pastures very healthy and vibrant, and with lots of members if we made that possible. So if all this grassland is going to be an asset to our community, I think I'm just wondering, is there a forum that we can kind of standardize these bylaws or something? Because the pressure is very negative right now, and it would be nice to change this around. These are supposed to be community pastures, and I've heard way more stories about being rejected than being accepted.
Those are their bylaws, though. I would be very reluctant. I mean, MD of Tabor cannot impose on them.
No, but if you if you request if you put an application in and you get refused, you just ask them for their bylaws and what the requirements are, and if they're not following them, which they probably aren't, you do have an appeal process.
Okay, and the further question, do you think all of the bylaws are in line with the act, or are some of them more restrictive than they can?
So their bylaws are also, the provincial government makes rules on what their bylaws can and can't be, so they just can't willy-nilly whatever they want. There's guidelines for them that they have to follow. And like ours is minimum 25 head, you have to rent or farm at least 80 acres, and you have to reside in the area. That's some of the main points. They're quite simple, quite easy to get into. Ours is not complicated at all. It's very easy to get into.
As somebody who's not on a community grazing pasture, I'm wondering, and this is just me now spitballing, I probably shouldn't do this at council, but is there a mechanism on the community grazing leases to put in there that it's subsequent to a review of bylaws and ensuring that it's open and fair, or does that as an overstep as a municipality because you're kind of...
We aren't even able to agree on policy that's been passed. Kim, I
Right.
appreciate your offer, but that's someone else's realm. So,
Yeah,
fair.
Yeah, and you're getting into other agreements.
Yeah, it's basically covered by the provincial government already. So whatever the bylaws are of that association, and we can't speak for all the associations. We don't know their bylaws, but whatever their bylaws are, they need to be in line with the provincial act. It's an interesting scenario there that you talk about, Lane. I'm not sure what exactly their bylaws would be, but I would, if I was you, I'd like to see them. Yeah.
And that is where you get into the old boys club, where they've decided things are going to go a certain way, and you can deal with that. I dealt with it, and it can be dealt with. But and you say these right to renewal or whatever. We have an issue with that. Even your own lawyers show on 12 of the contracts that there is a first right to renew. We feel. I don't know if that's a point we want to go to or even talk about. We're bringing this up. If we can work with this, I'd say all the arguments we have, we just leave them behind and try and work on something together.
So there's a neighboring municipality that has a community pasture that all the members are from one farming entity.
Just to, we talked about the end date. The end date, sure, there was an end date on the contract, but it's always been extended, and it's not an end date. We would just move into the next one. What changed on the end date that we're dealing with in 2 months is we made new rules. That's the problem I have with. We could carry it on with there would be no end date. They would sign, MD would still get everything. Rates probably change or whatever, but we put an end date to the current agreement. That's what I'm trying to get at. The end date changed the rules. So now we as a council have to deal with the new rules before that end date.
We just want to acknowledge, like, this isn't easy. And Tamara, I hear you say, I know you're trying to follow policy. And we just appreciate the time and the conversation and, that you've accepted our documents and allowed us to bring forward some ideas. And we're here for further conversation. We're all in on this. So, these are our lives, right? This is our futures. So we're here to help and help with understanding in any way possible. So as you go forward in these discussions, if you need us again, if you want us to come forward, we're happy to speak with you at any time.
Anyone else from council want to ask a question at this time? We appreciate you taking the time. We recognize that this is your life, and it would be abnormal for someone not to fight and advocate for their life. But we have a big responsibility as well. So we have committed today to having a further conversation on this. And we didn't arrive at those policies easily, and the councils before us didn't arrive at the agreements easily either. So we'll continue to work hard for the good of the MD, not discounting those who are on cultivated or grass leases.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going backwards to cover off a couple things that I maybe missed. On the STAR one, we did do a motion. Is that adequate then, that we don't have to receive it for information? We did do a motion for it to come forward at a later date. Does that give you enough acknowledgement of the presentation?
Yep, it gives us direction as well.
Okay, and then Aurora, we have direction, and then on Old Man Lease, someone should move to receive their presentation, just so we have it in the record.
I can move that we receive the Old Man River Grazing Association. I probably got that wrong. The information they presented today.
Thank you. Any questions? Those in favor? That's carried. Okay, so we will continue back into the agenda. We are at 8.2 correspondence. Minister of Municipal Affairs. So all of you have had the opportunity to read it. Arliss, if you have any comments, and I should remind council that during reports or correspondence, it's part of the consent agenda. So if you want to further discuss any particular item, when we will have a motion to receive the consent agenda with these items pulled out for further discussion. And that ends at number 12 on the agenda, consent agenda exemptions. So just so that's been our normal practice. So I think John indicated he was going to have a motion regarding the water item he's on. So as we go through these next ones, if you have something you'd like to further discuss, then we'll add that to the consent agenda. So Arliss, Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Nothing to add. I mean, he's just recapping a previous conversation from his summer visit.
Yes. Okay. Chinook Sexual Assault Center.
Again, just, I would say, common correspondence sent to municipalities.
Yes, and in that one, they do have an offer for a course. We also met at RMA, Ernie, David and I with Alberta Sexual Assault Center. They have similar training. So I think at one point we may want to have a discussion on that, but I think for now we can just receive it. Altalink. more of a congratulations and know that they're willing to work with us, which is always important. MD of Tabor Library Board. It's the acknowledgement of their appreciation for the funding. National Police Federation. They are also congratulating us, but they also would like to do a presentation on how they feel policing in Alberta may be changing. So whether or not we're interested in that, I will leave that up to this body to decide if you'd like a presentation. And then the last one is from Mr. Christopher Mills, and he was one of the recipients of the MD of Tabor Ag Scholarship. So very nice to receive a thank you card and wish him all the best in his studies. So with that, does anyone want to bring anything out of the consent agenda besides the item that John has referenced? So not at this time. So Councillor Chikito, are you willing to make that motion?
I'll make the motion to receive the consent agenda as presented with the exemption of bringing out the regional water and wastewater assessment initiative appointment.
Thank you. Any questions on that motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, moving on to upcoming meetings and events memo.
So it's always nice to just confirm any sort of RSVPs. Sometimes we miss them. If we have, please note it, and we'll do our best to update the listings.
Arliss, on the AEMA elected official training, which we all have to take, there is an online option, correct?
Yeah, if you're unable to attend on January 8th, we'll help you access the online option.
Yeah, so if you haven't and are indicated that you'd like the online option, please do so to lace through Arliss. I know I can't be there, so I would like to do the online.
I do need to make a change on my,
Yeah, you can. Well, I'll go to David, then to Martin.
just on January 16th, I won't be able to be at that one. Other than that, I am.
The 8th, I volunteered for something else, so I'll need the online option.
And then David gave us the date for the MD of Tabor, or not MD of Tabor, the Tabor Chamber of Commerce Awards Night. And historically, that was from Lane. Historically, MD of Tabor has attended and supported just in the same fashion that we did with Vauxhall Chamber Awards, and that's January 16th. So perhaps we can do an invitation for that.
So 16th or 23rd?
Oh, sorry, is it 23rd?
It's not on, it's not.
Is that the date you have, Lane, is the 23rd? Chamber of Commerce.
Yeah.
23rd, okay. I had it a different date. John?
I have a question for January 16th. It looks like Highway 3 Water Services Commission is booked on the same day as Foothills Little Poe. Is that right?
Yeah, we'll just have to make changes. Or at least advise the commission.
The invitation that we received from Coaldale Chamber, we've on occasion, let's use that phrase, on occasion sent one person. I am not able to go. At some point, this council will have to decide how broad we want to attend other events. It is the same format as the Vauxhall and Tabor Chamber Awards. So whether you have an opportunity to visit with colleagues or an MLA or a minister. So if someone's availability is there, I know I'm not available. The other new one that you would see is it's the 26th Alberta Irrigation District Association Conference. It is in Lethbridge this year. We have sent people to this conference. And there's many municipalities. The one year we went, several of us received notice that we were absent in an area that has as much irrigation. We should be present. I'm available to go, but we have sent 2 to 4 people depending on your interest. The February 2nd is an evening event, so you don't have to, it's not that you have to give up 3 days. So
Yeah, I'm interested in attending. I just have to check my calendar. Yeah.
yeah, so the invitation's been sent out. And then if you're planning to go to RMA, if you know already, if you could let Lace know, we heard at RMA the trouble with rooms, so then she can release rooms if people aren't available. And other than that, any committees have any dates that you need added to this? Okay, seeing none, then a motion to receive the upcoming meetings memo.
I can receive the upcoming meetings and events.
Thank you, Murray. Those in favor? That's carried. Okay, tax recovery lease assignment request.
Yeah, administration has nothing further to present. It's included in the memo and the attached RFDs. This was requested by Committee of the Whole, I believe last Committee of the Whole, for this to be on the agenda.
Okay. Just get that memo pulled up. So that council is aware, there was motion to request transfer of lands. They were, motions were made and they were defeated at council. Committee of the Whole has a motion requesting that this be brought back for discussion. So at this time, I would open up the discussion. Before I do that, I would like advice from administration on once a motion is made, the process in if we were to change a motion. Do we have to rescind a current motion? Those were declined motions. Just want to make sure we have the protocol correct, whether it be on this matter or any other matter that a council has made a motion on.
Generally speaking, if you rescind, in this case, it was a negative motion or a defeated motion, so might change it a little bit, but generally speaking, for clarity, it's always nice to provide a rescindment if there's a reversal of decision.
Thank you.
I just need to clarify, under the policy that has been in effect prior to the adoption of the ones that come into effect March 1st, this request would normally have been granted without any questions asked, correct?
I don't know if it would go without questions asked, but it would be required to have the requirements of the lease would have to be met. Right?
Okay.
So there was no previous policy, just for clarity's sake. The lease is essentially the policy.
Okay.
If you can use that terminology.
So historically, that I am aware that we have accepted the transfers under the conditions of the lease, but it should be noted, this lease has an end date. So the transfer would really only be in effect until the end of the current lease. And they always came to council since I've been here. I understood before council, there may have been some before I was on council, but they have always come to council. John.
I'm willing to make the motion for the transfers with one caveat, and that is that we get a letter drafted from legal that allows all the transferees to sign that states that the municipality is not indebted past March 1st, 2026 on any, not carrying anything forward from there, because we don't even know where our policies are going to be. So it's hard to go beyond that. So as long as we have a document that's signed that they understand that the terms and conditions end February 28th, 2026, I'm willing to vote in favor of these transfers. My reluctance was always that we were going to put ourselves in a position when they're going to spend this kind of money for the transfers at guaranteeing some kind of a guaranteed extension. And so I want it to be very clear that that won't be allowed. But that won't be, I'm not saying that won't be allowed, but that we're only doing this to the end of the lease term.
Yeah, I think that language is better. If I'm hearing what you're saying, it's to clarify that it is till the end of the current lease term. Martin?
I don't know the proper way to do this, but can we table this till we as a council decide what way we're gonna go and not even make a decision on this? Cause by the time legal gets this, we're gonna make our decision. So can we just table this until we decide which way we wanna go? Because we're not gonna have another meeting before legal has a chance to look at this and decide all this before the 26th, I'm assuming. So we've gotta make a decision ourselves. So I would like to table this request till we can come to agreement as a council which way we would like to proceed.
Are you making a motion, Martin? Or are you ready for some more discussion? Like, I don't want to rush you either way.
I'm just not sure
Okay.
which way we go. Is that, do I gotta make a motion to do that, table it?
Well, if you want to table it or if you want to hear more discussion.
I would like to table it till we get a chance to discuss which way we're going.
Okay, the motion is on the floor to table the discussion on lease, tax recovery lease assignment request. All three, Martin, A, B, and C.
Yeah,
Or D, A, B, C, D, and E.
I just like to table it till we can discuss which way we want to go.
But, so the motion is to table discussion on tax recovery lease assignment request regarding attachment A, B, C, D, and E. Is that correct?
Yep, and bring it back as soon as we make a decision which way we want to go.
Okay. So there's a motion on the floor. Now I will open it up for discussion. The motion is to table it till we make a decision.
Now, the decision we're looking for is whether we're going to renew leases, all these policies that we're working on. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
So I'm going to vote in opposition to the tabling motion because the policy that was guiding us up the day allowed for these lease transfers with the, and it was clear then, as it is clear to me today, at the end of the lease. And I voted in favor of it then, and I will vote in if we discuss it again, I'll vote in favor of it then as I did then, but I will vote against this motion. Anyone else want to weigh in on the tabling motion?
Can you copy it?
Okay, go ahead, David.
I don't know, I would just kind of like to get to me, it feels like unfinished business. I agree with Tamara, I'd kind of like to get it done, and then we work on the policy, just so that can be moved forward. It was brought forward with people, I think, understanding that the term was coming to the end, but then we can work on what our new policies are without this pressure.
Okay, the motion is in front of you. We'll continue discussion, but Martin, does this meet with what you had asked?
Yep.
Okay. Any further discussion? So the motion reads that the tax recovery lease assignment request agenda items, attachment A, B, C, D, and E, be tabled and decision on policies are adopted. Those in favor? Those opposed? That motion fails. So we can continue discussion or have motions on the table.
I'd like to make a motion that we get a letter drafted by a lawyer stating that all these lessees sign on to it.
Point of order, we do have a motion on the table right now already, don't we? We moved to table it. It was defeated, so Councillor Turcato had made a motion already that we need to vote on now.
Yeah, I did make the motion. Okay.
So the motion from what John made, if I'm gonna hear that right, I should have paused then. So your motion was that we have a letter, I just have to think exactly how you said that. And I think for administration, it gets a little bit muddy. Did you have something prepared? Okay.
Recapture it, but
Just a comment, if I could. You're dealing with 4 separate decision items here?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to rush this. Martin,
Can we talk about the motion while getting brought up?
absolutely, we can have a discussion right now. And just so that you know, at 12:15, I'm going to say that we take a break, so we have a moment to reflect before I call any vote.
Okay, so I'll be voting against that one because we already have a policy in place that says we can allow this to happen. So if we want to let it happen, we'll just let it happen. I don't think we need to change it. There's the policies in place already to let this happen. I don't think we need to change it.
Okay, thank you.
My attempt is not to change the policy, but just to ensure that all the people that are transferring this understand that it ends February 28th, 2026.
Martin, sorry.
I think we just go with what's written in our policies and we just follow it. And if we agree to do it, we do it. And if we don't, we don't. I don't think we need legal. I think they know what they're getting into. And we just go with what's written in our policies.
If I was to review the defeated motion, it says that in the last line, as per the terms of the Municipal District of Taber Tax Recovery Grazing Lease. So those have end dates. I'd like just clarification. Those transfers, leases all have end dates. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, it's okay. If you put it up, then John can have a look and see if it meets his.
Actually, I was gonna, I'm just hoping that we're not muddying the water. I would rather we just, I don't know if we amend this motion, but I agree with Martin that I don't want to involve legal. We just do what we re-vote on what failed last time and see if it passes. And then we go forward. I'm just so new at this that I don't want this letter to somehow tie our hands in what we're trying to do here. What I got elected to do here is review the lease policy and the land use policy. And if there needed to be some changes, that we can make some changes. So
I felt like I got trapped by a motion a few weeks ago and by not understanding what we were agreeing to, and I don't understand what this all could mean. So I just want a simple vote to transfer, just like was brought up of whenever that happened before we were elected.
I think that this motion isn't exactly what I was looking for, because it's kind of ties our hands in allowing the transfer to go to the same individuals past March 2026. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking to just ensure that, so shall not be obligated, MD of Tabor shall ensure that the end date stipulated in the leases is followed.
Yeah, I guess my point is that we may change that policy before the end date of the policy. Like, I'm not sure what we're gonna do, but I think that's one of the things we're looking at, is that these leases could be renewed. And so I certainly don't want this motion to make it so that we can't discuss changes that we need to make, or that we could make, based on, you know, why we're part of this council.
John, I would like clarification. Your intention with this is to provide the people involved in the transfer to understand that the tax recovery grazing lease has an end date.
Yes, as stipulated in the lease agreements that they're purchasing or transferring to and from each other.
What is your concern with wanting to prepare a legal agreement stipulating that?
The possibility of, so there's very, very little time left in these lease agreements, and they're spending a significant amount of money to transfer them. I'm afraid that there's might be financial obligation by us to continue the leases or pay damages as a result of that, because there's no grazing left between now and the end date as stipulated on the contract. And that's been my concern all along. And that's why I voted in opposition to this, is because of that. And I know that it's been circulated and they understand the leases are ending, but there's a significant amount of money here. And I don't want that to be a barrier to the MD in the future having to pay it back, or it causing some issue with us. So just to stipulate, having them sign an agreement that they understand that, that's all I'm asking for here. Nothing else. It's just about these transfers.
And the way this is written, I think we're missing a few sentences or a few points, but this doesn't impact the current policies that would be in effect March 1st, or changes that would come to those policies that are in March 1st. I want clarification from administration, because this is on the current leases that are acknowledged. I just don't want us to, I don't want to have our hands tied, but I don't want us to make decisions today that we are keeping in mind that, oh, there was a lot of money transferred, so we should allow transfers. Martin.
I don't know how to exactly word this, but made before that people should read their contracts. So we're assuming they read their contracts, but it's also, are we admitting that we think there's something wrong that we're trying to get rid of our liability of? By this, it makes it seem like there's something that we could be liable for. We don't want to be liable. So by saying we need legal advice, are we admitting we might need legal advice because something's wrong with the way the contract is? If we're so sure it's ending, we shouldn't need any legal advice. They know what they're getting into. We know what we're getting into. There should be no need for legal advice. By saying we need legal advice, that means, are we doing something wrong right now? In my opinion, that's what it makes it look like, if we're saying we need legal advice to change this contract.
actually not looking for legal advice, I'm just looking for a legally signed document that they understand that the transfers only hold in effect till February 28th, 2026. I'm not asking for legal advice, I'm asking for a legal document that's signed by all the participants in these transfers.
I normally wouldn't do this, but I have seen where I have allowed conversation to continue through lunch and then everyone needs a bit of a break. So there is a motion on the floor, floor. Motion is on the floor. It will remain on the floor, but I propose that we take a recess till 1 o'clock. Okay, we will resume the MD of Tabor, December 16th, 2025, regular meeting of council. We took a recess with a motion that is on the floor. And so we can continue discussion on that.
If it'd be okay, I'd like to withdraw that motion.
So I looked up the process to withdraw. If someone withdraws a motion, if the body consents to it, then it can be withdrawn. But if not, then we have to have a vote on the withdrawal. So it would be a head nod to whether we withdraw the motion. And if you don't, okay, Exactly. So the motion has been withdrawn by John Tricato. So we can continue discussing the matter, or we can prepare to have motions made.
I'll give you the motion that the Municipal District of Tabor approve the assignment of Winborn Ranch Limited Tax Recovery Grazing Lease at section 321117 west of the 4th, east half 311117 west of the 4th, southeast 6 1217 west of the 4th to Roy Bruin Holdings Incorporated as per the terms of the Municipal District of Tabor Tax Recovery Lease, which expires on February 28th, 2026.
Okay, thank you. So there is a motion on the floor for those who are following on their computer screen, and then we'll just get Arliss to scroll that up. What was read in was the motion that was originally resolution. Yeah, so what is read in is the motion that's on the floor. I have confirmed that the resolutions that were made previous do not require a different motion because they were a non-action motion. They were defeated, and I looked it up, and so right now we're dealing with a motion on the floor, and if we can copy and paste it with the addition, then everyone can see it and we can start discussion if needed.
To me, this is what this looks like. It's only basically a month left on the lease or 2 months left on the lease. So why would they transfer it and pay all that money if
Yeah.
the lease is over in 2 months?
David? So
yeah,
we'll
you-
see.
you tell us.
We'll see. So you're right. That is what has been asked for, the transfer. But then at the end of February 28, 2026, they would have the opportunity, based on the policy that exists, that they would have 5 more years, whether they want to, they could have the lease for 5 more years with the conditions that are in the current lease as of March 1st, 2026. I assume that is the reason why, and there's different things involved in that that give them that opportunity.
Okay, that makes sense now.
Okay, Martin.
I don't know why we got, it's like we're trying to solve a problem here at the end. We can just keep it simple and just, why are we writing it which expires? We can just write with the current contract in place, they're switching land. I don't think we need to write. We're trying to solve a problem at the end saying, we know it expires. Why can't we just say, the current contract's in place, they want to switch land, done. We don't have to write that's expiring. They read their contracts, everybody knows their contracts. It's like we're trying to solve a problem at the end, saying we know something.
Thank you. Any more discussion on the motion? I will read the motion in that the MD of Tabor approve the assignment of the Winborn Ranch Limited Tax Recovery Grazing Lease at section 321117 west of the 4th, east half of 311117 west of the 4th, southeast 61217 west of the 4th to Roy Bruin Holdings, Inc., as per the terms of the Municipal District of Tabor Tax Recovery Grazing Lease, which expires on February 28, 2026. Any further comments or questions? Those, oh, Martin?
Can I make the amendment to it, then we can vote it down again if?
Yep, you can, this is the time to make an
All right.
amendment.
I would just like, everybody says, you read your contract, you should know, I would like to amend it without which expires, we don't need that in there.
So is your proposed amendment to remove which expires on February 2026?
Yeah, I don't think we need that part in there.
Okay, Martin?
They got a contract, everybody's read their contracts, everybody knows what's going on.
Okay, the motion on the floor, just one moment, is that there's an, to remove expires on February 28th, 2026. I will open it up for discussion solely on the amendment. John?
I'm not sure that the amendment change, that the addition or the deletion of that changes the intent of the motion.
Lane?
It's probably just a mere technicality, but if we deleted what has been proposed as additional text at the end of the previously defeated motion, what we would be voting on a second time around is the exact same wording as was previously defeated. And if we're, I don't think that that's an appropriate course of action. It was defeated once. We bring it back exactly as it was. I think it needs to have a little bit of subtle difference to it.
Any other comments on the amendment? Seeing none, this is a call to vote on the amendment to remove expires on February 28, 2026. Those in favor? Those opposed? That motion is carried. So now we are back to the original motion. Thank you. The motion is defeated. Sorry, did I say carried? Defeated. So that now the motion, I will read it in one more time. The MD of Taber approved the assignment of the Winborn Ranch Limited Tax Recovery Grazing Lease at section 321117 west of the 4th, east half 311117 west of the 4th, southeast 61217 west of the 4th to Roy Bruin Inc. as per the terms of the MD of Taber Tax Recovery Grazing Lease, which expires on February 28, 2026. Any further discussion? Those in favor? Those opposed? That motion is carried.
So there's a series of motions, the exact same wording as previous with the one addition that we're adding to them.
Yes, but with legal land location changes, so they do need to be moved. I can read them
Okay.
in, but they do need to be moved.
Okay. So I'll move it, you can read
You're
it.
moving the next one? Okay, so the next one is moved by Lane that the MD of Taber approve the assignment of Winborn Ranch Limited Tax Recovering Grazing Lease at Southwest 51117 west of the 4th, Southeast 51117 west of the 4th, and Southeast 81117 west of the 4th to the Hutterite Brethren Church of Cameron. Is that how that reads? As per the terms of the Municipal District of Taber Tax Recovery Grazing Lease, which expires on February 28, 2026. Is there any discussion on this motion?
Sure.
I don't know how to word this exactly. I like all the first part. The only reason I vote against the last one is I don't want the expiry date. So I'll be voting against this one again because I don't want the expiry date included. So that is the only reason I'm voting against it, because of what's mentioned. So I'll be voting against it just because I don't want the expiry date in there.
Thank you. Any other comments on the motion? One more time. The MD of Taber approved the assignment of the Winborn Ranch Limited Tax Recovery Grazing Lease at Southwest 51117 west of the 4th, Southeast 51117 west of the 4th, and Southeast 81117 west of the Fourth to the Hutterite Brethren Church of Cameron as per the terms of the MD of Tabor tax recovery lease, which expires on February 28, 2026. Those in favor? Those opposed? That motion is carried. Okay, the next motion. Just give Lace a minute. Is someone willing to move the third motion? Ernie is moving the next motion.
As long as Lace puts it up here somewhere. There we go. That the municipal district of Tabor approved the assignment of the 314136 Alberta Limited Tax Recovery Grazing Lease to Winborn Ranch Limited as per the terms of the municipal district of Tabor Tax Recovery Grazing Lease, which expires on February 28th, 2026.
Is there any discussion on the read-in motion? Seeing none, those in favor? Those opposed? That motion is carried. Okay. Regarding the transfer, there should be another motion. 1, 2, have we got them all? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. I'm just double checking. Please.
Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
Okay, so with that, we can move on to the next one. Let me just make sure I got that. Request for decision non-bylaw, Airport Committee Recommendation Letter of Support.
Yeah, Director Sheena's in attendance to speak to key points.
So the Airports Committee, newly established Airports Committee, has met, and a recommendation from the committee has been brought forward to council. The recommendation comes in the form of a letter of support, a letter of recognition and awareness with regards to the Tabor Regional Airport expansion and feasibility study, as well as the importance just of the regional aspect of the airport, the Tabor Airport itself, and how that ties into some of the next steps for our projects. So we do have currently a project underway that's been funded through the ACP program, and so that is to look at the feasibility of expansion of the Tabor Airport, and we want to bring it to bring that awareness to the region and to the MLA in support of again, recognition and also next steps for our project coming forward as far as, the recommendations from our project and what's best, for the region again.
Okay, questions? John.
So does this feasibility study also include Vauxhall Airport?
It's just the Tabor Airport specifically.
Okay, thank you. if it was going to include Vauxhall, I was gonna suggest we include another MLA, but that's okay. Thank you.
Ernie, did you guys, it was a good discussion on this?
Yes,
Okay,
there must have been. I wasn't at the meeting. 'cause I
Okay.
had something else going on.
no problem at all. Okay, so the letter is attached. So they're just looking for us to provide an endorsement so that we can give the committee a letter of support. There is a motion there if you feel inclined. Marie?
Yeah. Sorry.
Go ahead,
I
Marie.
can move that the municipal district of Tabor approve the airport's committee recommendation for a letter of advocacy to the MLA Grant Hunter, bringing awareness to the Tabor Regional Airport expansion feasibility study and master plan project and the significant value that our rural airports bring to the region.
Any further questions or comments? Those in favor of the read-in motion? That motion is carried. Thank you. Very important feature to our municipality. County of Lethbridge ACP grant.
Yeah, Director Green actually prepared this RFD and he can speak to the key points.
Thanks, Arliss. So before you is a request from the County of Lethbridge to support their ACP grant application. What they're looking for or looking to do is a rural water supply study. As everyone knows, we don't have an infinite amount of water, and some municipalities are faced with troubles of getting enough water. So I believe their study will look at efficiencies in their systems and try to make their system more efficient.
Thank you. Any questions or comments on the letter of support?
There's no monetary contribution by the MD of Tabor with this, right?
No, there's not.
So with that, I'll give you the motion that the MD of Tabor supports Lethbridge County's submission of a 2025-2026 Alberta Community Partnership Grant application in support of the Rural Water Supply Study.
Any questions or comments? Those in favor of the read-in motion? That motion is carried. Thank you. We're now moving to donation requests.
Yeah, this RFD speaks to, in particular, two specific donation requests that Director Serino will outline.
Yeah, thanks, Arliss. So the first one has been a donation request that's been put forward to the MD of Tabor for consideration from the Enchant Golf Club Association. So this particular project has been considered as well through our grant writing program. So there's been some integrations between some of the other services that we offer as far as looking for available funds for projects of this nature. Through that process, it was highlighted as a potential project for application to the CFIP program as well. And so the resolution that's in front of us is a multi-part resolution. It combines a contribution for consideration from the MD of Tabor for $5,000, as well as a donation, or support for a letter of support to the community facility enhancement program, the small grant program. So again, it's two parts, and we always encourage our community groups to look at multiple options as far as funding goes, provincial, federal, local, municipal funding contributions combined. And the irrigation project, upgrade project, was identified as a priority to the golf club. So this is being brought forward again for a $5,000 contribution.
Okay, any questions or comments on the request from Enchant Golf Course for $5,000 and a letter of support? If not, and if there are no questions, then a motion.
I can move that the municipal district of Tabor approve a $5,000 contribution to the Enchant Golf Course Association for an irrigation update project contingent on Community Faculty Enhancement Program, CFEP, small grants funding approval related to the project in response to their application to the municipal of Tabor, donations and community organization programs, events, and policies. Read it all in one?
I think it's okay in this case to go all in one.
And approve the letter of support to the Enchant Golf Course Association for their CFIP grant application for the irrigation update project in alignment with the MDT letter of support policy.
Okay, any questions on the read-in motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, the second request.
Okay, so the second request it's a new request to the MD of Tabor. There's some background provided. Holistic Management Canada Council is going to host an annual farm and ranch stewardship conference. They plan to host it here in Tabor, and it will be in just in the new year. I believe it's in February, and so they are asking for a $2,500 donation. It's at one of their donation levels, so a sponsorship donation level, and there is some background information provided as well with regards to their conference that they have a fair amount of history here locally that they announced that it actually originated in the Tabor area, but they do look at annual farm and ranch stewardship as part of their primary focus.
With that sponsorship, we can have a Ag Services table set up, attend part of the conference. We have supported in the past other agriculture events, some even outside of our municipality, that we could see value brought to our agriculture community. So if you have thoughts on this. And we do have a local Shipwheel Cattle is listed in the background as one of the members, and they will be part of the tour. And then County of Lethbridge also has some farms that are part of the tour.
How much do we typically donate to something like this?
Yeah, the request is 2,500. We can vary that amount. That's just their level of sponsorship.
Oh, okay.
It is at our discretion.
I move that we approve it.
Okay. Lane moves that the MD of Tabor, for the suggested amount,
Yeah.
that the MD of Tabor approved $2,500 donation to the Holistic Management Canada Council for their annual Farm and Ranch Stewardship Conference event in Tabor in response to their application to the MD of Tabor donations to community organizations, programs, events, and activity policy. Any questions or comments? Those in favor? That motion is carried. All right, we are now moving into the memo on the Regional Director of Emergency Management. I'll turn that to Arliss.
Yep, this ultimately comes from the Emergency Advisor, or the Regional Emergency Advisory Committee recommendation. And directors falls within the Community Services portfolio. Director Serena can speak to any key points, but it is with respect to the appointment of the Director of Emergency Management and Deputy Director of Emergency Management.
Yeah, thanks, Arliss. I would just add that as part of the newly established bylaws and agreement that we entered into as a regional approach to emergency management, we'll be appointing the regional DEM, the Regional Director of Emergency Management, and the regional Deputy DEM, which is Deputy Director of Emergency Management, again for the region, and that would be participating as part of the MD of Tabor, the Town of Vauxhall, and the Village of Barnwell in partnership for emergency management.
Go ahead.
That the I'm going to give you the motion that the Municipal District of Tabor appoint Nathan Cote as the Regional Director of Emergency Management
in accordance with the Tabor Regional Emergency Management Partnership Agreement as recommended by the Regional Emergency Advisory Committee.
Okay, any questions on the read-in motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried.
I can move that the Municipal District of Tabor appoint Brandon Bougie as the Regional Deputy Director of Emergency Management in accordance with the Tabor Region Emergency Management Partnership Agreement as recommended by the Regional Emergency Advisory Committee.
Thank you. Any questions on the read-in motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried.
Provincial Education Requisition Credit and the Designated Industrial Requisition Credit is a provincial program that's in place to provide, I guess, potentially some funding for those scenarios where oil and gas properties, linear properties, those taxes do remain unpaid. So ultimately, the provincial taxpayers of Alberta end up funding this program, and we are required, if we want to benefit from it, to apply for it on an annual basis. And Mike, our Director of Corporate Services, can speak to any other key points.
This just comes about because we get the requisition amount that is for the education and for the industrial property tax, or the assessment. We get those requisitions each year, and because those properties that these specific properties have not paid their taxes, and we send that into the municipal affairs to get the credit for that, it reduces how much or it gives us a credit on how much has to be paid when those bills come in from the province.
This is a function of a grant application. So if someone's prepared. David?
I can motion that the Municipal District of Tabor make application to the Provincial Education Requisition Credit Program in the amount of $238,987.67 for the uncollected provincial education property taxes and the Designated Industrial Requisition Credit Program in the amount of $5,645.74 for the uncollected designated industrial property taxes as identified in Attachment A, Municipal District of Tabor 2025 Birch and Dirk property details.
Thank you. This just speaks to the issue of uncollected taxes, but I'm thankful the government has a program for it. Any questions on the read-in motion? Those in favor? That is approved.
The next two agenda items are the proposed interim operating budget, along with a 3-year financial plan, as well as the proposed interim capital budget and 5-year capital plan. And I will let Director Passy speak specifically with respect to the RFD, where things have landed since the last conversation we've had with council and the committee of the whole setting.
Thank you. The memo or the RFD summarizes some of the high level changes of the 2025 to 2026 budget. Looking at the total revenue changes or total expense changes and some of the makeup of those changes. Individualized department changes are detailed in the summary reports of each department as an attachment. As you've seen those documents the last several meetings, they have all the details and changes of what's happening in each department. And so I won't reiterate all of each page by page update again. And you have those available for your review. Happy to answer any questions and provide answers as possible. And just as a reminder, anything in the budget is, while we determine an interim budget before we pass a final budget prior to taxes, it is called a live budget. So any changes that you want to see need to be adjusted at this point before final approval is given. And I've given under the alternative sections possible template for motions that you might want to make for any changes.
Council, do you have any questions or comments on the interim operating budget? We did go through these at Committee of the Whole. My question is, has the municipality received the request on the police funding model? Do we know that amount for certain yet?
I'm not aware if we reached a finalized number. I think they usually send those out in the first quarter of the new year.
Okay, that's fine. We had just had anticipation of a large increase, and I know there was some push at RMA to get that amount disclosed during budget, but at this time we don't have it. Okay. Lane.
A number of questions and discussion I would like to engage in. Is there any indication from your from the assessors as to new growth in the assessment base for the coming year?
I don't have a split yet of growth versus market factors to it. We often meet with them in the new year to get an idea of what that looks like once they have a little more once they've looked at it a little closer on that. We do have an estimate from the province for the equalized assessment, which is would give an approximation, but that's overall assessment and not necessarily the difference between growth and market factors. So no, at this time, no, I don't have an answer for that.
Okay. Because looking at the estimates that are provided, it appears to me that we're looking at a 6.8% increase overall in the tax revenue that's being collected year over year. And I'm just wondering, on page 387 of the agenda package, the proposed operating budget, function 10, property tax and general revenue. There's a table on there that provides a breakdown as to what the projected revenue increase is for each assessment class. And I'm wondering if it's going to be a proportionate increase across all of those classes, or should we be having further discussion about the possibility of increasing it higher on one class over another at this point in the budget review process?
So historically, the council hasn't contemplated it at the interim stage, but they do definitely do that in very great detail leading up to final budget approval. Typically in March, April. They have very, very detailed mill rate, tax rate conversations and how they apply it to each class.
Just one other comment I would encourage all members of council to be considering when we go into discussions in the new year. Fire and emergency services continues to increase in costs, and there is an opportunity for consideration to generate additional revenue from fire and emergency services simply by implementing fees for services provided that are paid for by insurance policies that are in place. It's certainly something that I intend to bring up with the Barnwell Fire Committee so that the conversation can begin. I don't think it's something that we would look at doing independent of the partners that we have in place, but I would encourage that conversation to take place both in Vauxhall and it would be nice if the conversation also took place with the town of Tabor as well. If the decision was made to do it across the board with all the communities in the MD, it's the insurance companies that are going to be funding that additional revenue that offsets the cost for fire and emergency services. It's not going to be the individual homeowner. And as long as we continue to refrain from collecting that revenue, the insurance companies are the ones that benefit. it's increasing their profit market or profit margins at the expense of the ratepayers locally. So I would just encourage council to give consideration to that going forward.
Shed some light, our current policy provides 4 hours of free fire service, just so everyone is aware of that. That's the reference. So just so that we know context, John.
That only helps if there's an insured loss. If it's uninsured, then there is no assistance. And I think there's other ways to decrease the escalation in the cost of the fire service, and you brought it up. But that would have to take place in the new year, and I think that needs to take place again at this table, and maybe a committee of the whole, on how we can better deliver the service we are delivering with fire services in the region.
David.
I just had one question about the police, that increase, and since we don't know the finals, and I'm sure this will all sort out, but just so I understand timing, there's no way we're getting a new police service for this next year? Or is there, do we have time to, like, are we gonna be staying with RCMP just from timing issues? Or is there a possibility that we would review whether we're going with provincial or town for 2026, or that's later, that just takes more time?
I mean, I'll give you my opinion. That's a half-day discussion that this council needs to start, because we don't even have a motion of engagement on opening up the discussion, right? Do we have a motion for something in the new year? But I don't disagree that we should have a discussion, but I don't think that's a realistic.
Oh, yeah, no, that's, I was just trying for you to help me to know timing on this. This is like, we're looking at that, that increase. And I just didn't know if this is like a 3-year plan for the province to get to us, or this could be for 2026, but in the new year.
It could be discussion in the new year,
Yeah,
for sure.
okay. Yeah, cool.
If that's the desire of this body. Any other questions on the interim operating budget? So, as Director Mike indicated, that will mean that they will start actively being involved in the budget, and we can continue on. There is some significant items, and they've all been outlined. We've gone through it line by line at Committee of the Whole. And this is your opportunity if you have any major concerns that you'd like addressed, John.
So should we approve this and there's some significant changes either from the province in the requirement for us to pay more money for policing, or the assessment doesn't go as planned and we end up being short, is there stuff that can't be undone in here to be able to assist with not having significant tax increases? That's a pretty
I would
broad
say the answer to
question.
that is yes and no, and that you would determine that at the point in time of final budget adoption, right? If you have to consider service cuts or things like that, then you consider it at that point in time.
As far as ordering equipment or anything, has any of that stuff taken place, or are we tied in at this point, or has the supply of stuff that we'd be ordering gotten better, so we're not having to commit as early as we had to in the previous years?
We haven't, without budget approval, we're not in a place to order anything, so. So no, the answer to your question is no, nothing has been ordered.
So on this item, we are looking at 2 separate motions regarding the 2026 interim operating budget and then the 3-year financial plan.
I give the first motion that council approve the 2026 interim operating budget as presented.
Any questions or comments? I'm going to read it one more time because this is important. That council approved the 2026 interim operating budget as presented. Those in favor? Motion is carried. Murray?
I can move the council approve the 3-year financial plan as presented.
Thank you. Any discussions on the read-in motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, then we will move on to the 2026 interim capital budget.
Okay, thank you. Similar to the operating budget, council must pass a capital budget each year, as well as a 5-year capital plan. So those are both here presented. There's been various meetings regarding the capital budget, dating back to August, and then the following months after that. In the memo, it breaks down where the approximately $33 million in projects are being funded from, whether they be reserves, grants, through debenture, or through third-party partnerships. And then any projects that are, any 2025 projects that have not, that are still in progress will carry over into 2026. And then at the final budget time, we'll bring those forward to include those on the same sheet to update council where those projects are at that point. But updates of those projects will be brought forward in the Q4 financial report that comes later in January. And then this also lists the planned disposals of equipment in 2026. Any gain on sale from those disposals will then be returned to reserves for funding future capital purchases. One thing of note is, I believe at the last committee of the whole meeting, there was discussion regarding the Hamlet truck parking upgrades and removing that project. It is still figuring in this document, and so if that one is to be, I believe there's some discussion about removing that project. If that project is to be removed, we just need a motion to require that, which then the motion would change to approving the budget as amended if that project was to be removed. Or if any other, again, motions, if anything needs to be else removed or added to it.
It is a project that needs to be done, but do we have the ability to commit to that time for this year? Or is it also something that may be better pushed into 2027? I'll look to Arliss.
I guess my recollection of the conversation was more so perhaps not to remove it, but reduce the scope of it to just do some exploratory, I guess, feasibility of the right locations moving forward. That's what my recollection was, but
okay,
yeah, it's far from perfect in my memory. So,
John?
So would there also be a possibility of getting grant funding to be able to assist with this parking as well? So would that also give us the opportunity to explore that option?
yeah, there's always a possibility. It's tough to say there's never a possibility.
Could you please bring up the attachment on the parking lot? The truck parking proposal? Just so that we know what we're. Again, the longer we don't do something with it, the harder it is on our roads, but it is a significant amount of money. What would be the alternate amount of budget to start an exploratory process?
I would say 50 grand.
Marie?
See, it's for all three, excuse me, for all three hamlets.
Underneath?
Do all three hamlets need it, or just 2 of them? Enchanado has a parking lot that I think we're short in Hayes and Grassy Lake, correct?
Yeah, I think it would look at all three, just as a matter of due diligence.
So do we would just reduce the scope of it then for the upcoming year? Do some more exploratory
Yeah, that's my recollection, and I could be not remembering it correctly.
Any other thoughts on changing the scope of this project or anything else in the capital budget that you want to have changes on? David?
I would just agree that it would be good to keep it on the radar, so let's do the small level exploratory, but until we know more, I'm fine not spending the $500,000.
Okay. Okay, before I ask for a motion, and were you in favor of the reduction to 50,000? Okay, so let's just keep that in mind, but I don't want to rush this. So any other questions on any of the other capital projects? Okay, hearing none, then we can, excuse me, move to a motion with the amendment. I'll just pull that up. Get the RFD in front of us. So you would be looking, whoever chooses to move this, to approve the 2026 interim capital budget with the change. Oh, I don't want to mess that up. Okay, thank you. Does that meet with your intention, David?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so David moves that council approve the 2026 interim capital budget as presented, and that the Hamlet truck parking lot upgrade project be amended to $50,000. All right, I'm worried that, is that going to meet your needs? I'm feeling like as presented, is that okay?
Yep.
Okay, all right. Any questions or comments on the read in motion? Those in favor? That motion's carried.
With the operating and capital budget now in place, I think it sends a very clear message that needs to be publicly communicated, that we're continuing to draw down our reserves to fund capital. And we have got to, in the new year, spend time dealing with the issue of how we're going to balance revenue generation going forward. There's an urgent need for us to change the direction that we've been on with drawing down the reserves year over year. It's putting us in a difficult position for the future.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I think we are at a very critical time of figuring out whether we're going to generate revenue or we have to change how we operate, whether that's service delivery or whether there's a move to obtain additional assessment. We do need to have one more motion regarding the 5-year capital plan. Ernie?
The council approved the 5-year capital plan as presented.
Thank you. Any questions? Those in favor? That's carried. At this time, I agree with Lane that we have some tough decisions to make. We've heard throughout our committee of the whole discussions on operating and capital of how we're going to manage our roads, how we're going to manage infrastructure in the hamlets. So we definitely need to dedicate time to that. And we have an opportunity in our strategic plan, perhaps as part of that. But at this time too, I would like to commend Arliss and Mike and all of the directors who put forward this budget. It is detailed. We went through it line by line with the previous council, with this council at committee of the whole. So although today seems like we've moved this forward, we've seen a lot of it and had opportunity to discuss and make changes. So I commend council for passing these two budgets, and I definitely commend Arliss and Mike and all of the directors for the work that they did to ensure that we can provide a high level of service delivery at a responsible use of taxpayer dollars. David.
Can I also add a thanks for the new committee members, to the former and the staff of taking us on a tour so that we could actually kind of get our eyes on some of these things and start to understand it. So we did actually, we're taken around and we were able to see many of these needs and the projects that are going on. Anyway, it was just very helpful and it was a good experience. So we appreciate all that effort. That was awesome.
The actual heavy lifting and muscle behind it was very much Rose, who's sitting on the other side of the room. So, our manager of finance.
Rose, we didn't mean to leave you out, but thank you very much for your work and we do appreciate it. The format is also very manageable for me and to help me understand it. So thank you. Sounds like a team effort. Yeah. All right. We are now moving on to 10.8, schedule an MPC meeting. Or whatever the number is now. 13.8 on the electronics.
So I think at one of the previous MPC meetings, there was a development hearing that was scheduled for January 19th. This meeting typically would have been scheduled as an MPC meeting at the organizational meeting. However, with the provincial ASB conference happening that week, it wasn't. The ASB conference is in Edmonton this year. It does start on Tuesday. So the meeting could happen on Monday. It's those MPC members that are traveling to the ASB conference would just need to leave after. So that is why it was left out initially, but because there's a development hearing now scheduled for that day, the department is requesting to have that rescheduled, that MPC meeting rescheduled.
So I'm looking at the 3 members who are attending. Were you planning to leave Sunday or can you leave Monday right after?
It doesn't start till Tuesday, right? Yeah. Oh, yeah. No. So yeah, we just do the meeting and leave after. Yeah. For me.
Okay.
Then I'll give you the motion that the Municipal District of Taber schedule a Municipal Planning Commission meeting on January 19th, 2026 at 9 a.m.
Any questions on the read-in motion? Those in favor? That's carried. Okay. So at one time I was worried we wouldn't have ample time to discuss these next 4 items. They have been prepared for this agenda. It's been publicized for this agenda. Are you okay with dealing with them? And we'll be leaning on Ag Service Board members to speak to them. So we'll continue them with issue of notice policy.
Next few policy items have come through the Ag Services Board, as does most policy, go through its respective committee for recommendation to council, and Director of Municipal Operations is here to speak to any proposed changes as well. So the first one up is issuance of notice policy with respect to remedying weed issues.
Thanks, Arliss. Yeah, so that's right. It came from the Ag Service Board. This policy, we're proposing to rescind this policy because it is covered under our prohibited noxious and noxious weed policy and soil conservation policy. So there's no point in having this one.
You're saying just redundancy here, it's been two places?
That's right. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, with that, go ahead, Marie.
I could move that the municipal district of Tabor rescind the assurance of notice to remedy weed problems, soil conservation notice and forms 1-1-5 Agricultural Pest Act policy.
Okay, any questions on the read-in motion? Those in favor? That's carried. Okay, the next item.
Go ahead.
So the next one, again, comes from the Ag Service Board by recommendation. So this policy is issuing of a soil conservation notice policy. Anything in this policy is covered under our soil conservation policy. So it's just a duplication again. So.
With that, I'll give you the motion. The municipal district of Tabor rescind the issuing a soil conservation notice policy.
Any questions on the read-in motion? Those in favor? That's carried. Next item. Nuisance grounds.
Sorry, just bringing it up here.
And this one, but this was actually particularly came through the committee of the whole, I believe, on recommendation. If my memory serves me correct.
Right. So this policy revolves around nuisance grounds policy or landfills. So it used to be operated by Ag Service Board, but now is operated under municipal operations umbrella. So under the current practices, this policy is no longer valid. So we're looking to cancel it.
Go ahead.
That the municipal district of Tabor cancel the nuisance grounds policy outlined in attachment A.
Thank you. Any questions on the read-in motion? Seeing none, those in favor? That motion is carried. The nuisance pest policy, pest control policy.
Again, this recommendation came from Ag Service Board. Changes to this policy are just made to make it cleaner and easier to understand. A lot of the stuff in the policy is required by Alberta Agricultural Pest Act. I believe there's the proposed policy is attached, so.
Go ahead.
I can move that the municipal district of Tabor adopt the nuisance pest control policy as outlined in attachment A.
Thank you. Any questions or comments on the read-in motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, consent agenda. Oh, no, we're not going to do that now. So it is 2 o'clock. I propose we take 5 minutes, get ready to reset so we can start our conversation on the land management policy development. we're going to resume the meeting. The next item on the agenda is the land management policy development. So normal practice would be that this discussion would happen at committee of the whole. We've had some discussion at committee of the whole. We have heard today from at least 4 entities, and over time we've heard from others who have opinions. There is currently a cultivated lands policy and a grazing lease policy that would come into effect at the end of the respective leases. We have provided you a written copy or a paper copy at your desk, so if you want to mark it up. We have a number of issues that different councillors want to bring forward. And so before we start, I just want to make sure that we follow a practice that is respectful and that we, if there is changes to be made, that we make them by motion. Now, the only question I have is, do you want to, when we make a motion, and Arliss, could you just review that we had policies already in the agenda? If there's a change proposed to a policy, will we make a motion line by line or respective to that change? And just walk us through what this would look like. And in order for us to make any changes, if they're desired, how we get them legally vetted, what we do for our public engagement, and then final approval, and then implementation.
I think with respect to, sorry, what was the first?
Changes, if there are changes.
Yeah, so if there are proposed changes, that it would be beneficial for at least administration to receive it via motion or resolution.
Okay.
And then we would take that direction and incorporate it into a new policy, whatever that looks like, to incorporate that feedback. And if it's multiple resolutions, we take multiple resolutions and do our best to incorporate that into a new proposed policy specific to the land matter, just because of the significance and size of the asset that it actually is. We've been using a lawyer to draft that policy, so we would definitely take those resolutions and share that following the same process we followed all along the last couple of years. And then what was the
public engagement?
Yeah, so with respect to our public participation policy, ultimately there are some discretionary aspects of whether or not council considers it necessary to pursue public engagement based on any potential changes. I know the last time that some changes were made, considered, and ultimately adopted, there's definitely concerns put forward and provincial complaint made with respect to procedural fairness. So it's something council might want to consider if they elect to choose and use their discretion and not pursue public engagement. It would be a lot easier for me as administration to defend it if you do that through resolution. If you choose to use that discretionary authority through resolution, indicating that public engagement is not a requirement. So it's just, again, direction to administration would be helpful. And that way it would help you follow your policy by purposefully, if you elect to not pursue public engagement based on any potential changes, it would help you be in alignment with your policy using that discretionary authority.
And can we put public engagement as a separate day, or would it be within the inside of a council meeting?
I think you guys could decide that. Okay. Council could decide that.
Yeah, when we sought out public engagement before, it was multiple days, multiple different times.
Some things that council might want to consider is whether or not they feel that this matter actually impacts the entire municipality, or if it doesn't. If it does impact the entire municipality, then you might want to consider more robust public engagement, but that would be totally up to council and your discretion. If you decide that it doesn't impact the municipality or the entirety of the municipality, maybe you look at a less scaled down, a scaled down version of public engagement. But we're here to take that direction from you folks. Is there anything I missed on your questions?
And then implementation.
Implementation of new policy?
Mhm.
Yeah, so once it's passed, then we would begin that
Okay.
implementation side.
Perfect. Thank you, Martin.
Just a question on the public consultation part then. We already had this list, this grassland doesn't come in effect, so we've already had, would that not satisfy it already? It's not in effect yet, so we've already had the public consultation that everybody's been at, this is not in effect yet, so.
Yeah, that was some of the concern. I'm just going based on our past experience the last couple of months. Some of the previous concern that was put forward was that they didn't have a chance to speak to any potential change, even though past public engagement had taken place. It's not like it's the 10 Commandments or anything. It's at just council's discretion. So
All right. So there is policy in front of us. Martin at the last meeting, said perhaps we better deal with grazing first because it is the most timely. Hopefully none of you will be upset by this, but I think we go through starting at the front of this and work our way back unless someone has proposals right at the beginning that they would like to make a change to. And I'm trying to hear the voice of council and the concerns that have been conveyed within the 7 members that they feel it's a big responsibility to make a change. I've already voted once in favor of it, but I want to be respectful of a new council and their concerns.
I agree, let's start at the beginning, but I'm hoping that we don't have to literally read it word for word.
I'm good.
I'm just wondering how the irrigation project relates to this policy. Because it's not specifically even talked about in here, right? And, but I think that we just, in mind, are we considering this policy, assuming that we have a basic agreement that we will go forward with the irrigation project? And that, or is it that this is handled completely separately? Because in my mind, I think my goal is to come up with a compromise on all of these policies that we have that somehow benefits the MD and some of these important big projects that have been proposed, but also considering what is being given up by the lease people and that we're coming to, anyway, that I'm trying to get past this feeling and it came up again today in the meeting earlier, that people that are not part of the grazing community feel like there's been a freebie or a subsidy given to the grazing associations. And I had one of these leases. I never negotiated any of the rates. I just did what I was told, signed the documents. And so there's this, but at this point now, we're trying to come to a place where there's mutual benefit for the MD, a policy that preserves some grazing lands and prairies. Are we kind of going forward with the assumption that we are going forward with the irrigation project? Is that part of?
So I do not see the irrigation project as being part of this. We've had opportunities this last 2 sets of meetings to bring it up or discuss it or change, and every time we just went through. And so to me, scope project is proceeding.
Right, okay, but certain changes to this policy could stop scope, is what I'm saying. If we change something dramatic in here, it could protect that grass, is what I'm saying. So
I don't personally see that, but that's my opinion.
Right.
But
And that's the only reason I'm bringing it up is I agree with you. I think it's going forward. And I think we should reflect as we go forward in this, that's a major give or a major benefit to the MD as a whole to move forward with that project. And that it would be nice to adjust some of these policies to give some protection to the remaining grass and grazing that's left after doing that. Anyway,
Yeah, I don't disagree with what you've said, except that I don't think that this policy places all grass at risk. And that's, again, my opinion. So I think we should start going through it and see where we land. And if there is differences of opinion, then motions will be made and then they'll be voted on. All right, so the first policy statement, I'll be looking for head nods or comments or interjections. And I'll give people as much time as they need. The purpose. Roles and responsibilities. I will read this part on council, that MD of Taber Council must approve and determine new tenants, new lease agreements, whether to sell or retain grazing lands for tender when leases are surrendered, option to purchase transactions and final sale price, and proposals that are not in compliance with the requirements of this policy, compensation for tenant improvements where applicable, and the sale of grazing lease lands to third parties. Lane.
I do have questions. How critical is it that council be the one that approve new tenants and new lease agreements? If we put parameters in place, is that not something that we can just delegate to administration?
I'll turn it to.
Yeah, speaking from experience, administration wants no part of it. Wasn't a joke, but
if that was the case, then new lease agreements coming due now, we wouldn't be at this table. So then that would be done all administratively. I don't think that's, because we represent 7,900 individuals, I don't think that's the right avenue to take, in my opinion.
Lane.
Council's role is to set policy,
Yeah.
not to administer it. And that's where I question if we need to get involved in administering policy. I think that we're going beyond what council's role is.
I think it leads to some of the policies that haven't been developed, even on whether to sell or retain grazing lands for tender, when leased, option to purchase, because we haven't identified the lands that we wouldn't sell. So I think there's some, I don't want to say, I don't want to put words in their mouth, angst on administration to determine whether we want to keep it or not. John?
I think there's something important to consider here too. This is 82,000 acres that's valued at anywhere between $300 and $500 million. And so with that significant amount of money on the table, this is about money on everybody's side of the equation. It is about money. And ideally, maybe we shouldn't even be in the land business, but we are. And we need to proceed as landowners.
How many leases, grazing leases, are we talking about? If we're talking hundreds, it's just going to bog council down. And I don't want to see us get stuck dealing with that level of detail.
Administration, will you answer how many grazing leases and how many cultivation leases we have?
Don't quote me on exact numbers, but about 65-ish grazing leases and about 30-ish cultivation leases.
in principle, I agree with the Deputy Reeve. I very much do in principle. So if the policy is in such a way where it's mathematical, for sure. If it's mathematical implementation, not a problem. every land scenario that we've dealt with up to this point, again, I can only speak to 6 years, is that they're always one-offs, even if they're not.
John?
I think if it was all tendered, it's easy, because then you just, administration looks after it. That's where the problem comes in, is rate setting and parameters and transitions and right to sale and issues around paying people back for oil and gas revenue, like all of these things complicated. If it's a simple, if you're just acting as a land company, yeah, you can give it to administration because you have clear and defined parameters around it, and it makes it much easier. But we don't have that.
For now, can you live with that, Lane?
We'll have to.
Okay, thank you. Okay, lease options. Grazing leases will be issued in one of the following form: tender grazing leases, community pasture grazing lease. Any issue with either of those lease options? And the third, transitional grazing lease.
Just to clarify then, what does the transitional grazing lease refer to? Is this the transition period or the lease that applies during the transition from the old policy to the new? What is meant by transitional grazing lease? Because I don't see it defined anywhere.
I think it's on page 4, what that means, the terms of that. So I think the intent of the transitional lease was to give a 5-year period to the current leaseholders, and then they would revert into a tendered lease after that.
So it is the lease the first lease after the expiry of the existing one.
Yes, and
that's the transitional
refer both
lease.
to the tax recovery leases and the MD grazing leases that expire a year from now.
All grass.
All grass.
David?
On the tendered grazing lease, those are ones that you already have that are tendered. Or if somebody surrendered a lease or something like, that's how those came into effect. And those are already at 5-year normally?
They're not, we tried to align those with the expiry of the current leases, so they're varied in the years, and council decided at the time how many years those were. It's between 3 and 5 years generally.
Because in my mind, it would be nice to eliminate some of these differences. Like if we came up with a good policy on I don't know why we call it a transitional grazing lease, but in my mind, that that these tendered ones could be grouped together with all the other grass leases, and we just have one type of lease, and also the community, I'm not, anyway, it just seems like extra complication. If we can come up with a compromise that we're happy with, that allows people to try to buy these things and, or to retain them, that we could probably group those two together, in my mind.
So the reason I wouldn't be in favor of grouping them together at this point is because the tendered grazing leases went to tender, and they're significantly more than what is proposed as a rate in this policy.
But these will all come due at a certain point, at the same time as the other
Tender
ones?
remains tendered if the policy stays as is.
Right. Well, anyway, I would prefer something that was just more the same all across, but yeah.
Again, I can't speak for the last council. I can just speak to what I saw or observed. But I think the transitional, or the approach with using this transitional, was to reduce over time the number of types of leases, so that you would just have a community pasture type category and then the tendered lease.
Yeah.
Right.
So just so you are, I think that was the approach. I can't speak for them.
Right.
But yeah, tough to do it overnight, which is why I think they tried to compromise with the transitional.
Martin?
I don't, the 5 years seems kind of rushed to me. Because back when it was with the government of Alberta, people made financial decisions on buying and selling this and transferring it. And I just talked to a fellow today who's got a massive one, didn't even know it was that big. But they spaced over, and all of a sudden we're gonna say in 5 years it goes up for bids or whatever, and they base like their livelihood on it. And if that's the way we want to go, I think 5 years is a little, like they've been 10 years forever. I'm not sure what the rush is to all of a sudden just go to 5 years and switch that all up. Like 10 years has been the process all along. They made financial decisions on that. And just 5 years seems like it's gonna be, I don't know why we had to go to 5 years so quick. 10 years is reasonable, I think.
Okay, so just so we're clear, we're moving now into tender grazing lease applicable terms. Just speaking about tender grazing lease. John? Well, that's the next item if I stay following. And so you think even on tender grazing, terms will run for 5 consecutive years. Those are lands that are grassland that's being tendered. So you're saying someone could bid on it and have that rate for 10 years?
It's, grass is different than everything else. It's, you gotta make a financial decision, like when you're doing row crop or you're doing something that rolls over easy. When you're doing grass, it does not roll over easy in a year-to-year scenario. 10 years is, if you're doing grass, 10 years seems more reasonable to me that you can make a decision with your operation and everything. It just seems short for 5 years.
We had good bids come in on tendered leases, and some of those were 2 years.
Yeah, these, to be clear, these are the small, this is 1,200 acres or whatever.
That's
These are
right.
the small little ones,
Yeah.
yeah. Not the longer term ones that, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think it would be nice just over time for that to all be one. For me, it's not moving toward a tendered process. It's more toward because I'm more interested in maintaining the prairie and long-term land management, not quick turnover. So I'm hoping that we can change the transitional grazing leases to 10 years for sure. And then maybe the tendered ones, if over time it just doesn't seem fair, that we also move those to 10 years as well. But this is such a small portion of our land, I'm not too concerned over the 1,200 acres. If the MD is having fun tendering those and we're making good money, and anyway, that's fine.
Okay. In that, there's a lease term, the rental rates are set by tender and no assignment, sublet or selling of a tendered grazing. So now we're moving on to community pasture grazing lease and the applicable terms. So the first one, it lists the community pasture associations. The next is the lease term. It'll run for 10 consecutive years. Tenants will be granted a further option to renew for a further 10 years as long as they're in good standing and in compliance with their lease. The rental rates and adjustments for the first 2 years of the term, the tenant shall pay rent calculated at 2610 AUM. Commencing on the 3rd and 7th, the rent, there'll be a rent review. I assume that people will want to have a discussion at this point,
Yeah.
so I'm open to that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that being at 2 times the provincial rate, and then it's adjusted every year based off of the provincial would be a much better long-term solution for our community pastures. So I would definitely motion that we make a change to this, that it's on a multiple of the provincial rate and tied to that, and it comes very close to the money that we're talking about, but gives us a long-term, plan. And so I think, anyway, that's what I would like to vote on. Is
Okay.
whether we,
So David, you're moving that the rental rates and adjustments, the policy be changed to,
2 times the AGL rate,
let's give not just the acronym, 2 times the,
Alberta Grazing Lease Association, or?
are you checking that? Alberta grazing rate. I really want to have the right name in that. And zone and south zone. Okay, let's just wait a minute till we have the right name. Go ahead.
When we're talking about the rate here, it's just the rate that's going to apply to the community pasture.
Strictly community pastures right now.
Yeah.
So the rental rate and adjustments for community pastures will be based on 2 times the Alberta provincial grazing rate. And for zone, for zone one, zone 1. Okay, we'll wait till that's up and then we can have a discussion on that. John, go ahead if you want to ask your question before that's up.
So part of the problem on basing your rate on someone else's rate is, let's say there's a change in government and all of a sudden they decide that they're going to tender all this grass. So then do we go to double the tendered rate? So basing it on someone else's rate is a real problem. If you allow councils of the day to make that change, then it's at least reflective to where we are. I think that's important, and that's what was missed in the previous 20 years, is the ability for councils to move the rate to where it needed to be, up or down. It was fixed for 10 years, and that was a mistake.
Well, this news policy isn't fixed. It's tied to beef prices and the current conditions of the market.
But you're tying it to something that could change overnight. It could be the tendered rate in 2 years or 3 years. Let's say the NDP takes over and they decide they're going to go to tendered all of this. So then do we base it on that tendered rate that they have now as a provincial grazing rate? So how do you then change that?
I'm just saying, I would think that if there was a massive change to this policy that the government is using, we would have to look at our policy.
But then if it's in a contract, how do you do that?
Well, if it doesn't exist anymore, if the policy that if the rate that we are a multiplier of or that we're indexed to no longer exists, we have to come up with a new policy.
Okay, there is a motion on the floor. I wonder, David, when you look at this, if between lease and rental rates, it says the lease annual rental, the grazing lease annual rental rates.
Sure.
So just double check if that's your intention with this motion.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay, this is specific to community pastures. The motion on the floor is that Arliss, does it need to say a change to the grazing lease policy? Okay.
That the grazing lease policy be updated to reflect.
Okay, that the grazing lease policy be updated to reflect that community pasture grazing lease annual rental rates and adjustments be based on 2 times the Alberta provincial grazing rate.
Before we go on, would it be a good idea to add, if the Alberta provincial grazing rate is no longer available, that we look at this policy?
I would propose that we'll keep that as a separate motion, just so that we don't muddy it too much, if you're okay with that.
Yep.
All right, one more time, that the grazing lease policy be changed to reflect the community pasture grazing lease annual rental rates and adjustments be based on 2 times the Alberta Provincial Grazing Rate, Zone 1. Any comments or questions?
Should we add the word "that" where the cursor is? To reflect that, the community pasture grazing lease?
Doesn't.
No, I don't think so. We just want to reflect the community pasture
Okay.
lease annual rates.
I'm
Yeah.
okay with that.
Yeah.
Okay. Any further discussion? John?
I'll be voting in opposition only because this creates the same problem we had in the past where you're tying the hands of future councils, and I don't think that's the right avenue to take.
All right. I'm going to ask for a recorded vote. Okay. The motion reads that the grazing lease policy be changed to reflect the community pasture grazing lease annual rental rates and adjustments be based on 2 times the Alberta Provincial Grazing Rate. Those in favor? Those opposed? Okay, we will continue. Now, Ernie, would you like to make a motion? And a motion inside a policy that says if this, then that, I just look to administration if we really want that in there, or what would you prefer?
If council wants it, then we want it. Sorry, Tamara.
I just thought it'd be a good idea to put something like that in there so that if all of a sudden we don't have the provincial rate, that the council has direction on what to do.
Okay, so Ernie, just let's see if this will work for you, Ernie. If the Alberta Provincial Grazing Rate ceases to exist, council will have the authority to set a new rate.
Or a new policy, whatever. I don't know.
Keeping in mind, it just could be all word salad because really what matters is the lease agreement. So
Right.
whatever.
Okay.
Okay, are you okay with not pursuing that
Yes,
motion at this
I
time?
am. I just threw that out there for discussion.
Okay, sounds good. So we don't need A and B are, A's replaced, B is struck. And then no assignment. Tenant shall not assign, sublet, or sell a community pasture grazing lease.
So we've we've received lots of input on this particular point. And I think we need to give.
But this is community pasture.
Oh,
still.
sorry.
Yeah, so this
Just
is different.
on community pasture.
Correct.
But just in related to this, and we haven't had a chance to talk about this, but there will be people that will want to buy, as we found out, pieces that are part of a community pasture. And so how would that be addressed?
So I see it as quite separate. This would mean that the community pasture people cannot assign, sublet, or sell. Now, if the municipality, that would mean, and it would mean the municipality for the purposes of this policy, we have an alternate use that we could ask. But I think we're looking at, if I'm hearing council correctly, sustaining grass in community pastures.
Right, yeah.
I know what you're asking because we've had interest. That is not, we've had multiple interests in land purchases in community pastures. Correct me. I have heard from this body that a majority right now wants to keep community pastures intact. John?
In all the grazing lease policies, isn't there a provision to be able to utilize any of the MD lands for a different use other than the use it's being leased for? Doesn't
doesn't the lease, the past lease, the one that's expiring, and the current one have that as a provision so that if you do have something that you can use it for, whether it's a gravel pit or whatever it is, a nuclear power plant, whatever you're looking at, that you have the opportunity to do that. I believe it's already in, and I think that's what you're talking about, as am I, because I don't want to tie our hands in that either.
And my point would be that let's pretend the Grazing Association did have the right to transfer or sell their lease. If they were compensated for losing that part of their community pasture, but the compensation was enough to make it worth it. This is just the transferring of the lease, not the land, to a new owner. Then that new owner of the lease could then come to us to try to purchase the actual land. I just don't know if restricting that. I mean, I would definitely like some input from grazing associations. But if there was an oddball piece of land that was hard for them to administer anyway, and if they could be compensated for that land, it would allow some freedom to use these lands in other ways.
So you're going to compensate someone that's receiving something for less than market value.
Okay, that's an opinion on it for sure, but we're trying to move to a provincial, 2 times a provincial rate, which, okay, it's not a tendered rate, but on large land management pieces of land, like a giant lease association, it doesn't compute at all to the rate that we're talking about for tendered leases. Those 2 things don't relate at all. So if we're talking now about, because the maintenance and the commitment to those big pieces of land is very, very different than when you're talking about a quarter section or 2 quarter sections. We would have to, if we decided to tender a large lease association like that, we would have to take on the responsibility of all the fencing and all the maintenance, because that doesn't happen on those small leases. They may do some fencing, but nobody replaces those fences. And so I don't see how we could possibly, unless we wanted to take that responsibility on as an MD, that we are now going to be in charge of all the fences and all the maintenance if we're just tendering grass. That's very different than what we're doing with this 1,200 acres. So I think that I'm just trying to figure out how to give the flexibility to the MD and to the grazing associations. If a landowner came to them and said, okay, we really want this 1 quarter section that doesn't fit in with your world, could we work out a deal? It would have to be approved by us. I'm just wondering, that's all. I don't know if there's any scared people in the room that we're allowed to talk to or not. Go ahead.
So, go ahead, Lee.
In my mind, there's a difference between granting that right to a community pasture or a grazing association and granting that right to an individual leaseholder.
Oh, I agree. I'm just trying to figure out how we could possibly do something like that. That's all.
The concern that I've got, if we grant that right to the community association, as has been pointed out, there's 2 of these groups that have 11 members in it. We grant that right, that group of 11 is going to benefit financially in a very significant way if they're allowed to sell or transfer their lease to somebody else that's prepared to pay an arm and a leg for it.
Yeah, that's a good
And I
point.
think that is fundamentally different than granting that right to an individual. It shouldn't be considered.
Yeah, no,
So-
I hadn't even thought of it before the meeting today. So.
If you go to page 5, which is all grazing leases applicable term, and then go to number 3, lease termination by MDT, they will have the right to terminate grazing leases in order to facilitate a sale of the lands on no more than 1 year written notice, in order to allow the landlord to grant a lease to a third party for alternate use on 30 days. If in the opinion of administration, the tenant has not used the lease lands for grazing for 2 or more years on 30 days written notice. So I feel number 1 has the option. This council, I'm sure, will follow the practice of past councils, that we should have discussions And that, it may work itself out in the wash, but there is an option to end that part of the lease. I would not be in favor of any MD of Tabor lease on anything, even our houses that our staff live in, if you didn't have an ability to end it. And number 3A-1 on page 6 does have that provision.
Okay. Somewhat related to this, we've been talking about granting the right for community pasture associations to sell or sublet. What about recognizing the right for them to acquire additional leases that they're prepared to go out and purchase? Is that an issue that we need to be wrestling with, giving some thought to as well? Because it has happened in the past, and the expectation is that it will probably happen again in the future. Do we need to deal with that?
John?
That would only need to be addressed if we change the policy of the transitional grazing.
And I have no issue if a community pasture chose to buy a piece of land, because they're just like, I regard them as individual, each association as individuals. I'm not sure the conflict. I'm trying to see where you're coming from.
They're probably not looking to buy land, they're looking to buy the right to lease.
Right. At least, but what if as part of that, they wanted to, like, just like an individual farmer often does, is they'll divest themselves of one piece in order to get a more important piece. And that's, I think, is, you know, if we're treating them like, it would all have to be approved, obviously. But that's just what I'm wondering. If they're like, yes, if we could move these 3 quarters in order to get 8 better quarters that are more aligned with what we want, you know, would we entertain that? That's all.
Again, whenever we're moving the Jenga pieces on lease land, it is somebody, whether it's the community pastures or individuals. So on number 3, tenants shall not assign, sublet, or sell a tender grazing. Oh, sorry, I'm community shall not sublet or sell a community pasture grazing lease.
Okay, I mean, I don't think it's a deal breaker at this point, but yeah.
Okay, then we'll continue on. Transitional grazing lease applicable terms. The following terms shall be included in transitional grazing lease agreements.
I would like to motion that we change that to 10 years.
Okay, so David moves to that the.
Oh, well, and then, I mean, I would definitely like to have them to have the same option as the grazing lease, is that they would have 10 years and then they would have a right to, because we're trying to preserve native prairie here, that we'd have 10 years and then they have the further option to renew for a further 10 years as long as they are in good standing and in compliance with their lease.
John?
This idea that you're requiring 98% of the population of the MD of Tabor to hold grazing in its current state is ridiculous. And to hold them to 10 years with no tendered ability. So again, you're using a rate that is not near market. And the whole idea behind this policy was to get them to market. They have 10 years to get to market.
And
in a tendered rate. And so if it's not tendered, it's supported by someone else, and that is our small people that live in our hamlets, and you talked about them this morning. They would love to have the opportunity. Well, they don't have. And they won't have for another 10 years on any of these.
No, we agree that anybody could bring these, a leaseholder could initiate a sale of these at any time. So after 1 year, these could all come up for sale, and then we could approve the sale. This is specifically for leaseholders that would not be able to buy the land, and they would want to be able to continue paying a lease payment long term. And for some operations, that's important. if we can't, if we can't get that to pass, I just think 10 years is a minimum, but I think we should allow leaseholders to bring it forward for a sale. We're going to get lots of sales going. I have people in the community that are large landowners, that are these people that are not leasers, that think we shouldn't sell any of this land, that the best thing that the MD can do is hold this asset and not sell any of it. It's just trying to come up with a balance, that some of this land will stay as grazing lease for a long time. Much of it will get sold very quickly, I'm assuming, as soon as we allow sales to happen. And I think we all agree that that's a good thing, that people that want to buy it, that they can buy it. And we got to work through those issues. But those that don't, that have an opportunity to somehow keep it as grass, and that it isn't going to a high market rate, and they are tied to an index that moves these rates. If cattle market prices keep going up, the rates are going to keep going up. And so it just acknowledges that long-term leaseholders that pay for the fencing, pay for the water, have built all the infrastructure, have already put a lot of investment into this land over the last 70 years, that those that want to keep grazing have the same rights that the community pastures have. That's the idea, is to try to make it fair.
John?
I don't see any fairness here, because what you're doing is you're providing a rate that nobody's going to purchase it, because it's well below what the market would dictate. Well below. No one's going to purchase it because it's too good a deal. I'm telling you right now, and especially if you give them the opportunity to sell it, then there's going to be more amalgamation. Like, we're going down a slippery slope here that we will end up in a whole lot of hurt, and we'll probably be a year away. If we make these significant changes, we're going to be a year away before any lease agreements can be signed, because there's going to be people knocking down our door wanting to have access to that double differential rate. I'm telling you right now, if you opened it up tomorrow, there'd be 1,000 people looking for that rate, at least.
I really struggle that we go from 5 years to 10 years on transitional grazing, because in a farming operation, I recognize grass is different than row crop. But if it's not viable for you to buy or go to tender to lease, maybe it isn't part of your operation. Should the MD of Taber be in the land business and navigating grass? If I was to go in favor of the 10 years, I'm 100% against that they have the ability to buy and sell their leases. I do not think that is right. We are not helping the small guys. There is no one who has cattle leases that's a small guy. The small guys are the acreage owners. Because you aren't a row crop farmer or have a big house, if you own a quarter of dry land, and we heard that at minimum in Vauxhall grazing, you have to have 80 acres. So you have something. There are folks who have 3 acres and their debt is astronomical, and they're paying $8,000 in MD taxes. This is about a good deal for people who've had the land for 20 years. This current policy is not about pulling it from underneath them. It's giving them 5 years to decide if they would like to purchase their land, and giving them the option to first right of refusal is a positive. We heard from Coffee at Council, a big guy who people would deem, he lost his ability to maintain the land he had rented for years because the price is high. This rate is phenomenal, and there is people who want it. I don't disagree that there is people who say retain the land, retain the asset and put it out to tender because the price is there. The contract requires people to maintain the infrastructure, no different than a rental house. You're not allowed, just because it's a rental, that you run the water and rip the cupboards off the wall. There's rules and obligations. And that was the case. So of course, all of the people who held the lease were good stewards of the land and maintained the lease. These are not bad people, but we do not have a return on this investment. And this policy has the means to give people an opportunity to at least a rate that they could manage for these next 5 years, and then make some decisions.
Okay, how about the motion be adjusted to just for now, increase the term to 10 years? And then as far as renewable or whatever, it just gives people more time to make that decision, whether they want to buy or not. And then, anyway, I would like to motion that the lease terms for transitional leases be changed to 10 years. The option to buy or sell leases is how the market works in the world right now. In the big lease world of provincial leases around the province, these are bought and sold, and they're bought and sold based on a value that they are renewable and they're 10 years long. But they do move in the market. They don't stay in. I've bought and sold multiple leases in my lifetime, and I'm a young man. So it happens. And a lot of these younger ranchers that are coming in can buy these leases. But if it doesn't have 10 years and if it isn't renewable, there is nothing to buy or sell. There's no value because it's going to expire and then it's going to go up for tender.
Lane.
Well, there is value there because they're buying the right to trigger a purchase.
That's exactly. Only if that's the goal is to get them. That's what I'm saying. That doesn't.
And they would be first in line to be able to trigger that purchase.
Right, but what about the people that want to just graze cattle and preserve prairie land? They need long-term leases. And that's not in this system at all. It's all about triggering for sale.
If you want stability, you have to purchase some grassland. It's not up to the municipality to support anybody's lifestyle. It
Right.
isn't. And so that's where it falls apart for me. And allowing for 10 years at a fixed rate, it's not going to be sold. They're going to, and if we allow them to sell it, there'll be no triggering of any sales. Why would you buy it? You're getting it for nothing. You're getting it for next to nothing, and you'll sell it, and there'll be more consolidation. And as soon as it goes to tendered, now you're going to have a lot of people that want to purchase it. Until you get to a tendered spot, you're never going to have the opportunity of people wanting to purchase it, especially if allow for the sales. The only reason there's value in the sales is because of the reduced revenue you're paying for the rental rate. Like I said, if we were to offer it at $28 an AUM, we would have thousands of people applying because it's way less than what they're willing to pay for private grass.
We'll go to Lane.
Just one other thing to consider on what John has stated here. We don't know if people will just continue to lease it. The longer a decision is postponed to purchase something, the more expensive that property is going to be. It is going to rise in price over time, no question. And the sooner a person triggers that decision and makes the commitment, the better off they're going to be over the long term. And I think it's inappropriate for us to say this is going to be the outcome, knowing that people make decisions based on a range of different factors.
But I've heard from multiple leasers, private leaseholders, that have said that the reason they were happy to pay the lease rate is because it was cheaper than owning it. And so if we continue on a rate that is less than market, why would you purchase it until you force it to market? So what's wrong with the tendered rate? Why is everybody so afraid of a tendered rate? Like, where does the fear come from? I don't understand it. That's how the world works. Why is everyone so afraid of it?
That isn't how the world of long-term grazing works.
Well, that's in the provincial world. That's not in municipal world.
But we promised in all of the documents that we would treat it very similar to the province. We promised that in the documents.
Mark.
I go back to people who made financial decisions when it was before. We're trying to change stuff. Like, if we want to change it, we still got to give people, they base the value of what they're doing on 10-year terms. Like, we're trying to change it to 5 years and then terminate it. And so we terminate it. We're trying to say to them, people, too bad for you. You took a loan out. We don't care. We care about everybody at the MD. Sure, there's 98% people that maybe not, but I don't like when we say, well, we're affecting everybody. And people have made, when it was a government of Alberta, financial decisions that they're stuck with a thing. So I think it's fair that for 10 years, it's been that way, financial decision made that way. And now, unfortunately, the MD at Tabor, it switched to us. And now we gotta make the decisions. But
Lane.
I just want to remind council that the decision was made 10 years ago when the lease was changed to expire. We didn't do this, the previous council didn't do this. This was made 10 years ago. They've had 10 years to adjust and get used to the fact that it was going to expire. They've already been granted another 5-year transition period. So they've had, with the transition lease, they've had the benefit of 15 years from when that original lease was put in place.
When I was told what happened 10 years ago, they were told that the rates are going to change in 10 years. Things are going to change, but nobody knew that it was going to change to 5-year, and then it was going to be all up for sale. That wasn't discussed 10 years ago. It was just that the rate was going to change. These leases were not going to stay this way for another 20 years. There was no discussion that this rate, they were going to suddenly turn to 5 years, and then it was all going to be tendered and bought, sold. It was so that this rate is low and it's going to change in 10 years. That's the way I was told. So I don't know that this big of a change was ever contemplated back then. And it was certainly contemplated in all of the documentation that we promised to the province that this was going to be maintained as grazing land for viability of grazers, and that it was going to be maintained as native prairie, and that it was going to be long-term grazing. And so I just don't know how you manage long-term grazing without having a predictable rate when you're talking large pieces of land. And so we want it to be something that is manageable. If we push to a rate, like let's say we adjust these big leases to the rates of a few small tendered rates, that would, anyway, I can't imagine the potato growers or the sugar beet growers or us, we did some negotiating as canola growers. We wanted predictable rates that were based off of actual inputs and outputs. It was all very calculated. I don't know, your husband's very involved in the potato, but it's based on actual production. We don't want it based off of some large spike that happened with overages on potatoes on a year that there was no potatoes in Idaho. It's based off of current. And so we need these provincial rates on this grass is based off of current market all the time. And this is things that are looked at. It's not based off of a wild bid on a small piece of property to try to have some land control. And so if you could tender all of that land and had somehow some fair way of doing it, but the problem is that isn't doable when it's inside a grazing association. We're not tendering out a large grazing association. So if the private leaseholders have to compete with some small tendered projects while the big grazing associations are tied to a provincial rate, the small leaseholders will have to do something else because it will not sustain cows at that price. And that was the promise we made to the province, that this was going to be grassland that would be sustainable for ranchers. And at those tendered prices, at $28 in AUM, that's the current price of standing grass in Alberta. And like the potato growers would definitely not want somebody else to negotiate their pricing. And what happened in the last council is the people that had anything to do with grazing weren't in the room. And the rest of council determined how this was going to go. And so if the people that actually were in cattle weren't in the room, they weren't represented, they didn't get to negotiate the rates to come up with something that would work long-term and sustainable for cattle. If it isn't based off of actual production of that prairie land, it's not going to stay prairie land. It's going to have to be broke because that's the only way you can make those payments.
I'm going to go first. I dispute what you just said about the potatoes, and I'll add sugar beets to that too. The negotiations is annual and it's darn tough. And if you're not making any money, then you would get the heck out. So the MD is not making any money. So we should get the heck out. If we were going to use that principle, It would not make any sense. So they are not the same. We are carrying grass. If that's the priority of this MD, that's a totally different discussion. But we aren't just helping the small guys out. If we line up the list of who owns leases and go through a community checklist of who has and who hasn't, my goodness, there's going to be a lot of who has's on that list. So I disagree with how you're approaching this. If it is about keeping it in grass, that's a different discussion. This is not about making money for the MD of Taber. This is about us carrying other people's business plans.
Okay, can I just respond to that? I think that those who have are going to buy their leases, and that will be good for the MD. I agree 100% on that list of who has, and the who has are going to buy their leases. They want control, and they want to be able to do other things. I think lots of revenue is going to come into the MD just by changing that one policy, by allowing people to buy their leases. But those who don't, and that want to maintain their grass as grass long-term, they need some protection like this because they're not going to be able to do it. So, but those that want to keep it as grass, it has to be at a price that is economical to actually graze cattle on if we're going to pretend that it's going to be grazing land. If not, then it's just something else altogether.
So how is that our business to decide what is economical or not? You go to a tendered rate, then. If that's the case, well, why are we so afraid of a tendered rate? If it's all about business, if this is a business decision, why are we afraid of tendered? Because it's not about business, it's about lifestyle. And so you're trying to protect the lifestyle and you're trying to protect an entity and some grass. So that's not the responsibility of a municipal government, is to protect grass. That's not our job. Our job is to deliver services. We'd be better off to sell, we'd actually be better off to give it away. At this point, we lose money every year. And so there's no way that we can allow a subsidized rate to go on for 10 years. You just can't let it happen. It can't happen. I'm telling you that rate has to go to a tendered rate at some point in time.
David?
Okay, so a tendered rate on this kind of a lease has nothing to do with grass. Just as you said, all it has to do with is speculating on what else we can do with that land. It's about buying the land and then being able to do it. Because if we just open this up for tendering, the land that can be converted to cultivation and all that stuff can totally be, so there will be speculation. It's not just about tendering blades of grass.
It's tendering for
John,
grazing.
don't interrupt him, please.
But the way this new lease is written, it's very short term, and then it expires, and then we have to go out to tender, and then it could be sold and bought. So there will be a whole bunch of, if we put a conservation, nature conservancy restriction on all of this land and made it stay as grass, it would be very different tendering numbers than something that could possibly be purchased and then changed to something else. And I think that could be a good thing for all of us in the MD if there's this flexibility for things to be sold and that not all of it has to stay as grass. I think we're all in agreement that there needs to be a balance. It's just that some of this grass that people actually want to keep cows on, as it would be very, very difficult. You'd be better off to cut and bale hay and feed it to a cow than to graze them on land that is more than double the price of the provincial rate. So anyway, but I think 10 years would be a good, I think the lease term has always been 10 years, and I would like it to be changed back to a 10-year transitional for the leases to give people time to prepare for either, and those that want to purchase right away can purchase right away, but those that just want to graze their cows on the lease, that's what I think we promised the province that we would do. And so that's why I motion that.
Okay, Lane?
I was just going to say, let's vote on the motion.
Yeah, that's where I'm getting to. But I want to make sure anyone else who has a comment has an opportunity. So the motion reads that the grazing lease policy just be changed to, I want to make sure we got the right wording. The grazing lease policy be changed to the grazing lease policy in relation to transitional grazing lease applicable terms. David, can you live with that? That's the title at the top of that section. I just don't want us to get confused with other types of leases.
Okay, great.
Okay, that the grazing lease policy in relation to transitional grazing lease terms be changed to reflect a 10-year term. I'll call for a recorded vote. Oh, yes, you can.
So is that gonna replace this whole thing then? Like it instead, because right now it says lease term will run 5 consecutive years and then terminate. So the terminate part will be out. That'll be the whole part that goes in there then? The terminate part is gone then?
Yeah, if this motion reads as this, then it would,
Replace what's said under 1A?
yeah, lease terms will run. So, yeah, it would, instead of,
Saying 5 consecutive years then terminate, that'll be all gone and then this will take its place, correct?
yeah, if this passes. Now, remember, we're making changes to the policy and then we will see the policy again. So I will be voting against this for multiple reasons because we do not know what this council's intention is to do with buy and sell, and I disagree with that. So I've called for a recorded vote. The motion is that the grazing lease policy in relation to transitional grazing lease terms be changed to reflect a 10-year term. Those in favor? Those opposed? That motion fails. All right. We can continue on with lease terms and then rental rates and adjustments.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
If all of this is affected by our buy-sell terms, then maybe we need to go there first. Because if we can agree on how things can be bought and sold, it may affect how we, anyway, I'm just wondering if you made an important point when you opposed the previous one. And so if all of these things are going to be affected by that, then maybe we need to start there, if that's the determining factor.
Yeah, for me, we made these motions before. We made them all together because to me, they're very interconnected. So we can go there, but that's all grazing lease tenant purchase option. Does anyone have comments on the rental rates and adjustments? I would propose, since we've approved it on community pastures, that we would have the same. So I will move that the grazing policy, I just want it to reflect the exact same motion.
Yeah, I agree.
So if you can copy and paste that, and then I'll determine if that's the, yeah, in transitional.
Is it fair just to add one additional, not impacting the resolution, but just administrative perspective with respect to revenue?
Yes.
Just making sure, all I need to do is feel comfortable in saying it and then council can carry on, but this will impact revenue as it relates to budget that was just recently approved. So council will have to adjust either taxation revenue or adjust the other side via service cuts or expenditure cuts come March, April. That's all.
On we're talking the tenant purchase option?
No, he's talking about the Alberta provincial grazing rate.
Anything you do that impacts revenue,
Right.
you'll just have to make up for by adjusting taxation rates
Now, the rate.
and or expenditure.
The rate that was provided for 2026
Was gonna be 14,
was
wasn't it?
1468. Is that correct? I'm looking to the Grazing Association if they know that number. Okay,
So that would actually bring us higher than what we're at in here, 28.
It'll be higher than 26. for
Yeah.
anyone.
right. So
Yeah.
you're just saying it'll have an
Just saying
impact.
that you have an impact one way or another.
Right.
Kate, my motion, I move that the grazing lease policy be changed to reflect that transitional grazing lease annual rental rates and adjustments be based on 2 times the Alberta provincial grazing rate, zone 1. Any questions or comments on that motion? Those in favor? Those opposed? That motion is carried.
So A gets replaced with what we just moved and B gets struck again?
Yes. Okay, moving to, it's 3:22, regardless of where we're at 3:45, we'll take a 5-minute break. Right of first refusal, at the expiry of the transitional grazing lease, tenants shall be granted a right of first refusal or priority right to lease the grazing lands as follows. I'll give you time to read it so you don't have to listen to my voice so much.
So this question, this just relates to continuing to lease. This isn't purchase. We're talking.
Yes.
This is just a lease, a tendering process. I was hoping we would talk about the purchase options because I think that's going to affect everything else. But anyhow.
We're getting close.
Yep.
Okay, and Noah, then we're on number, is everyone okay so far with that? Okay, number 4, no assignment, tenant shall not assign, sublet, or sell a traditional grazing lease. What did I say? Oh. Lane.
I think this is one of the things that we heard is that they want to have the right to sell reinstated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it doesn't have a lot of value if there's no renewal and if there's no length to the lease.
Well, there is value if they can trigger the purchase.
Yep.
John?
So why are we willing to circumvent the value to someone else other than the landowner?
The landowner could sell the lease.
No.
The leaseholder could sell the lease, transition the lease to someone else who would be in position to buy the land. That way, an older couple that's getting finished with their ranching career, or could sell it to their kids or to their neighbors, and then they could trigger the purchase to the option to purchase that land. It would give young guys a chance to get in on buying some of this land if we're going to give right of first refusal for the purchase, that affects very much what we do on the assignment. If we're changing our purchase option, that there is a right of first refusal for the people that hold the lease, then that very much can add value to this ability to assign. And so
I disagree. It adds no value to the landowner, which is the MD of Tabor. There's no value extracted by allowing this. The only value that's extracted is by the leaseholder. They've already extracted the value over the last 20 years by having such a reduced rate. So this idea that we owe them something is actually ridiculous, because we don't owe them anything. And so we've put this on the back of the taxpayer, of the MD of Tabor. And so now we're going to allow this transfer and be able to sell these, even though they don't own it? Like, this makes zero sense to me, like zero.
okay, we're using this terminology that somehow we've put something on the back of taxpayers when we begged for this land from the province and promised that it was going to be long-term leased land, and that it was, and now we're totally changing our policy to sell. We are going to make some great money on this land by changing this policy, but we've totally made it so that anybody that wants to long-term lease this, which is the intent that we brought it from the province, if we would have left this with the province, this would all be on 10-year renewable terms. It would be bought and sold. It would all have been protected as prairie. Now we brought it to the MD level. Nobody is hurt over this. This is a huge asset to us that we are going to do a big irrigation project on and a whole bunch of other things. But we're basically saying that we're willing to turn our back on the whole concept that this land was brought to our MD to be long-term grazing. That's why we brought it here. But that's not what we're going to do with it. And I'm fine with that. We're trying to have a balance that those that want to continue on putting cows on land can actually do that. And you cannot do that at long-term sustainably at on big pieces of land with this policy. It's going to have to be bought. These landowners are going to have to choose in 5 years to buy this land, or it becomes, because it is going to move to someone else.
I don't think it hurts the MD. I don't think it hurts the MD at all to leave them transfer between each other. We're not losing anything. From what I'm understanding, there's a transfer payment, so we actually gain a little bit. We're not out anything. If the land sells, we still get our money. So by letting them transfer it, we're not out anything. The MD doesn't lose anything.
We gain.
Yeah, we gain a payment.
It has been a request that's been made. I think we need to drill down and understand clearly what the implications are to the MD if we do this, and what the implications are if we do not do this. So let's just have that discussion. What happens if we allow for assignment of leases?
We get a fee and somebody else gets an option to buy that land from us. It just moves to a different person. They still get the option to buy it. We still have the option to sell it.
Martin.
And it keeps it with residents of the MD. Like it's not going to go to a big corporation then. If we do this, it keeps it the local farmers and keeps it out of the hands of the big corporation.
Is there any other, is there any other potential implications that we need to consider if we allow this? If there isn't, then the next question is, what happens if we do not allow this? What is the impact to the MD? What is the impact to the leaseholders?
Can I just insert here that most likely if you allow transfer, it's going to allow transferring to neighbors and friends of the people, because they get to choose who they sell it to, right? When you're buying and selling in an open market. And so it would allow the residents of those different parts of the municipality that are ranching to have a chance to consolidate or to be able to buy land that fits with their land, instead of it going, you know, if I was to bid on some grass way up in the north. Anyway, I just think it would give a natural market-based way of these lands aligning before they're actually sold. And then the people that are in their area that already have the corrals and the barns and the setup have a chance of actually buying the land in their area. So like the county of Newell, or no, county of Vulcan, they allowed last right of first refusal, or last right of refusal to the neighboring. They allowed that to make sure that the people that have been farming in those areas were given an option. So allowing people to let the market do its thing, then, and it could be somebody from the far end of the if they're willing to pay a better price. It's a market-driven way of doing it. And so I don't think there's any problem with it at all.
John?
So what you're saying is you're going to allow someone that doesn't own the land to have a market assessment done on the value in it, but we can't. So we're going to allow for a reduced rate other than a market-driven rate to rent that land. Then we're going to allow people to sell that in a private sale agreement. That doesn't necessarily mean it's going to a neighbor. It's going to go to the highest bidder, let's be honest. So you're going to allow them to extract a premium, even though we're extracting less than market value. So I don't understand the two. The two don't equate at all. Like it doesn't equate.
We're talking about two different things. The rate for long-term grazing is for people that want to hang on, and those that want to buy and sell are going to buy and sell. And we're setting at a 2x the provincial rate, which is higher than the rate that you guys assigned already in the documents. So we're not trying to rip off the MD at all. We're giving them a better rate than what's already assigned in this document. And it gives people some time here to decide whether they're staying in ranching, and then if they're not, they can assign this lease to somebody else. And those people that buy it are going to be in a better position to pay good money to buy these lands from the MD.
I'm 100% in favor if we go to a tendered rate on March 1st. Then allow them to buy and sell. As long as we're at a tendered rate, we're good to go. Because then you're basing on market.
We've already had the discussion about the rate.
And I actually, and I cannot believe I'm going to say this out loud. I can handle that as long as we stay with that at the end of 5 years, they're terminated. Because then people can do what they want in these 5 years, no different than the transfer that we just did for 4 entities before. And right now we don't have, the motion is for 5 consecutive, the term is 5 consecutive years and then terminate. People want to buy and sell, which I really feel is dirty and wrong. But if you think that that helps out the guys, because it's buying and selling MD of Taber land. I never understood that the day I got here. I don't understand it now. I don't know why anyone would risk that. But if people want to do it, as long as we terminate after 5 years, I can live with it.
All right.
I'm going to go to Lane, then you, Ernie.
Okay.
They're not buying and selling MD of Taber land. They're buying and selling the right to use it and then to make a decision about whether they want to purchase it and to be first in line for the purchase. That's what they're buying and selling.
Ernie?
My point exactly.
Yeah.
So what you're doing is you're encouraging speculation on the backs of the MD.
Go ahead, Lane.
I don't understand how it's on the backs of the MD. Either way, the land will likely be sold. Either it's going to be sold by the person or purchased by the person who is buying the lease, or it's going to be purchased by somebody else when the land comes up for sale on the open market. And the one that's buying the lease is going to have to pay appraised price for the land. If there's a difference between appraised price and market price, then that's where we need to have a discussion. But if market price and appraised price is fairly close to the same, it makes no impact, or it has no impact on the MD and the amount that we receive for the sale of that property in the end.
John?
And for me, I'm in favor of allowing this, but only with one caveat, that when that lease transitions, so if you sell a lease to someone else, it goes to open tender for sale
March 1st of that year, or whatever year that is, that's what happens. It goes to open sale. Because then you're not, because you're not allowing the person that transferred it now to be able to trigger a sale knowing that they can speculate on it. You're taking the speculation component out of it. And if you're in favor of allowing this to happen, that's the only way it makes sense.
Just to rebuttal, and that's a valid point, because if that's the decision that we're going to make, then it's going to render the sale of leases probably null and void.
Because it's speculative.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so what we have changed in transitional leases is the rental rate and adjustments.
So can we make a motion to see where we stand on that, about right to buy and sell your leases, or?
Yeah, you can make a motion.
I'll make a motion that we let the current leaseholders be able to buy and sell their leases until they expire their 5 years.
Okay, we'll just wait for Lace, but go ahead, Lane.
Speaking to the motion that's been made, I'll be voting in support of it. My reasons for doing so, this is something that has been consistently asked for. I don't think in the end that it's going to make that much difference to what the MD receives when the sale of this property takes place. It's recognizing that those who have had a lease in place for many years, it's going to recognize value in that lease, and yes, they will benefit from the sale of that lease, but it's not going to be a benefit that they receive at a cost to the MD residents.
I would be voting in opposition because I think all this does is add a speculation component within this. And so the only way I'd be in favor is, and maybe I'll propose an amendment, that it's allowed in the first 5 years, but would not be allowed to trigger a sale by a new transitional, but by the new holder of the lease.
Is it a motion?
Yes.
So it's an amendment to the motion?
Yes.
So John moves that
Move that we that any transitions that take place in the first 5 years, the new leaseholder does not have the option to purchase.
And the one part that I don't like in the first motion is within the first 5-year term. It should say within the 5-year term. I didn't hear the word first read in. Okay, let's give Lace a minute. Yeah, go ahead. You have something.
I'll be voting against the amendment because if the end goal is to let people buy it, it's gonna slow down the process. If there's a amendment where we can transfer it and somebody's gonna buy it, it just speeds up the process. So I'll be voting against it and I'll trust the people that are in charge of it.
Anyone else at this time want to make a comment? Okay, we'll just wait for the motion. No, purchase. To include that the new leaseholder does not have the option to purchase, so. Yeah. The land. The land. Ernie, go ahead.
So
I
would
don't know.
that be, now I gotta think about this a bit. So that means they don't have the first right of refusal, correct?
Right.
Right.
All they would be purchasing is the grazing rights to the end of that term. Fair enough.
Which takes all the value out of the transfer, yeah.
Okay, so the proposed amendment reads to include that the new leaseholder does not have the option to purchase the land if they have purchased a transitional lease. Yeah, I'm feeling like should we change to allow tenants to
So,
assign something.
so I'm wondering what difference does it make if if they have that option or not? What does it matter?
Lane.
The motion of Martin put on the table originally allows them to sell their
Mhm.
transitional grazing lease within a 5-year term. What John is saying is that, yeah, they sell it, but whoever buys it doesn't have the right to purchase it.
I understand that, and I'm saying, what difference does it make? Why does it matter? I don't understand that.
Well,
John, go ahead, and then Martin.
So you take the speculation component out of it. So what's happening then is you're allowing the speculation and the value to be extracted by someone else. So if you're allowing someone to, so they might see where the values are going. And so if they want to purchase it, they're going to purchase the lease. Then they can see that a lot of this land that's been purchased over the last 3 or 4 years has been broken, has been farmed. All of this value has been added to it because they were able to purchase it at a price that was speculative. So they're going to go out and purchase leases with that intent. And they might use agents to do so, and that could end up in the multinational corporations we're so worried about. And so you're allowing for speculation. Well, you're allowing for speculation in here. So that's where, and speculation, not by the municipality who's the rightful landowner, it's speculation by people that are looking to extract a premium out of something they don't own.
Martin, then David.
We've allowed this to be bought and sold before. So if you put on there where you can't sell it, somebody that wants to get out of it literally will get none of their money back. At least if they have the option to sell their transitional lease, if they want to get out of cattle or whatever, they will still have some value to get some of their money back. If their hands aren't tied because nobody will buy it, their lease, because it's going to expire in a couple of years. But if you have a chance to do something else and they can recoup some of their money that they've put to buy and sell these leases before back, would be great to at least help somebody out that took out huge loans on this.
David? And then I'm going after David.
Okay, and then it also, it allows for, like, we haven't finished the whole purchase part. If there are ranchers that want to purchase this land as grass, and if we somehow develop a model which will allow people to caveat this land or whatever to be grass and remain as grass, then people that actually want to keep grass can buy these transitional leases with the right to purchase and protect this stuff as grass. It isn't always going to be somebody that's going to speculate and turn it into irrigation. This allows ranchers to buy and sell their leases back and forth to other ranchers and then protect it as grass. Yes, there's going to be some speculation, but we're all going to be involved in that process of deciding which lands are going to get sold and how they're assessed. And I think that's what the documentation that came from the Grazing Association, we can sell this two ways. If we know that this land is in a good location to be irrigated and all those things, and if that leaseholder wants to buy it as speculated land, we're going to get more money out of it. We're going to have it assessed as a property that has unlimited uses after we sell. But if there are individuals that want to maintain this as native prairie and want to be able to keep cattle on it, then we can go into a process that would allow it to be preserved as native prairie. We haven't worked out those details yet, but it certainly is not, we're not talking about here about just giving this to multinationals in some speculation. This is allowing ranchers to sell their leases back and forth to other ranchers or farmers or whoever, but it allows a market. But to take out the option to purchase it in the end is killing so I will definitely be against the proposed amendment because it doesn't allow for any value in being able to transition their leases to somebody else.
So I have a few comments. First of all, why is the MD worried about setting the value? We know the value of land. That's very obvious when we see land go for sale, whether it's cultivated or grass. So that's a concern of mine. And the value in the land was the right to lease it at a low price. It's not the fault of the leaseholders that the price was low, but it was an opportunity to have lease land and do the improvements, and everyone had to do those improvements. So I am struggling that we're making something so much more complicated than it needs to be, because if we want to set the price, then it goes to tender. And if an individual wants to keep it as grass, and is the MD going to get into the conservation business, and how long is forever?
We claimed we were very clearly in all the documentation in the past that if we ever sold this land, we would put a legal caveat on it that it would remain as native prairie. And so I think we're trying to come to a compromise by allowing irrigation projects and allowing some flexibility. We're just trying to give some possibility that some prairie gets preserved.
I'm going to vote against the amendment. I'll vote against the amendment, but I'm also going to vote, yeah, I can talk about that later. Okay, there's a proposed amendment on the floor to include the new lease, that the new leaseholder does not have the option to purchase the land if they have purchased a transitional lease. Yes. Yes.
We've never allowed subletting, so just if that's a departure from before. That's if you choose.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we want sublet in there.
That it's your motion, Martin.
I didn't have sublet in there.
Okay. Okay, so the amendment is on the floor to include that leaseholder does not have the option to purchase the land if they've purchased a transitional lease. Those in favor of the amendment? Those opposed to the amendment? That amendment fails. So next, yes.
I want to speak to this motion because I think if this motion is carried, and I will be voting against this, what we will see is we will have to go through significant public consultation. This changes so much to what we've circulated to everyone. And this changes everything. It really does. And this is a huge change. And we will need, we can't get this done in 6 months.
I will also vote against this because what you're doing when you're trying to protect the small guys and get them some money out, you're going to see a rapid sale of leases, and then those big guys will come in to buy. And so is there money that is made for the MD? You bet. And maybe that would be the best option. But that was never the intention. It was to always allow the lease holders to have the opportunity within those 5 years to either to go to purchase at an appraised value. And I was always in favor of that. We haven't got there yet, but that's why I'll be voting against this. If we want to see large tract landowners own MD land, it'll happen.
And this idea that this is going to help protect grazing land is exactly the opposite.
Lane.
I see this as doing nothing more than what we approved this earlier today. We've had a request to assign leases. All we're going to be doing is allowing the assignment of those leases to carry on for the next 5-year period. Same thing.
Yeah, very simple. Just let the market do its thing.
Anyone else want to make a comment on the motion on the floor?
One thought that's crossed my mind is, and I don't know if it's accurate or not, but if we allow bidding on these lands after their lease is over, what's to stop one big landowner from bidding on everything and taking it all?
Lane?
Well, it depends on whether we determine that the landowner has to be an MD area resident or not. If it's somebody that has that capability and the wherewithal to put together a deal like that, they would be able to come in and bid on it and be high bidder and purchase it. If we draw the line and say that corporations from outside of this area are not allowed, then that ends it for them. But we have to recognize that that is certainly a possibility for individuals that would meet whatever level of qualification we set and that they would need to adhere to.
But it could be a corporation from within this area too.
Yeah. I think it needs to be pointed out, this would be the last resort of any leaseholder. It's only those that just feel like they are not going to be able to purchase their land. If they want to purchase their land at appraised value, they would never exercise this option. They're just going to wait and they're going to exercise, or they're going to just exercise the right to purchase, and they will. This is for people who can't, or that are just near the end of their career, and then they would sell this to somebody else that's interested in buying it. And so I obviously thought this would be tied to 10-year terms and renewable so that people would actually have some time to work these things through. But it's a market condition that exists all over the place that we are allowed to buy and sell the right to lease land.
Allowing for more consolidation and the big getting bigger when this is supposed to all be protecting the little guy, when it does exactly the opposite.
It allows the little guy to get some value out of their lease, and we don't know who's going to buy it. We have no idea if it's going to consolidate or if other little guys are going to get in the game.
Okay. I'll read it in one more time, ask for final comments or questions, and then go to a vote. that the grazing lease policy be changed to allow a tenant to assign or sell a transitional grazing lease within the 5-year term. Any further comments? John?
Could I call for a recorded vote?
Yes. Any further comments? Those in favor of the motion? Those opposed? That fails. Or carry. Sorry, no. Let's record a vote. Let's do it one more time. Those in favor of the motion? 1, 2, yeah, sorry. And those opposed? Yeah, sorry, I meant to, yeah, that carries.
That's okay, it's getting late.
Okay, so I'm past the 3:45. Let's take 6 or 7 minutes and come back just after 4. We'll recess. So tenant. Good place. Okay, we'll resume the meeting, continuing going through the policy. I did ask a few people who were here, council, are you okay with reviewing cultivated lands at an upcoming meeting so that we have a timely end to this? Okay. So
When should I give it time again?
can I tell you that at 5? You know, we knew it was going to be a long day, so I think we should still continue if people are willing. If at some point someone doesn't feel that we should, you can make a motion to adjourn, but it would be nice if we could continue on. Okay, we're at all grazing leases applicable terms. Unless anyone had anything else they wanted to bring forward. So the following terms are to be included in every grazing lease, so that's referencing tendered leases, community pastures, and transitional leases. Tenant purchase options.
There's a formatting error in this section. It needs to just simply reference the land sale process and not necessarily Part H, Section 3.
Okay. So once you've got through those 5 of the tenant purchase option, Lane, yep, of course.
Can we just walk step by step through?
Absolutely. I just didn't want you to have to hear
Yeah.
my voice the whole time. Tenants may request to purchase their leased grazing lands at any time during the term of their lease, provided the tenant is not in default of the lease as followed. Tenant submits a written request to MDT to request a sale of the grazing lands. Council will determine if grazing lands should be sold. Are we good with those two so
Yeah.
far? If approved, administration will offer the grazing lands for sale pursuant to the land sales process provided under Part H, Section 3 of this policy. So let's go there.
So section 3 is what we've already dealt with. No?
Nope, that's the form, that's the error. That's the
Okay.
error.
Okay, so tell me what it should be then
There we
again.
go.
3, land sale
It's
process.
on the screen there now.
Okay. Okay, so lands. If a sale of grazing land is approved by council, or if a tenant requests to purchase the grazing lands under their current lease, the following procedure must be followed. Council must confirm that a sale of the grazing land is in the best interest of the MD. Sales will occur using a competitive process or other public offering unless otherwise directed by council. If land is to be sold, administration drafts tender for advertising in print and social media. Bidders are not required to be residents of the MD of Taber. Sale may be subject to reserve bid amount to be determined by appraisal by MD Assessment Department or independent appraiser. Land being offered for sale on a as is, where is basis. If bid satisfies all qualifications, MD will accept the highest bid. Land sale document preparation and land title registration administered through professional legal services. Any sale agreement on grazing lands must be conditional on obtaining final approval by council.
Can I just
Go
need
ahead,
some clarification? It was my understanding that when the leaseholder triggers a sale or expresses interest in wanting to purchase, they would have an opportunity to do so with the purchase price being set through an appraisal. That is not referenced in
So
here.
that, we didn't, that would be a change, and I would, yeah, for sure.
I thought I had read elsewhere that appraisal was an option. Okay.
Okay.
So if we're going to allow that as an option, then that completely rewrites this whole section.
And number 4, and number 4.
This is perhaps why, at the last committee of the whole,
Mhm.
there was like proposed policy to be discussed.
Okay.
Which was and wasn't.
Because as long as this current wording remains the process for selling land, there will be no value in a lease being purchased by somebody else. They're
Mhm.
not going to be able to trigger the sale under conditions that will provide any benefit for them whatsoever. They will be no further ahead than anybody else that's interested in buying a parcel once it's offered for sale through an open public tender.
And the intent of this original motion was to develop a reserve for the MD of Tabor. But I have heard from leaseholders, I would like to give leaseholders that opportunity to have the ability to buy at two appraised values, that whether it's the average or however we decide, and give them first right of refusal. But again, for me, there's lots going on in my mind because now we've allowed buy and sell of leases, so there is a change.
So if appraisals are going to be relied upon to set the value, then 3A1 is the only one that stays in here, and everything below it needs to change.
Murray?
I think we talked about too, if any lands are gonna be sold, no matter if it's cultivation or grazing, to check for aggregate. That wasn't nowhere in here, but I think we talked about that at committee of the whole or whatever.
I think council ultimately has the yea or nay to sell land, so that would be all part of that process, I guess, yeah.
Yeah. And remember that I had suggested that we can go ahead with this, and we can protect our need to mine for aggregate on any property if we register that by way of a caveat. We're not going to be able to go in and do an in-depth assessment on all of these parcels. It just cannot be done in a timely manner. If we insist on that, it's going to bring everything to a grinding halt. But we can have an easement drafted up that reserves certain rights to the MD. And one of them would be to mine gravel if it's there. It could be to install water lines. It could be to install fiber optic lines. It could be to acquire right of way for roads if roads are ever required, or anything else. And the purchaser buys it knowing that that caveat is on title, and the MD will always be able to exercise their rights under that caveat. We would have to compensate them for that whenever we exercise that right, but the right will be protected, and they can move ahead purchasing the land. We can sell it knowing that we will still be able to benefit from it if the need arises in the future.
I'm not familiar with those kinds of caveat, but do you have lived experience with that? Kate? Okay, good.
It's really no different than the right that that the irrigation districts already have entrenched for any land that they have. They can arbitrarily enter on any land in their area, say, we're coming in, we're putting in a ditch right through the middle of your field, and you've got no right to oppose it.
And gas co-ops have the same.
Okay. It's just not something I'm familiar with. Okay, so then, we need to make, if we want to make a change, we need to make some motions. Or not. Go ahead.
We're all looking tired.
Yeah, well, it's been a long day.
Well, I'll move that we, I don't know how we're going to go about doing this because there's a whole series of actions that are going to be required if we end up defaulting to appraisals to set value. But I would suggest that we do that with this section.
Okay, so that could be more so a direct administration to, yeah, so let's do it maybe that
Yeah.
through that mechanism. Direct administration. Well, no, we haven't done any of them like that because no matter what, these changes are not policy changes. These are preparation for a draft. So let's get at it then. Will occur when a competitive process. Martin.
Are we still on the grading one? Is that one we want to, I can make an amendment to that one? Or the
We're-
tenants are not granted the right of first refusal, or do we want to go to the land sale first? Which way are we going here?
We're right now we're on all grazing leases applicable
Yeah.
terms.
Okay.
It's the land sale process that we're
Yes.
dealing with. So we're
Yeah.
looking at what's on the screen right now. 3 is the land sale process. A, if a sale of grazing lands is approved, blah, 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 and then I will let, Roman numeral 1, council must confirm that the sale of grazing lands is in the best interest of the MD of Tabor.
Good.
That one will remain the same.
Yeah.
From that point on, we've got to come up with whatever's going to, I would suggest that number 2 would state something to the effect that if a sale is in the best interests of the MD of Tabor, the price will be set using appraised, using an independent appraisal. What's that? Yeah, using an independent third-party appraiser. Now, the question is whether we would require 2 appraisers or 2 appraisals, or if we're going to rely on just 1.
Let me just pull up the language from Vulcan.
If I may, I just add too that the, there was talk about having a land sales policy be independent, like pull the land sales portions out of these 2 policies and just refer to a land sales policy itself. So the direction could be towards the development of a land sales policy. So if you were specific to developing a land sales policy with direction as far as, like you say, appraisal to appraised values, averaging appraised values, similar to what was done in Vulcan, then we could take that direction in the development of the land sales policy. And then just remove this portion, just make reference to the land sales policy. For both policies.
You could change that at number 3. So if approved by council, administration will offer the grazing lands for sale pursuant to the land sale process. And so right now we don't have a land sale process, right? Is what you're saying. So in Vulcan, so Lane, first off, you do have a motion on the floor, so I don't want to take away from that. But for in Vulcan, if the land is 30 acres or more, they have 2 independent market value appraisals. Ensure that market value appraisals reported no less than 90 days, have the reserve sale price set at the average valuation of the 2. And then it talks about what the chief magistrate officer will do.
With respect to the land sales, what's the principle you're trying to achieve or consider kind of the baseline? Maybe we could take that and
Yeah.
in the draft. Just based on, the principle is based on appraised value, right?
And the leaseholder having access to purchase at that appraised value.
Current.
Which was one of the options that we developed in our
At the committee of the whole.
committee of the whole. Yeah.
Okay, John?
Yeah, we saw that. I think we saw that option.
Yeah.
Committee of the whole. Maybe not. We didn't adopt it, I guess.
So, Lane, do you want to, the motion is if a sale is in the best interest of the MDT. The land.
Which the tenant would have the first right of refusal to the purchase.
Okay, does that line up? Can we make that change with number on the hard copy paper that we have? It would be number 1A3. Do you have something that you can copy and paste that you've already prepared for us for Lace, or she's just working on it?
I think she's just working
Okay,
on it.
that's fine.
There's lots,
Yes.
there's lots of questions, I think, that follow this up, but
Go ahead.
I'm new to this, Lane. Sounds like you got lots of information that I can pick your brain for. If we want to keep it in the MD, could we add a second spot to that? Say if it goes to the sale leaseholder, if he chooses or cannot buy it, second right of view goes to an MD resident. So we keep it local, or would that be too complicated?
Well,
If we're wanting to restrict the purchase of these lands to MD residents or MD-based corporations, which is no different than a resident, that would have to be dealt with in another section of the policy. And I think that that's a conversation that we need to have. I believe that that was part of the information that we have reviewed once already, that that's an option.
Yeah.
I could be wrong.
Maybe the whole. Go ahead, Martin.
Have we talked about, you have to be MD resident? I don't think you talked about that part yet, have we? Not today, we haven't. We did it at the committee of the whole, but.
Correct.
Not today.
At committee of the whole.
Yeah.
Because the memo from December 9th, 25, Committee of the Whole was to present the Committee of the Whole info and gather feedback related to the development of policy on the sales of municipally owned cultivated and or grazing land.
Of which we really didn't get any feedback.
No, I realize that, but
Would it be easier to refer to a policy that would talk about all purchases of lands the MD of Tabor owns and not specifically to grazing? Would that be easier or more complex?
Not any less complex than what we're doing now. We refer to one land sales policy that deals with, in this case, cultivation and grazing lands. We could consider that. Using the same kind of basic principles that I'm hearing. But there'd be a lot more questions yet to be asked. Right? If somebody triggers, or if somebody wants to purchase but then doesn't want to pay the price, where does that leave the status of the lease? Those kinds of things. The question about MDT residents, I mean, I think that's pretty simple one to answer. But.
so Lane, does this meet your?
Well, yes, but if the interest that council has is that we just refer to lands being purchased will be subject to land purchase policy, and as has been suggested, that purchase policy deal with all, or the sale of all MD lands, not just grazing leases.
But we can push through just this one and then see if we think it's good to apply to the other ones, just so that we get a baseline. I think where you're headed is a good start.
I just think you gotta add, you want it two, right? To use an independent third party to establish sale price with two. Should be, you want two prices in there, just, I don't know how you word that.
Yeah, well, Vulcan County has done a fairly good job. There's no sense reinventing the wheel. Lane, do you mind to pass that back to me, please? Their language is have two independent market value appraisals completed in accordance with the uniform standards of professional appraisal practice by certified appraisers. But it doesn't say average or,
Yeah, because would you take the highest or lowest? It should probably be the average.
Yeah.
If you're using two.
Have the reverse here, number 3, I just had to read farther. Have the reserve sale price set at an average valuation of the two appraisal of reports. So I guess I hear what David is saying about, like, if we push through, but if we have this motion, and I mean, we have one on the floor, but if approved by council, administration will offer grazing lands for sale pursuant to the land sale process or policy. I mean, Vulcan does their own. And then if we can make a second motion that's even outside of this, to have a land sale policy that's based on the average of two appraised values, like, or direct administration to create a land sale policy based on, and it just depends, do you want to allow first right of refusal? I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
That was always, yes. So then would we just drop, oh gosh, Go ahead, Arliss.
You almost need a policy, a draft policy, whether you agree with it or not, that tries to capture what you're discussing, and then you can slash and burn from there. Right?
Okay.
You can, I don't know, you can take what you like, add what you don't, move what you don't like, take what you like, add what you want from something that's already created.
And you would do that with a lawyer kind of thing?
Yep.
Everything.
Yeah, I like that.
So we'll offer the grazing lands for sale pursuant to the land sale policy. And then you would, based on the conversation, we would cross out 4 on page 5. We would cross out 4, which said they're not granted the first right of refusal.
Can we go back to that?
Yeah, and it's on the hard copy, page 5, not the
Sorry.
policy.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
no, it's okay. And then really we have to have a, like it, you're right, it's so triggering because then if the current lease, if the tenant does not want to purchase, then we have to have the next
Yeah.
option.
If the tenant doesn't want to purchase, then it does go to the open competitive bid process.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the MD. In that same.
Yes.
in that same time, not extending the lease to the end.
No. Well,
Not allowing the extension to the end of the lease contract, but putting it up for sale.
So if they trigger a sale in year 2, they've got a 5-year lease, then it's going to be sold one way or the other. Either the tenant purchases it at the average of the 2 appraised prices, or
It goes for sale.
it goes
Immediately.
for sale.
Immediately, not waiting to the end of the term,
Okay.
right? Yeah.
why would you do
Because-
it?
Yeah. Unless it's appraisal.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, did everyone hear that? Was that, so what they're saying, just to make sure we've captured it right? So then, so Lane, the motion that you have on the table, would you withdraw that at this point?
I would gladly do so.
Okay, thank you. So then, I'm on page 5 of the hard copy, on number Roman numeral 3. If approved by council, administration will offer the grazing lands for sale pursuant to the land sale policy. Take out number 4.
Grazing lease policy or cultivating?
I'm on grazing,
Page 5. Second from bottom.
second from bottom.
It says tenants not.
So then on number 5, if, so it would have to change. If the tenant does not purchase the grazing lease, that there would be a termination, and obviously this has to be better wording through legal. Will terminate within 3 months. I don't want to. If the leaseholder does not purchase at the appraised price, the lease will go to the open competitive process. Right. Well, or part of the land sale policy. Okay, Arliss, I'm not sure how to deal with that. It's getting messy.
So there was I think there was an agenda item at the last committee of the whole.
Yeah, I have.
As a starting point, like I said, I mean, I guess you'll have to trust us to get to that point, but as a starting point, just to have a draft document.
Yeah.
Could we use that proposal as a starting point, and then you can
Yeah.
add, delete, and do whatever you want to it at that point?
Okay.
Using that agenda item from the last committee of the whole meeting?
We just, yeah, I have no issue with that. I just want to capture council's thoughts. To appraised values, the average give them the leaseholder the first right of refusal. If they don't choose to purchase it, it goes to the open market. John?
So yeah, I would agree with that. So if you trigger the sale, so I'm rancher Bob, I decide I want to purchase this. I submit a letter, the council says, okay, we're good. You can purchase those 3/4, whatever it is, through an appraised value, an independent appraiser that is not disclosed to council or the leaser. Then the appraisal comes forward. They choose to trigger that sale, then they have a certain amount of time to come up with the money, and then this sale's complete. Should they say, no, that's too much money, then it would, in my mind, it would go to a open competitive bid, and if we want to put in there that it has to, that you have pre-qualified bidders that have to be MD residents, that's fine. At an open auction, you've foregone your first right of refusal by not taking the appraised value.
But they still could be one of the competitive bidders, right?
for sure.
Because they think it maybe was too high and maybe it's gonna come in lower, whatever. Yeah.
Which it might, right?
Yeah.
And that whole process would not have to wait till the end of the lease to be initiated.
Yeah. Vulcan, Ernie, sorry.
Okay, so what happens if a leaseholder triggers a sale before the lease is over and decides it's too much and wants to just go back to leasing it? That's not possible?
No, no.
Okay.
No, that's a good, it is good to clarify, and at this point of the day, we have to be really clear what we're, because it feels a little muddy.
And it's, we're talking about just sales too, right? So in 5 years, what we're assuming is this is gonna end, but there's still a, not meaning we're gonna sell all our land in 5 years. There's still a right if, for competitive bids or whatever, to still lease this land, right? And it's not meaning in 5 years, everything's gonna get triggered for sale, right?
That's right. It
Yeah.
never was intended to
Yeah.
trigger everything for sale.
Council might decide they don't want to sell that much.
Yeah.
It's gonna be as is, I guess, or as presented. In my mind, anyway, that's gonna be a council decision each time that process is triggered.
So we didn't make a motion on this. Administration, are you comfortable with that? I just don't want to put you in a position when we've been making motions on every other change.
No, I think you should make a motion to direct administration to draft something.
Okay, to
For
prepare.
council- For council to consider and adjust however they need to.
Okay,
I just want it to be on the basis of a draft.
Yeah.
Where if we don't perfectly encapsulate everybody's perspective from this discussion, it's not seen as purposefully trying to not follow that. It's just seen as a draft for actual further adjustment by council.
Okay,
Just the actual document to work from, like. we
so
are on
land
these-
sale
on these ones.
policy.
I'll give you the motion that administration draft a draft land sales policy that, I guess, allows for what was discussed today to be captured in that.
Okay, let's help them out a little more than that. Yeah. Yeah, so I would say, so that encapsulates allowing the sale to have 2 independent market value appraisals. You can work out the rest of the wording. And that there's still a reserve sale price set at the average valuation. That the current leaseholder will have the first right of refusal. Second, okay, are people good with that? Second right of refusal to MD residents through open markets.
Yeah.
I think that gives a good starting base. Sorry, John, not enough. Okay, we'll just give Lisa a minute. It's fine.
I'm only picking on you. I think you want to cut off between people. Oh, they hit everybody else. Not today. I would always do it. I'm fine with it. Good discussion, nobody got any. You know you're kind of in the middle ground.
John, can you check that, please? And then I'll read it out.
Really? Okay. You look younger than me.
Recognition of the tenant's first right of refusal and if the tenant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's out of course, it happened to be one. No, wait, wait. Just, yeah. The best music. But it's all about, you know, our music.
Okay, guys, we're just gonna, John, can you speak in your mic, please?
I guess on number 2, recognition that this process will be the tenant's first right of refusal. So then there's an understanding that this is the tenant's first right.
Okay.
Not, because before it looked like they had a second opportunity at a first right.
Okay, and we did have in there that open market.
To the highest bidder.
I heard that people wanted to have 2 MD by MD residents.
Yeah. Open market to empty, right?
Or taxpayers.
No. There's corporations from Toronto that empty taxpayers.
There's also ranchers and farmers that are MD taxpayers. So then how then do you?
They need.
We're wanting people to be a resident of the of the Southern Alberta region, the MD of Tabor region, which could include Lethbridge County, it could include Warner County. They need to be Southern Alberta area.
Okay.
What we're wanting to exclude is the large investment companies from Ontario
Then it
or
should.
elsewhere.
So.
And for me, it should read then, it should be MD of Tabor and surrounding municipalities. So the ones that border the MD of Tabor as well.
They need to be a resident, not just a taxpayer.
And they gotta be residents of that MD too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think if you do that, you still are opening yourselves up, but it does point to an item that the Old Man Leaseholders Association brought forward, because I do think that we do have current leaseholders who do not live within the inside of the MD of Tabor, who may want to buy their lease. This would allow it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this would allow it. So, John, are you good with that? I'll read it in.
Yes.
So the motion is that council direct administration to develop a draft land sale policy incorporating the following provisions. The use of 2 independent third-party appraisals average to establish the sale price when a tenant submits a request to purchase land, and the final price determined by the average of the 2 appraisals. Recognition that this process will be the tenant's first right of refusal, and if the tenant declines to purchase the land, the property shall be offered for sale on the open market to MD of Tabor residents and surrounding municipalities, and that the draft policy be presented to council at a future meeting. Do you mind to close that door for me, Ernie?
Nope. I want to say something too.
It's a weird thing. It comes around. Doesn't usually bother the people there.
So what is meant by open market?
It
Could be option.
yeah, could be CHL bid. It just could be any mechanism.
I just wondered, I
Yeah.
wanted a definition of that in my mind anyways. We're leaving it to a future. No.
Okay, so the motion has been read in. Any further discussions on this motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay. So that would naturally strike 4 and 5 from this policy. Do you want a motion?
That is 1A, 4 and 5.
Yeah, under all grazing leases.
Yes.
On page 5 of the paper. Oh yeah, you don't have that. Yeah, one more up, Lise. All the way to the up top, one more. There we go. So then a motion to strike number 4 and 5 from the all grazing lease applicable term tenant purchase options, number 4 and 5.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, so Martin makes the motion to strike from all grazing leases applicable terms, tenant purchase option A, Roman numeral 4 and 5. Any questions? Those in favor? That's carried. Surface leases. This says tenant shall not be entitled to any compensation for any surface activity, including but not limited to geophysical operations, oil and gas.
This is another thing that we've heard lots on. I think that we need to recognize that there is some consideration for sharing the lease revenue is in order.
I would just think, the only thing I would input is whatever we decide, I think it should be the same on all the leases. Whatever we decide, it should be the same.
So my struggle with that is we rent land, we don't receive any of the oil compensation that's on the land that me and Negus rent, or when we rent land to other people.
But you do handle all of the problems related. You don't have them deal with any of your oil issues, right? Like if you rent land, or if you rent land, like if I rent land from somebody else, I don't get involved in any of the maintenance related to this. It's just
That's
that
correct.
leasing associations do get involved in that stuff. And so that's, I think they do. I mean, that's, I guess, what we're trying to, we're just trying to come up with a fair compensation for how much time they do or don't do on those kind of things. But when we do this on regular, small agricultural rents back and forth, the landowner handles all that. We don't.
I'll just you can give me better input. would it be easier for you if every phone call they got, they phone you and they tell you, hey, come fix the fence, or would it be easier to give them $300 and they just fix the fence?
Decisions should be policy driven.
Yeah.
Not based on the response of a staffer.
No, okay, sorry about that. Sorry. Okay, I'll ask other people here. If it was, sorry, Art, I'll say, I'm new to this.
It's not an apology to me. It's,
Oh, well, sorry.
you guys are doing that. You guys are the policymakers. So.
Okay. I spoke wrong. Okay, I'll just ask everybody else here then. If you own something and it alleviated your work you had to do, rather than answering every phone call they phone you and you have to go fix the problem out there for not a large sum of money, I just think it'd be easier. I think it would help our people in the office not have to deal with it, I think.
It's ultimately the oil company's responsibility to fix any problem. So if I see a hole in the fence, I phone the oil company to fix the fence. You don't have to fix it. I mean, it's fairly simple. And if I'm the one that's leasing it, I phone the MD office and say, look, the fence is down, you need to call this number, or I phone the 1-800 number that's there. Like, it's not the responsibility, and nor should it be, because now you're entering into someone else's property and you're actually trespassing, because that lease is to someone else. It's leased to that oil company. You could be causing litigation problems.
Yeah, I understand the oil company, but there's a lot of oil companies that go out of business, and so it's a small price to pay to not have to deal with it. If there's nobody there to answer the 1-800 number, what are you going to do then? Then you're phoning the MD. I realize they're taking the risk by fixing it then, but it's better than the alternative.
Small price to pay is $160,000 a year at $400 a well. So how many people could we hire to look after that?
So is there a number that makes sense? I guess it doesn't have to be 400. Is there a number that makes?
If there's no change, then we'll move forward. But if there's, and again, this is going to be draft. We're making all these changes. And then we'll have I'm anticipating a public consultation and then go from there. Okay, well, we'll keep going. Oh, go ahead, Martin. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
I'm just trying to figure out a number, so let's come back to that one later, and I'll just try to figure out a number I want to put on what I think.
Lease termination by MDT. So MDT will have the right to terminate grazing leases in order to facilitate sale of lands on no more than 1 year written notice. In order to allow the landlord to grant a lease to a third party for an alternative use on 30 days written notice. If in the opinion of administration, the tenant has not used the leased lands for grazing for 2 or more years on 30 days written notice.
I think that Roman numeral 2 is a bit extreme, that we would be in a position to cancel on 30 days written notice.
What? Go ahead, John.
So we had a proposal this morning to look at some alternative use. So as long as you're compensating for that alternative use, I don't see that being a problem. I think that's workable in that scenario.
Well, but this is saying that we will have the right to literally terminate the lease. It's not just taking a portion of it. We would literally terminate it on 30 days written notice. as long as there's an alternative use. I can come up with all kinds of alternative uses for any number of parcels out there. And that doesn't give me the right to issue a termination notice in 30 days.
Is it better to say allow the landlord to alter a lease, or is it a different number? And I guess I use Lamb Weston as an example. That happened really fast. But,
But in a situation like that, if it needs to happen fast, then we need to negotiate the buyout of the lease, not just arbitrarily say, too bad, so sad, you're done and out of here. I think that we're not respecting the rights of anybody that we have entered into an agreement with.
John?
So that scenario did take place previously, where it was short notice, and that negotiation and that compensation was done between the current leaseholder and the person that was looking to provide an alternate use for that land. That wasn't done by the MD at Tabor.
But not to the MD.
And do you think that was a bad thing or a good thing?
It's fine.
And so how do we make sure that that can happen without us just stomping on them? Because I think that's what should happen, is if there's a negotiation, there's a big plant coming in, something needs to be done, but that the people that have the lease aren't just booted, they get some compensation and they're involved in the discussion.
So there was compensation, and it involves a lot of new fencing, and it was paid for by, they weren't happy that it took place.
Right.
But they were compensated. It wasn't compensated by the MD, and the MD didn't facilitate the compensation. It just took place. And it was very similar to what this is outlining, where it was 30 days. There might have been more than that, but it was short notice.
So would it be more preferred to alter a lease to a third party for alternative use for 30 days, or is it 60 days, or what's the right number? Lane?
Could I suggest that it be revised to state that the MD reserves the right to negotiate the buyout of a lease if the land is required for an alternative use on 30 days written notice? We're just, there needs to be something that just respects the fact that the leaseholder has some rights. We're not going to just arbitrarily terminate it without having a discussion and negotiating some kind of a suitable settlement.
So if I go with number 1 and apply some of that thinking to number 2, I have no issue with that, like, because this is just an alternative use. But like, I have no problem. I know people will think 1 year is too long, but I've seen how things move here. 1 year isn't like.
And I appreciate the fact that we've got to be in a position to act quickly, but I don't think that it's appropriate for us to have the power to just literally with a stroke of a pen say, your lease is ripped up and null and void.
So in order to allow the landlord to grant a lease to determine.
So Lane, do you want to change that whole line, or you just want to lengthen it to 60 days?
Or compensation for the lease change in the, for 1 year.
Well, we need the right to terminate with 1 year's written notice. I don't have a problem with that. But if we're insisting on the right to terminate with 30 days written notice, we need to offer some kind of compensation for being in a position or needing to terminate it with that short of notice.
So is it as simple as with negotiated compensation?
And I think that should apply to 1 and 2, both of those scenarios. we would, if their lease was for another 4 years and we needed to do something, we would want to negotiate some compensation that we're taking that lease away.
And I guess that's probably right, because if we've allowed people to buy a 5-year lease from a previous leaseholder, and we come in year 2 and tell whoever bought that lease that you're out, after they've bought the lease for 4 more years.
And that's where the problem of that past
Yeah.
motion comes in.
Yeah, well,
Yep. We've been through this discussion. That's how we ended up.
but if you were a private property owner, you would not, the law protects the right of leaseholders in private property law, more so than what we're prepared to grant to leaseholders that are dealing with us.
So Lace has provided a proposal. I don't know if anyone feels that would meet the criteria.
So that's 3A1 and 3A2.
Oh, sorry.
You're doing a great job, Lace.
Yes, you're.
Your job would
When
be
you're
my
trying
least
to
favorite
read
job.
into our brains.
You can get more granular if you want. I just
Oh, that-
capture.
I think that's adequate.
So I am a bit reluctant on the community pastures because I mean, they have an indefinite lease. So indefinite to negotiate a price is pretty incredible. Because that's the privilege of having a grazing associate. And maybe we just never go there, but I just worry about never. We don't know.
That's where it took place last time.
Well, and I think it might be the most important place for us to have a mechanism, because theirs is so big. And if there was a wind farm or something that needed to go through, as long as we could just work it through what the details are, that it isn't just terminate and it's done, but that we have, and maybe we have a mechanism that, that it's based off of, like, if we know that the ratio of what a lease is worth compared to what the land is worth is 1 to 20 to 1 kind of a ratio, whatever current land values are, they get 1/20. We could come up with some ratio that's like, this is a fair amount for the actual lease that you hold on that land. But just something that that future councils have to talk to, and we work out something, but it can't be something that if it's something critical, like a nuclear facility, that somehow we're gonna get blocked on it. But it needs to be something fair, that they're compensated for the loss of the land that they were using. Which isn't the ownership, that's just the loss of the grass and the ability to use it. But it needs to be something, so it's just so that we're being fair.
On current leases, the footprint of the oil is not included in the number of acres.
Right.
I just, again, never was intended to be not fair with any leaseholders, but we've given, community pastures have some privilege that not the other leaseholders don't have. So I just don't know how to go ahead with this. And just, I don't want to back the MD into issue.
Just wondering what is in the policy and the lease contracts that we are currently in place until February 28th, 2026. Is there something similar in there we're currently dealing with for the last 20 years?
For compensation?
Or just for this issue alone, this 50 days?
No. other than the ability for us to enter into oil and gas leases, but and I do want to make a correction too, for what's something Reeve, me and Agus said. So currently the acres of the oil and gas are still part of the lease, but I guess with the understanding that because we're paying $400 per lease site,
Okay.
that's
how we did
compensation
that.
for that, as well as the
Thank you.
inconvenience, loss of use, whatever's all included in that $400.
Okay, so the current lease, we have number 27. This is an example of a tax recovery lease. Number 27.1 says termination of lease due to sale of land. The leaser sells the premises. Let me just read it. The leasee agrees to allow prospective buyers reasonable access and cooperate with the efforts of the leasee. And the demised. The leaser and the leasee agree that any notice required or demand herein provided for or given hereunder is given if given by the leasee or the leasee will be sufficiently given by mail, blah, blah, blah. So we have no out clause. I thought that there is an out clause in here. I just don't want to say that there isn't, because I was sure that we had something that gave us still an opportunity. And I thought we had that legally vetted because of when we went on to the land. What page is that? I see Henry trying to help me out.
Page 10, 28.
Thank you. Page 28.
So page 10.
Yeah. On notices.
Probably 2016 was 28. 28.1.
May given at any time notice in writing to the other or others. Must be reading the same as you. Anyways, I think we do have to double check that, because I understood that we could, and I just don't want to some shit.
Are you referring to the transitional grazing lease?
I want to refer to a existing
Community.
an existing grazing lease. Okay, well, that doesn't even matter. We're dealing with a new lease. I'll check on that myself. So we don't have a motion yet on the floor. Is this meet your concerns? I just feel community pastures and separate leases are different. We're looking at 5 years, but change or no change? John?
Would it be possible to bring it back with a comparative what we already have in the expiring lease? That might be helpful to guide us, so we have an understanding of what the baseline's been for the last 20 years.
Okay. I have all this.
Because they must have had something in place to be able to do that.
We did.
Back 15, 20 years ago. Would that be worthwhile bringing back later? Or do you think it's important to do now?
the administration, they get their lease terminated. They're not gonna be mad. They're gonna come down. Like, it shouldn't be an opinion. It should be. They should- It should be. If you're against this, it's sure this is an investigation, if not, then we just got to terminate it. Otherwise. We don't get to get their road.
Okay, are you guys finding it? Or if not, then we'll go with John's suggestion that we have an understanding what was in the past.
If you, yeah, in the current tax recovery lease, it's section 17. In 17.5, it talks about when we're authorized to terminate a lease.
Sure, well, I'm just gonna read this. The leaser may instead withdraw part of the land from the lease, and when the land is withdrawn from this lease, all payments made to the municipal district of Taber are forfeited, and the leasee is not entitled to any compensation for any work performed on the leased land or for any other expenditure made in the leasee in respect or incidental to the leasee's use of it. So we didn't do anything in the past if the leaser withdrew part of the land. And that was already there. Yeah. So we would forfeit the amount that they owe back to them. Okay, number 4, compensation for, oh, sorry, go ahead, Marty.
On 3A, the third part, I don't think we need somebody coming to the administration office mad as a hornet that we cancel their lease, because in here it says in the opinion of the administration. It should be I think it should be the administration that said to the tenant, because I know that people have not grazed because it's too dry, or not seeded cultivated land because it's too dry. If they can just submit why they're not doing it, and if council's satisfied, I think that should be it. Shouldn't be getting somebody mad at administration because it gets canceled. It should be the tenant has to provide a reason why they didn't graze it in this case. And if we're satisfied as the council, then they just carry on to the next year. I don't think it should be, I don't think we need nobody knocking at the administration's door mad.
That isn't a change from the past one, is it, Arliss through to Brian?
For the 2 years,
Yeah.
that wasn't in the previous, no. This is new.
What did we have before? Because we
Just
did,
if it's not being used for the intended use, I think is the wording around it.
because
before.
we did withdraw a lease from someone, right?
Which one?
Because they weren't, it was a cultivation lease, it's because they weren't farming it. One of the, yeah.
And it was horrible that we had to do that.
But if we tried to make our assign, because we haven't talked about grazing lease or cultivated leases, but if we allowed them to assign, then they wouldn't have to abandon. They could just sell and it isn't worth a whole bunch, but a little bit, to a neighbor, so that they take over the lease. But in the current policy, they have no ability to do that, right? And so that's why they just stop farming it. Right? They're not allowed, under cultivated leases, they're not allowed to transfer those at all, right?
They can surrender them. If they can't farm them, they can surrender them.
No, true. But I'm just saying, if they decide to retire from farming and they've got that as part of their operation, if they could sell their farm and then for a small fee, they're allowed to transfer that piece of cultivation that fits with their farm, then, then maybe that makes sense. We get a fee for it. The neighbor buys their farm and their land. Anyway, it's just to be consistent with what we're doing in the grazing world, that's all.
Right. I think currently there's no ability to sell it.
Exactly.
But there's an ability to assign it to a family member.
So family member, but they can't transfer it. Right. Anyway, we'll talk about that next week or in January, whatever.
So what would you prefer there, Marty?
I just don't like it putting on administration, so I just think if a tenant is not using it for grazing for the year, they just submit a written reason why, and we approve it or don't approve it. And then
For
it's
2 years.
Or no, for 2 years, okay, the 2 years here, and the tenant has to give a legitimate reason why they didn't, and if we're satisfied, we're satisfied. If not, we as a council say that's not a good enough reason, and we take on the responsibility of saying, no, terminate the lease, and not the administration.
Yes, Lane.
So are you just suggesting that we strike out in the opinion of administration and leave the rest of it as is?
Pretty much. I'd like to just give them, like, they'd be able to, if they give a good reason why they're not using it, like, if it hasn't rained in 4 years and they're not using it, that's a good reason to me. Okay, they're being good stewards of the land. You can't put cattle on there. If there's a reason for it that council is satisfied with, they can continue. If it's not a good reason, we terminate it. It's on us, then it's not on an opinion of.
What if they sold all their cattle?
So if they sold all their cattle and don't plan on getting into cattle again?
Well, I'm just,
Because I know one person had to sell their cattle because there wasn't enough grass and they planned on buying it back. Me as a counselor would be satisfied, okay, they're planning on getting it back. They're putting it to rest for a year and they're planning on getting back the cattle back when the grass grows again. I would be satisfied with that. I'd say that's good reason.
Sean?
So would you like to change it then to if council determines?
No problem.
Yeah, that would work. Yeah.
Because someone has to make the decision.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yikes. You may have 7 counselors who've never been involved with cow-calf.
True.
I mean, I can live with that, but, because if that helps us move along, but I'm also like, at least administration, we know we have a lands expert right now. So Mark, oh, go ahead.
But we as council have the ability to pick everybody's brain. Right? So we're not just saying we don't have no knowledge, we're gonna make, I'm hoping every counselor here is gonna do some research and not make, they're gonna do research on it and not just off a whim make a decision. So if we got administration, we can use them as information. We got lots of ways to get information.
Okay. So does that satisfy what your intent?
Yep.
That the grazing lease policy be amended 3A Roman numeral 3 to state if council determines that the tenant has not used the lease lands for grazing for 2 or more years on a 30-day notice. Any further questions on this motion? Those in favor? Those opposed? That is carried. Okay, compensation for tenant fencing.
I suggested this one's okay. We haven't heard anything about this particular matter.
Okay. Do others feel the same way? Okay, continue on. Property taxes. That's fairly straightforward. Surrendered leases. Are you good with that? If it's surrendered, council will make a determination if it'll be sold or retendered. Okay. Lease tender process.
And this one just comes back to where the prospective tenant needs to reside. And I
Yeah.
think we've provided the clarification needed on that.
So, okay. Everyone's good with that? And we have a motion on the books for the land sale process, a motion to develop a land sale process policy. So then this one would be, go ahead.
We just need to revisit the surface lease. Was meant, I think it was.
Okay, so then, I don't know that we need a motion on the land sale process since we already have a policy, a motion saying we're creating a land sale policy.
Just on the one that you're gonna talk about, that clarification that the acres of these leases are included
Yeah.
in their overall lease. Typically, you would, I'm trying to remember where I've been involved in this, but the loss of use would go to the renter of the land if they're renting the whole piece. And that, even in a private lease, that happens. And I've been involved in that in the past. So that isn't unusual. If we're gonna exclude all those acres and then try to make sure that we always handle the problems, then that's a different question. So I think if the acres are included, then it would be fair to have some level of loss of use. And usually that's already in the lease, each of them. But like when I negotiate a new lease with an oil company, there's a loss of use component. But we're not really wanting to get into that, all those weeds. We're just giving a flat rate, hey?
Yeah, that's a lot of calculations for that, yeah.
I mean, we do, what I'm saying is we do it when we negotiate the lease. So the number is then determined, but it's different for every lease depending on when it happened. And so
Every lease is a different.
every lease is a different number. So if we don't want to get into those details, we could have just some kind of a flat rate.
Just not exactly sure how this is gonna work then. So if I make a motion for a certain number, and it gets defeated, can I make a motion for another number? Or is it done?
It's not done.
Well, then I'd like to make a motion that we give them $300 per lease.
Okay, so the motion from Martin is on to amend the grazing lease policy. Number 2, surface leases. A, tenants shall be entitled to $300 compensation for any surface activity, including but not limited to geophysical operations, oil and gas.
So to clarify, that includes everything? That
Pardon?
includes anything and everything in the future? To clarify, just based on the way the policy reads.
So tenants, so to shall be entitled to compensation of $300. Is that adequate for you? We're on page 6,
Yeah, there's.
3A.
For essentially anything and everything into the future forever. Well, for the duration of the lease.
That would include solar or
Yeah,
anything
anything.
else. That would equate to $120,000 we're giving away.
But if we put solar in there, we're gonna tax it at a much higher rate than the loss of use of the acres.
It's just a
Like-
point
We're
of clarity. I don't care
compensating
what you-
the non-landowners.
But like if the delegation that came in today, that was in closed session, right? We can talk about that.
It was open.
Open, yeah.
Yeah.
So if they came in onto our land that's an existing grazing lease and we had some abandoned orphan well sites and they put solar on there, we would give them $300 to compensate, but those lease payments are gonna be a lot larger than an oil lease, and we'll also be able to tax that solar at $10,000 or $12,000 per site. It's just to compensate for them for the trouble of the cows, when they do break in and rub on a solar panel, there's gonna be an angry solar guy there. Anyway, it happens, yeah.
But it's the responsibility of the solar guy to fix the fence.
I know, but
So
if
if he's angry, then
but if the cows are in there, they're gonna get them out. Because they know that they're gonna wreck the solar panel. And so that's what we do. If our cows are in an oil lease, we don't just leave them in there to get tangled we go in and get them out. And then we patch the fence because it's our cows. So they're gonna have some trouble. If we keep a whole bunch of lease sites open in the MD land, they're gonna have to deal with it. And $300 is nothing. And especially if they're stuff that we're actually getting paid for. The oil is the worst scenario because a lot of it we're not getting paid for. Anyway, they're not paying their taxes and all the other trouble. But I think the future uses are gonna be positive.
Would it be prudent for the MD of Tabor to consider scenarios where if lease payments, and I think we might even do this already, but if for whatever reason the leases are not paying, if they're not paying their leases, should we still have that obligation? And or taxes? History has a tendency to repeat itself, but.
Well, I guess it'd be nice to know what we're currently doing. Are we waiting until we actually get it from the government before we give it to them?
Yes, that's what.
So we're not paying them unless we get paid, yeah. Yeah.
That's not what this statement would say though, right?
It'd be good to put it into current policy. That's what we're doing.
Yeah, I don't know if we amend or just motion on the floor change it, yeah. On compensation on what's getting paid. Like, we're not gonna pay if we're not getting paid. I don't know how we word that in there exactly, but yeah, if we're not getting paid, we can't pay out.
On current compensation. Yeah,
Yeah,
on active compensation sites.
yeah.
But if the orphan well has a hold of it, it's not an active site, and you're still receiving surface payments.
We
so
get surface payments until the rec cert is issued, either
It's
through
not
the
an-
company or through the orphan well. Yeah.
Tenant shall be.
Well, then we can't use active on.
Okay. So could you please provide the correct language of when you receive payment, how you currently compensate the leaseholder?
Go ahead.
Okay, on any, whether it's an orphan well site or if it's an active CNRL site, for example?
Sure.
Okay, so I think the lease states we have to pay them by December 1st of each year, issue the checks for the compensation. If it is a orphan well site, we apply to the Surface Right Board or the Land and Property Rights Tribunal, and it may take 18 months to get that payment. So they get their regular payments for the active leases, and then they get another check for the back pay. If say some of them go back to 2023 or 24. So like David said, we don't pay until we receive their rent, our rent. Does that
Do we
answer your
have that,
question?
do we have that written in lease? Like, so if, Vauxhall's Grazing's here, if we're not getting paid for a site that's on a Vauxhall lease,
They get paid eventually, just not that particular year if we haven't received the rent, or the service.
But not from
Lease
us.
revenue.
They wait till the orphan well. So.
Right.
Wait till the orphan well, right? We're not paying it. We wait till the orphan well gives us money, correct?
Right.
So the flow through wouldn't happen until we have been compensated by the leaseholder ourselves.
Yes.
This has never been asked before, and because I thought we were going away from this, so before I'll be voting opposed to this because we have no idea how much administrative time and cost it is to disseminate all these payments for the multiple sites we have. And so it might be in excess of $300. We don't know. We have no idea. So our actual costs are much higher than $120,000. Those are our cash costs.
Haven't we already been doing this in the past? The lease payments come in here and then they've gone back out, so we know how many lease sites there are.
I don't know what the administrative costs are for disseminating the money.
Okay.
Some of those costs are part of just doing business. So the intention of the motion is to compensate for the inconvenience of geophysical activity. And so there is a motion on the floor. Tenants shall be entitled to $300 compensation on any surface activity, including but not limited to geophysical operations. Martin.
I don't know, can we add in there once and if the MD gets compensated? So then we're not paying out till we get compensated, so we add in there once the MD's, if and when the MD gets compensated, we pay it out. If we don't get compensated, we don't pay it out.
For the purpose of time, and it's your motion, if you deem that's what you would like in there, I would say that you can add once and if the MD of Tabor is compensated. If that's what you would like. Arliss, on oil sites, what is our role? Do we then just hand everything over to the leaseholders for this compensation? Like I guess for me, that was one of the reasons I was okay with removing it, is it sounded like our staff still had to do things with the oil companies.
I would expect our staff requirement and work to remain the same.
Okay.
I think in the private world, it's just the loss of use of the area. And we could get much more complicated if a solar site went on an oil battery site that's 5 acres compared to a small site. You would probably want it to be higher than that. I think this is definitely a very low payment per site if we're just doing a flat rate like this for loss of use, because we're charging them lease on the entire acreage. That's a very common thing, that the person that leases the land or rents the land gets paid only the loss of use, and that's small for loss of use, especially on cultivated leases. I would like this to go to both kinds of leases, yeah.
I believe under the current policy, the acres that are deemed for oil and gas would then be removed from the lease policy, from the rental, because you can't rent the same twice.
Right now, they're not removed from there. If we weren't providing any compensation.
Okay.
I guess that's where I probably got confused, because I knew we were gonna take that out.
I'd always thought that it was contemplated, yes, when there was, for example, that solar that was we received an update on today, that would be removed from that particular lease when they were renewed, so.
Right, so that they didn't
Makes me
have-
wonder about this whole conversation, but
Well-
it is where you guys wanted to end up.
But that was the rationale, right?
Right.
That we could, if we did have an opportunity, and you mentioned nuclear might be important, that we could take that piece out of lease sites.
Yeah, and that definitely makes sense. And like I say, I think this number of $300 is just a small fee to deal with the trouble of the fencing and everything else that is going to happen. So I still think the $300, instead of trying to figure out the full loss of use, just a fee for them to deal with the stuff that they do have to deal with.
Okay, there is a motion on the floor. It reads, surface leases, a tenant shall be entitled to $300 compensation for any surface activity included but not limited to geophysical operations, oil and gas, and compensation shall be paid to the tenant only after the MD has received payment for the surface activity. Any comments or questions? John?
I would call for, like to call a recorded vote, please.
Okay. Those in favor? Those opposed? That motion is carried. Is there anything else council would like to discuss on cultivated or on grazing lease policy, which is the body we've just been discussing? John?
I would like to suggest that we start a public consultation plan for these leases moving forward. There's been some significant changes here. I think it's important to address those through public consultation.
Okay, I love the idea of suggesting, but I much prefer a motion to create a public engagement policy once council has approved the draft.
I would suggest that I would make the motion that council initiate a possible public consultation sometime in the new year, to start sometime in the new year to discuss the changes that have been suggested.
So you don't want to see a draft first?
Once these draft agreements have been approved, I guess.
Okay. I think the important part of that motion, which we'll see flushed out, is that we have a look at the calendar and to see when we would have the public engagement session. So I don't know if the 13th, is it reasonable to have this go ahead, Lane.
No, I think it's premature to even schedule a public engagement till we've got a draft policy that we're comfortable with inviting comment on. And who knows when we're gonna have a draft.
Yeah, well, that's a little bit of why I'm concerned of the dates, right? Because that'll be if on the, do we anticipate this on the 13th?
I think we'd be lucky, I mean, we can try for the 13th, but
Okay,
I think you would be very lucky to have it on the 13th.
right.
What's the one after the 13th?
27th.
Maybe we should try for the 27th then.
But then we would be looking at public consultation. So, and in February, we have a meeting on the 10th and the 24th.
Could we can do that as a special council meeting in the second half of January sometime? Give them a little more time.
Yeah,
Are we talking about, what are we talking about here? Sorry.
So what we need first, and I agree with Lane, we need a draft, but more so I'm trying to figure out how we start to set a public engagement and what you want to see from that. So if we don't have it the 13th, but we have it, I think the 20th, you guys are at Ag Service Board. There's quite a few of you who are away that week, so there's no committee of the whole. So it's either the 13th or the 27th.
To look at the draft, is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah. And then whenever you look at the draft here, then you set your dates for public engagement.
Okay. It'll never be right for the community. Like, you know,
Yeah.
we did 5 of them before and it wasn't enough. So
Yeah, I'm out of town on that 13th, so.
I have you away on the 27th too. That's what you sent as an email.
But that's just that one I can,
Okay.
I can log into that one.
Lane.
So are you suggesting we would have the public engagement during the council meeting, or would this be a separate session outside of council where we would let the public come in, kind of like what took place out at the operations center in July of last year?
Yeah, we did, I think, 5 sites
Yeah.
last time. I
Yeah.
don't know that we have the time to do 5 sites. It's
No.
exhausting. But I do think we should, well, I do out of respect for the divide, which I know no one likes to talk about, but if we went to the north and went to the south, you know, if you want to do a public engagement like that, and then, or you can have it during council, like Calgary on their change of the zoning bylaw, they're gonna have a public hearing and it will be a scheduled public hearing date that takes place in the confines of like a set date, set time that it's recorded and everything. We recorded all of the public engagement sessions, but there was accusation that we tampered with it, but I was at all of them. They weren't tampered with. So I just want to make sure that we do this. There's some big changes again here.
Yeah, I think we should do it. I think once we all, like, we proposed some bigger changes that didn't pass. The big changes that didn't pass were, so the private leaseholders don't really get any protection out of this, except for that they're allowed to transfer. Allowing the big community leases to have renewable leases was already granted before we got elected. And so I think once we get a chance to look at it as a draft, changes aren't that dramatic, especially as far as how it affects how much money the MD is going to be able to make on doing the scope irrigation project and selling land. It's a very subtle change, and especially when you consider how much we haven't done to protect grass and some of the other things. So anyway, I think we're getting close to a reasonable compromise, and I don't think it's going to be a big problem to talk to people about it. So I think we should go out and talk to people about it.
Within a meeting or once on the north, once on the south? I'm just trying to get a feel of what people want.
I'm fine either way.
Well, I don't know that we have enough time to do as much as we need to do, because this is significant, especially when you listen to the people that we heard from today and the ones we haven't heard from that I speak to on a daily basis. They're saying, look, if you're not going to a tendered rate in the future on all of this, then you should be selling it all at market value immediately.
Well,
and so to allow those people to have their say, I think it's important that we have consultation. I really do. And because these are significant changes.
I don't think anyone said not to have compensation. I was just trying to figure out if people wanted it. I do think you have to have a daytime and a nighttime, and there has to be more than one day for people. And if it is called a public hearing, then we have an obligation to have virtual attendance, which I think in this day and age we should have. So I think you're right. Let's get the draft and see where we're at. But I think we have to be ready. And the reason I wanted to chat about this part is our staff and us need to be prepared to set these dates and times, because it was a lot of meetings.
Yeah, but I think to put it in perspective, the big grazing associations, I think it would be absolutely impossible to try to tender those. They're associations. We're not taking those out to bid. And then to apply a small bidding process to a big project would make it so that their associations would become impossible immediately. They wouldn't be able to bill their people enough to cover it. So all we're talking about is subsidizing private leaseholders, subsidizing. I use the word I hate. We're giving a regulated rate to private leaseholders for 5 more years, and all that land is then going to go other ways. So we didn't make a significant change. All of this stuff is going to end up going to market. And I think that's what a lot of these people were saying. To think that we were actually going to bust up the grazing associations and sell all that land has never been a serious consideration anyway. So we have narrowed this down to actually very small change. And the private leaseholders have just got to get ready. The big change that you made, and it wasn't my idea, is the first right of refusal at an appraised value. That's the big change. And that was pretty much universally brought up here. That wasn't pushed by me or the Grazing Association. So I think I don't have a problem going out and talking to anybody in this MD about what we've chosen to do. It's definitely a lot of land is going to transition here, and there's going to be a lot of potential income for everybody in the MD. The only thing that I hope we can do is somehow make it so that these community leases are more community. And that might not be council, but we'll have to work with the community leases on the side, just so the people that apply get in. We need to make that, you know, if we're leasing land to them, we should at least make sure that they're following the law. And like I say, I'm not sure who does that, but we'll work on that.
I think these are significant because a lot of the things I heard was, why are you paying any compensation on oil and gas payments to anyone that leases your land? In the private world, that does not exist. It doesn't exist. And also in the, as far as being able to sell your lease, that doesn't happen either. So those are two significant changes that people will be pushing back on.
For me, it was a compromise. We never wanted to pull anyone's operation out from underneath them, whether they were cultivation or lease or community pastures. We wanted to have a mechanism that they could have an opportunity to get their finances and their operations in and have time to determine in 5 years whether they could do that. We came to that, we landed on that today, and I felt strongly, and I heard it strongly during the consultations, that we should give people the first right of refusal. I know some people won't like that. That still stands by my philosophy that we never intended to harm. So I do think we have to go to public consultation for all the reasons that, oh yes, we have a policy that says we do. But I think I too can stand strong with this council in the decisions we made today.
I guess one other thing to be aware of, I don't think it would be appropriate to go to public consultation until we've got the cultivated lands issue in place as well. There's no point in doing this for pasture land and then a second process for cultivated leases. Let's do one consultation process that reflects the changes that are being proposed, whatever they're going to be, for both of them.
How will we meet the timeline?
Oh, I see what you're saying. The timeline is February 28th for grazing leases.
Because we haven't even touched on.
Fair enough, yep.
So, I mean, if there was some miracle that we could go through this on the 13th, but then we still need, we just heard, and I know the holidays are in the middle of this one, but there's a great chance that we might not even have the draft by the 13th. So I'm not prepared to. Okay. Martin.
Councillor Tory said that he couldn't be here on the 13th. I'd like everybody here when we discuss this, that we discussed all day. So don't rush a minute, because I don't think David can be here. So I'd rather us all be here and rediscuss this. I don't want nobody missing from this. And the other thing, to say leases don't get transferred and don't sell your leases. It still happens in the MD, it's just not through the MD. I'm pretty sure the grazing associations in the MD that are for the government of Alberta can still buy and sell their leases. So it's not MD land, but it still happens in the MD because the MD doesn't own that land. The Alberta runs some of the land. Am I not correct on that?
You're correct.
Yeah, so it still happens in the MD, just not with the MD.
That we did, I don't think that ever was.
No, I was just
stated.
commented that nobody allows that to happen anymore, but it still does, even right in the MD. It's just with the government of Alberta, not with the MD.
So I do have a comment on whether everyone's in attendance. We have an obligation to meet quorum. There are going to be times in our life that we do not anticipate who's here and who's not here, and the business of the day has to go. This one was really important that we had everyone here to go through these changes. You have a mechanism to come online. And so if we meet quorum, we have to deal with the business of the MD, because if we wait for everyone, it will be impossible, because even though we've all worked hard to be at all these meetings lately, life will happen. So I wouldn't want to hold a meeting or hold the business of the MD up because we don't have everyone in the seats. It's impossible. So I appreciate what you're saying, and I think if we can do the same with cultivation, that would be good to have everyone, at least to get the draft. But I mean, I don't go on many holidays, but I was on a holiday on the other side of the world, and I phoned in because it was that important of a meeting. And it stinks because I gave up a day of every 5-year holiday. But
And I will try to call in if I can on the 13th. I'm just
Yeah.
not sure in the Galapagos whether I have
That's right.
anything, yeah.
yeah, but quorum is what we need to meet.
Okay, so I'm new to this one, so let's say there's something I really want to be a part of, and with my job, I can maybe take an hour out and sneak out. Can I join a meeting to just be specifically part of that and then leave again?
Yes, well.
So I don't have to stay for
What I would say is, yes, you can join at any time. And past practice of the MD of Tabor has been to even accommodate, right? If you could only join from 12 till 1 or 1 till 2, we're reasonable people and want to work with everyone. So I think that if we lose that reasonableness, we're in a world of hurt for a whole bunch of other problems. But I think we'll do our best to accommodate. And if that means David knows he could be at the front end of the meeting, we'll move those items that we deem as, everything's important, but we definitely all know there's some that are more important.
Yeah, I seen with today, we had times for certain things. So if you want to be involved in that, it's kind of nice to have times where if your job or your holiday takes you somewhere, you can join for a little bit.
Yeah.
It's nice to be able to.
The times definitely are to accommodate people who are joining, but if we knew a counselor could only join at a certain time, we would do our best to set it at that time. The intent would never be to cut anyone out. We'll work with everyone. Okay, we have any more on this?
I just wanted to, sorry, not to, the assignments / selling of the leases. We just wanted clarification on the assignments to family, if that's included, or if that's separate and it's not to be included.
It says assignment, so that is assignment. People can assign.
Okay, because we do our, like the sales typically will end up as an assignment as well. So an assignment / transfer / family assignment, they're all they're grouped in together, and there's slight differences in the two. Family assignment versus the sale through assignment, essentially.
Yeah, so I guess we just have to, again, talk about, well, we can propose something, but a definition of family too, so what that looks like, and we did talk about that earlier, so I think we have an idea.
Is that necessary since we're allowing transfers anyway?
So again, transfers, there's really no conditions on the transfers from the resolution today, so, but currently we have conditions that they have to meet. They have to be a resident, they have to be 18 years old, they have to be in good standing with the MD, so that's a condition. But as a family assignment probably would have something similar condition. You wouldn't want to be assigning someone from Newfoundland probably to your lease here.
For, for family assignments, is there assignment fees that the MD collects?
It's quite different than the sale
Yeah, so
fees
they
versus
are-
it's like $150 per
Yeah,
quarter.
they're treated
versus-
differently.
Versus,
So I appreciate the fact that we need to distinguish what's going to happen on them because they are different.
And currently they're allowed in their leases, so we could propose if there seems to be a consensus that we allow assignments, we can put in similar terms and you
Let's
guys
be
can
clear,
review
let's
it.
talk family assignment
family
then,
assignments.
okay? So you're asking us, I've been quite vocal, I'm in favor of family assignment.
Okay.
But I think those conditions and terms that have already existed, they're not thrown out. I don't think anyone was thinking you should,
Well, in the current policy, as was passed, there's no mention of family assignments.
right,
So-
and thank you, and that's what Lane is saying, thank you for pointing that out, and let's, yeah.
Yeah, we recognize that they weren't in there, but I think what we're saying is that they need to be brought back
We
in.
want to see.
Let's do a motion.
Yeah.
Let's,
Yeah.
yeah, let's do a motion. Pardon?
Did we vote on the one in front of you?
Okay, this is John's motion. Yeah, let's deal with that first, that council direct I'm just reading it out first. Council direct administration to develop a public engagement and consultation process to gather feedback on the proposed changes to the grazing lease policy following review of the draft. Any questions on that motion? Those in favor? It's carried. Lane, if we can have a motion to include families.
Yes, I just move that we include the assignment to family members as it has existed in the past under the new policy.
Admin, does that give you enough direction? I'm seeing a head nod.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Is that to immediate family only?
Currently, family is defined as,
It's in the tax recovery lease that we might want to narrow that to what is immediate. Like I think there's even some far stretches in that current.
Yeah, we did do some work, committee level on defining family. And so we could bring that back as our starting point, which was immediate family, if I remember right.
And that probably matches pretty close to what the Grazing Association brought today. That's the tax version for allowing, anyway. But yeah, it's fairly immediate, yeah.
so Lane, would you be open to assignments to immediate family members as, I don't know if we should say as it has existed in the past. I just heard administration say some of it might be quite a far stretch, I believe the word was.
Well, I want it to be consistent with whatever definition of family we've used previous.
Right, and then maybe, well, we'll bring back something that I think we've heard in here before that it limits it to being immediate. So the previous one is pretty far reaching. So I think maybe that we can narrow that a bit and we'll see what you guys think.
Okay, council, the motion reads to amend the grazing lease policy so that, that the grazing lease policy be amended to include assignments to immediate family members. Again, it will come in the form of a draft. Those in favor? It's carried. Anything else, administration or council on, yes, Arliss?
Just one point of clarity, when it comes to, and I might have missed this, so I apologize if I did. Just in light of some of the comments around budget approval and revenue, is there any desire or appetite to review transfer fees? Transfer fees? When leases are sold and purchased and.
Make a motion then, John.
I'll give you a motion that administration bring forward a draft policy with regard to revisiting transfer fees for the sale of lease.
Yes, Liam.
How were those fees set in the past, and is that mechanism not still in place?
It's outlined in the tax recovery lease that it's based on $150 per animal unit month, which equates to about $5,200 a quarter.
And that's been the fee for how long?
It's forever, for 20 years. Yeah.
So you're suggesting so that it should be revisited and possibly increased?
I'm just asking if council wants to. That's all I'm asking.
So
Based on the time value of money, I don't know.
And the family assignment is different. Like say it's $150 per quarter to assign this to your brother, your son or daughter. Which could be also reviewed as well, maybe. If you want. We did do an assignment, yeah.
Have a look. Okay, move that council direct administration to prepare a draft policy outlining the transfer fees as it relates to lease sales. Everyone knows it's just to prepare something. Okay, those in favor? Council, anything from you, administration, any other gaps that we missed?
Probably. We'll figure that out later.
Okay. All right, then we are back to the agenda. So the consent agenda exemption is the Water Commission. And so John, can you speak to it and why it may be valuable to us?
So, as I said in my report, this appointment gives us an opportunity to, I guess, influence some decision-making that might be made in the future by the Alberta government with regard to funding water commissions, funding actually infrastructure as well, and how that might look. And so I've been asked to sit on this committee. I've already been to 3 or 4 meetings, and there'll be a number of meetings coming up. I know within the policy, it gives me the opportunity to do this without resolution, but I'd prefer if someone would make a resolution to allow me to attend these meetings and submit the proper per diems and costs that are related to that.
I can make that motion.
Could you give us the exact name of it, or maybe Lace has it?
It's Regional Water and Wastewater Assessment Initiative.
Yeah, I can help you with that. Ernie moved that council approve the appointment of Councillor John Turcato to the Regional Water and Wastewater Assessment Initiative for 1 year. I think it should.
It'll be completed, they say, by March 31st, but there might be further consultation after that, so I'm not sure. So it's probably only a year would be plenty.
I think it's good to put a time until the organizational meeting. That would align with what we normally do until the 2026 organizational meeting. Ernie, does that meet what you wanted? Yeah. Okay, so that council approve appointment of John Turcato to the Regional Water and Wastewater Assessment Initiative for a 1-year term to expire at the 2026 organizational meeting. Those in favor? That is carried. Council requests for information and motions. Closed session, do we need to deal with those ones today?
It's just an information dump. So.
Okay. I think until we get to a place that we're ready, we, unless people want to discuss the offers that are in closed session, there's a few of them.
You can use the bathroom first. That's the only reason I wouldn't choose where to do it.
Oh, yeah. Okay, take 5 minutes and then, because we should just decompress a minute after. So take 5 minutes and then come back. Yeah, we're ready.
I bet you I got this at home.
Okay, so council, we do have in closed session some disclosure harmful to business interests of a third-party land sale purchase request. With all of the changes that we're making, do you want to wait till the policy's in place to go into close to discuss these offers to purchase, or are you wanting to do that now?
I have some questions I'd like to talk about.
Okay, then I'm gonna, pardon?
Oh, yeah, I'm good with waiting, as long as we get a chance.
Well, we have to.
Yeah.
Okay, so I propose, so we'll just table, I mean, it's there for discussion, and we definitely will have to discuss and give a response to those people who've made a request. So it's not gonna be by the wayside. Okay, and so with that, anything else?